Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, welcome to the county ground for this county championship match between Northampton and Leicestershire. This match will start at a slightly early time. If you just joined us in the last few minutes, welcome to the county ground for this county championship match between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat first. Your Leicestershire 11, Rishi Patel, Ian Holland, your captain Lewis Hill, Sol Bollinger, Rehan Ahmed, Louis Finger, Ben Fox, keeper wicket, Liam Kavastis, Tom Scriven, Scott Curran and Sam Wood, and your Northampton 11, Ben Proctor, your captain, Gus Miller, George Bartlett, James Sales, Rob Keane, Steve Tilly, keeping wicket, Lewis McManus, Justin Ball, Ben Sanderson, Jack White, and Northamptonshire High. Welcome to the county ground. This match will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the middle your umpires Paul Pollard and Anthony Harris. Your match referee is Simon Hinks. Your scorers Paul Rogers and Tony Cohen. Northampton field, captained by Luke Proctor, and keeping wicket Lewis McManus. Opening innings for Leicestershire, Sol Bollinger and Rishi Patel. Bowling from the mid-Wilson centre end, Jack White. Rishi Patel on strike.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Northampton. Apologies for the lateness, just needed to refresh the browser. I got a bit confused with what was going on, but we have got county cricket action in front of us. We've got Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire. Earlier this morning, Leicestershire won the toss, elected to have a bat first. Jack White is opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end and starts overstepping with his front foot. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. The stream is powered by Daffabet, and the Dukes is back. How are you?
Yeah, really good, Dan. It's been a really nice weekend. Spent it at finals day at Edgbaston, so just wanted to say a quick congratulations to Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Thoroughly deserving of that victory on Saturday, and yeah, spent Sunday watching football. So it's been a lovely break, but it's wonderful to be back watching the County Championship as Jack White gets ready to bowl here to Rishi Patel.
Jack White on the money. Oversteps first ball. It's back where he wants to live. Second ball for Rishi Patel. Forces a little play and miss, a tentative prod from the Leicestershire opener. Two teams that had differing fortunes last week. Northants winning their first game in the Championship of 2024. Beating Derbyshire inside 3 days. Leicestershire, I don't need any reminding, but we're on the end of a heavy defeat against Yorkshire in the end. Morning to you, Joseph. Those that are tuned in on the live stream, great to have you along this morning. Appreciate your company. Looks like we're set fair for 4 days. Aaron, I know you're pretty excited. You've been talking up Leicestershire.
I have. I think this is going to be a tight-fought encounter, to be honest. And I know you mentioned those previous results. How brilliant was it to see a victory here at the county ground after 349 very long days? Here is Jack White again to Rishi Patel. Again, good areas from Jack White already on the money in this opening over. And as for Leicestershire, well, a very disappointing week, wasn't it? And we were saying on the broadcast about their, well, let's say a poor start. I think that's probably putting it kindly. An atrocious start, wasn't it? 15 for 7 in the first 12 overs, and in the end got rolled by a very strong Yorkshire side. But in terms of the batting lineup, I do like Leicestershire. I really do. And they've got some good youngsters, of course, Rian Ahmed being the pinnacle of that. But also watch out for Sam Wood in this game, a product of Newtown Linford in the county itself. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel. Nice start this, and it's great to see Jack White back as well, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, he's had a bit of a hiatus. He's been missing in action for a couple of weeks, which is a shame for Northants fans and supporters, and for Jack himself. You mentioned, didn't he? He hadn't played a game of first-class cricket since Northants hosted Sussex here at the end of June. So fantastic to see the man that picked up 50 first-class wickets in Division 1 last year back in the fold, complementing his opening partner Ben Sanderson, who will undoubtedly take the new ball from the David Capel end at the end of this over. 4 slips in place for Jack White, and Rishi Patel lays that one defensively into the leg side. The one thing I'm really curious is about this, Aaron, and this is from a distance and to the naked and untrained eye, but the pitch that we're playing on today looks very similar to the one that we played on against Derbyshire. And that turned nicely, I think would be fair to say. It seems to have a little bit of sideways movement in it with the new ball for Jack White, as you'd expect. Not a massive amount straight away. There's no real overheads in place either. I'm really curious to see, one, whether it turns, and if it does, kind of how quickly we find out whether it turns. Jack White completes the over with one that just keeps a little bit low as Rishi Patel leaves that one outside, is off stump. So it's 2 for no loss. Those 2 runs coming from the first delivery of the morning. Lewis McManus might have got one on the inside of the knee there as he hobbles down to the other end as Ben Sanderson will start from the David Capel end. But yes, if it turns, how long are we going to have to wait before Luke Proctor chucks the ball to Rob Keogh or Yuzvendra Chahal to find out if it does?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? And we saw Derbyshire at times on the opening day were slightly tentative to go to the spin. I know they went to Jack Morley before lunch, so potentially it might be a case of trial by seam for these opening even 15 to 20 overs. But I think that will be lingering in the back of his mind, because I completely agree about your comment. Just from aesthetics and looking at it from a distance, it is almost a carbon copy of that surface. And we thought it would have been flat. We thought it would have been good to bat on. And in the end, it was a fantastic surface for the spin bowlers. So let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson does indeed open the bowling from the David Capel end. He's got 3 slips. Bites a bit of a leading edge there from Sol Budinger, who is opening up with Rishi Patel, an opening partnership that Leicester Foxes fans will be more accustomed to seeing one of the green jerseys in the T20 Blast. Yeah, no Prithvi Shaw. He is finished for Northants this summer. You've got a bit of information on Prithvi.
Yeah, so I'll mention that after this next delivery from Ben Sanderson into Sol Budinger.
That's a big appeal for OEW behind the stumps. Oh, there's a chance at the non-strikers end. Confusion between Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger. Bartlett does the fielding, but I think Budinger would have been home. There's a lot going on there for 25 to 11 in the morning. An appeal from behind the stump. Sanderson not interested. Leg by, which Rishi Patel wanted. Budinger was ball watching and eventually through to add a run, and Budinger gets off the mark.
Yeah, so with Prithvi Shaw, it is in part due to the Ranji Trophy, but it's also the Irani Cup. So that starts on the 1st of October. And of course, Prithvi plays for Mumbai. They are playing the rest of India in that game. So he's gone for a training camp for that fixture.
Sanderson continues. Rishi Patel covers up nicely. Had a good start to the year. Rishi Patel just shy of 700 first-class runs in 2024.
Had a great start to the season as well. We mentioned that off air, didn't we, Dan, in terms of the lightning quick start that he had to the season. He scored a century. He's got 350 plus scores. I think 684 runs it's a decent tally for Rishi, but he is a player who can definitely cash in and score 1,000. Here he is then, facing off against Ben Sanderson. Plays that one smartly out into the covers for no run. And yeah, to be honest, just looking at the rest of the run scorers, of course, Hanscom has now gone back to Australia, so he's unavailable. Louis Kimber scored 623, but aside from those guys, no one else has surpassed 500 runs for the Foxes this season. So it is an area of improvement heading into 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. Sanderson with 2 to go in his opening over of the morning. So with a big stride forward, covers up that from Ben Sanderson. 3 slips of Gus Miller, James Sales, and Justin Broad. And Ajinkya Rahane, is that the same story as to
Yes.
Prithvi Shaw?
Yep, it will be. And it's a shame, because we want to see these superstars, and that would have been a great battle, wouldn't it? Someone like Ben Sanderson versus someone of Ajinkya Rahane's class and caliber. But yeah, unfortunately, has now gone back to India. And here is Ben Sanderson into Patel. There's a shout here. Well, umpire completely unmoved.
Yeah, he's been getting a big stride in, has Rishi Patel, and I think that front pad has been coming outside the line of off stump. We'll see on replay whether he has on this occasion. It's close, but I think possibly just outside. Maybe umpires call it best on impact. As it is, the umpire said not out, so that's all the thing that matters. 3 for no loss after 2. And yes, Joseph, you are absolutely right. It was Rishi Patel that scored that 100 for Leicestershire against the Steelbacks in the T20 Blast here. So we'll have happy memories the last time Rishi Patel batted at Northampton. And my word, did he look good for it. Did you catch any of that?
I did. Yeah. I've been
it?
following Rishi for a number of seasons, actually. Used to play for Essex, didn't he? I think he broke a record at one point for their twos. I think he did. In fact, I've got the information on that in my notes. I'll bring that stat up in a few moments' time. But yeah, ever since going to Leicestershire, his game has just gone from strength to strength across formats. He is a top quality cricketer.
Northants taking out one of the slips already, which is interesting, isn't it? Interesting to say that maybe it's not going to do as much as what we thought. And yes, Joseph, I can confirm that all of your marbles are present and correct. It was Rishi Patel that scored the 100 in the blast. It's not done much, is it, through the air or off the pitch for these two? And if anybody's going to get any lateral movement out of this pitch at the county ground in Northampton today, you would expect it to be Jack White and Ben Sanderson. Leicestershire, obviously very, very happy to win the toss and have a bat first. That's a beauty from Jack White. Invites a play and miss from Budinger through to McManus. I suppose Leicestershire will be looking at it thinking, well, if it does turn, we don't want to bat last on it. We've got Rayan, we've got Travaskis ourselves.
Kimber can bowl a bit of
as well.
off spin as well. Yeah, I think that would be the logic behind the decision at the toss from Lewis Hill. And I do have that stat about Rishi Patel. It was 2018. So he equalled Darren Robinson's second 11 record of 5 centuries in a season for Essex. So yeah, that was that piece of trivia again. Great delivery that from Jack White. He's got it on a string.
Yeah, he's settled straight back into his work, isn't he? Just challenging that top of off stump of Budinger. Not really doing much, is it, through the air or off the pitch, but just that line and that length from Jack White, just forcing Budinger to play. And as I say, he picked up 50 first-class wickets in Division 1 last year. It's been a real shame for Northants, for Luke Proctor, that he's not been available all of this summer. Budinger finally lays bat on that one as it runs out to George Bartlett, a backward point. Yes, okay, the runs for Northants haven't been consistent enough, but how much different of a prospect could it have been throughout the course of this season if Luke Proctor had Ben Sanderson and Jack White available every week?
Well, it's a great point, isn't it? We saw Jack White's, his prowess and proficiency in Division 1 last season, took 50 wickets, didn't he, in 2023, and was causing all sorts of bother. I think back to his spells against Surrey and Warwickshire. Watched those quite intently, and he is a quality bowler. Here he is then to Sol Budinger. And again, wraps him on the pads. There is an appeal. Umpire unmoved yet again. Just looking on that one, I reckon that would be on height, just from gut feel.
Feels like it, doesn't it? The way the ball kind of exploded off the pads, it feels like it was a bit high. Yeah, I would say so. I would say on height, that one, but promising signs for Northants that they're asking questions of Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel so early on in the piece.
It really is. And just touching upon Northamptonshire's point, we spoke about Leicestershire and I suppose an imbalance of run score, and here is Jack White again to Budinger. Really good bowl in this from Jack White. Rounds out his second over of the day, the third of the innings, and Leicestershire are now 3 for none. But we speak about the batting and we look at numerical stats. Luke Proctor, 792 runs, right? And we're talking about players who are in this starting 11 today. Aside from that, no one has surpassed 500 runs. So runs really have been a problem this season for Northamptonshire. And yes, of course, if the bowlers like a Jack White, if he is available for the entire season, it would have been a massive boost, but that has been the issue.
Yeah, I have, of course, got Emilio Gay, haven't we? That
919 runs was fantastic, but
since moved to pastures new, and I believe is in the starting 11 for Durham today against Surrey. Carded at number 3 for Durham, as he's joined the county that he's going to make a move permanently to over the winter. He's got 2 games on loan for Durham, so. And without looking, I don't know how many Ricardo Vasconcelos scored over the course of, but again, he was another player that missed the start of the season, missed rounds in the middle as well. But it is Ben Sanderson. He's continuing from the David Capel end. Rishi Patel uses his feet against the experienced Ben Sanderson to cover up any lateral movement.
I like that from Rishi Patel. We saw that actually with Wayne Madsen, didn't we, last week, and he did it very effectively. Just shows a proactive cricketer, someone who's trying to negate and nullify that early lateral movement. So I don't think we'll see McManus come up to the stumps at this stage of the game. Still far too early, not even 4 overs into this innings, but I like that from Rishi. shows that he's on his toes, quite literally there. And here he is then, playing that one on the up, drives it straight towards Luke Proctor, who I believe, Dan, is carded as opening the batting in this
Yes,
game.
absolutely. Yeah. So obviously with Prithvi Shaw's omission, Emilio Gay's impending departure, Vasconcelos' injury that he picked up in that game down at Bristol, Northants desperately searching for an opener. So Gus Miller, who opened the batting for the first time in first-class cricket last week, will be joined by Luke Proctor, his skipper. So George Bartlett came into the side for Prithvi Shaw, and they've had a little bit of a shuffle around there. Rishi Patel advances again, doesn't time it. Back at Ben Sanderson, who is the fielding off his own bowling. Has a bit of a uncomplimentary look back at Rishi Patel with the fact that he's walking at him at 11:15 on a Tuesday morning. So yeah, it will be Luke Proctor at the top of the order. The other change for Northants from last week was Jack White, as we've seen, with the ball in hand, replaced Dom Leach in that starting 11. Down the leg side into the thigh pad of Rishi Patel. An appeal from first slip, but clearly going down the leg side. So that's another one added to the tally for Leicestershire, but off the pad of Rishi Patel. Yet to get off the mark, the Leicestershire opener. Ben Sanderson to Budinger, who has looked I don't know what the right way to describe it is. He's looked slightly tentative, hasn't he, in his opening 8 balls, his Sol Budinger. Played and missed a lot, and that one is length on offer for Ben Sanderson, and Budinger just throws his hands through it, gets it past a diving Luke Proctor in the covers, and it's going to be 4. It's going to be the first boundary of the morning. It's 8 for no loss. Sol Budinger gets the first boundary of the day. What a shot that was.
Really was, and that's his strong area in terms of the drives and the pull shots and almost the club shots down the ground. Sol is a very, very destructive cricketer. He's been striking his runs at 77 this season in first-class cricket, albeit he hasn't played too much. It was just the one game earlier on in the campaign, but he is one of those cricketers. At times, you might get frustrated by his dismissals, but when he pays off, goodness me, it's something to watch. It's just an unending salvo and barrage of boundaries, 4s, 6s. He is someone who's very entertaining to watch as a fan of his club, of course. If you're the opposition, maybe not so much. Here is Jack White then to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Catch that as it carried. It has. Rishi Patel goes without scoring. Jack White offered a little bit of width. The length was right, and I think Rishi Patel was just a bit early on it, and he chipped it up to the man at backward point. I think it would be George Bartlett out there, and it is gone. 8 for 1, Leicestershire. A good catch from the man at backward point. Just got there, didn't it? Rishi Patel realised he was a touch early, tried to pull out on it. It's safe save, in fact, at backward point with a good catch. And the breakthrough, the early breakthrough for the home side. The man, as we said, has scored the bulk of the runs for Leicestershire. The man that's been in form goes without scoring off 16 balls.
Yeah, huge wicket, and fantastic to see Jack White back in the wickets column. It's been a while since we've seen him in the county championship. He's had an excellent start to his spell so far. He's been very controlled, very accurate, very disciplined with his lines and his lengths in these early stages, and gets his rewards as a result. That is a big wicket. Rishi Patel has been in fine form this season. Leicestershire are a team who like to have those early platforms, and then they have that explosive middle order with the likes of Louis Kimber, Rian Ahmed, Ben Cox, Travaskis, Scriven, the engine room, as we'll call them. That is a great breakthrough for the home side to have early on day one. And out to the middle now strides Ian Holland, the man who was previously on loan from Hampshire, has now joined the club on a permanent deal. So for those of a Leicestershire persuasion, you'll be seeing a lot more of the man nicknamed Dutchy heading into 2025 and beyond. And also an interesting fact in terms of backstory, he played here for Northamptonshire in 2019 in the Royal London One Day Cup. So a bit of a return in that sense.
Is there anything better than a good cricket nickname? Like Dutchie's
Dutchie's
just such
fantastic.
a great nickname, isn't it? And it kind of feels like cricket would be the perfect sport to develop those nicknames. That's a beauty from Jack White to welcome Holland to the crease. Just this ball feels like it's starting to come alive a little bit at the county grounds. Yeah, just it feels like another sport wouldn't have been able to have come up with that. Just years and years of nurturing and development of county cricketers to come up with fantastic nicknames.
It is. Yeah, if it was football, it'd be Holly or something like that, wouldn't it? Or just Ian.
Yes.
Whereas, yeah, he's Dutchy. I think it is one of the great nicknames in county cricket. And again, he is a fine cricketer. He's now been opening and playing in the top order for a number of seasons. Here he is then, facing off against Jack White. There's a misfield there at backward points. Zabid is who slams the ground in frustration, and they will scamper through for a quick 2. But I think he is a good signing, to be honest, in terms of what he offers to Leicestershire. Top order runs. One of those, I mentioned it with Martin Anderson for Derbyshire last week, just a breakthrough specialist, someone who comes in either first or second change, even just someone who, when you've got a spinner at one end, can hold up the other. And it's so crucial to have that in first-class cricket. Here is Jack White then into Holland again.
He's almost gone Yorker there, Jack White, isn't he?
Very full.
It wasn't, do you know, the misfield obviously is going to be something that Safe and Jack White are not going to be happy with. Neither is Luke Proctor, and neither should anybody. It was pretty orthodox, wasn't it, to let that go through. But the fact that Leicestershire came back for a second didn't really have a huge impact. If Ian Holland had just kind of trotted down the other end and rested on his bat handle for a little bit then Jack White obviously get frustrated because you don't get to bowl at the new man. Laurie's just made a really interesting point here. The shadow from that floodlight directly opposite us by the coffee van at the county ground, as you can see on screen, is casting right across the middle of the 22 yards we're playing on here at the county ground today. And the first thing I thought of, and it will depend as to kind of the age of the viewer that's watching this and whether you've kind of dabbled in the cricket video games. But every now and again, you play on one of the big ant studio cricket games and you go, why is there a floodlight just cast straight across the middle of this pitch? Because you'd be at a ground and there wouldn't even be floodlights. It turns out it happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's some validity, isn't there?
That's got to be distracting, that, hasn't it?
Well, now that you've said it, it's one of those things that I can't take my eyes off of. So, yeah, thanks for, for bringing that up, Laurie. That is something which we'll be talking about a lot now. Here is Jack White then to Ian Holland, who advances, plays that one defensively, and that will bring us to an end to the 5th over, at the end of which Leicestershire now 10 for 1 after that wicket of Rishi Patel for a duck.
This is brilliant. Thank you for those that are watching the live stream and providing us with information. It feels like this is something that you would know, actually. Joseph's come in and just said that they had to change the laws because of somewhere in New Zealand they actually came off for the shadow. So clearly, I can't imagine, and I'll caveat this and say I've never played to a standard of cricket where floodlights would ever become an issue, whether that was them creating light or causing shadows or anything like that. But I can't help but feel that would be incredibly distracting as a batter. To look back down the pitch, watch the bowler running in, and yes, okay, I suppose when you're down in the middle there, it might look slightly different from where we are, obviously elevated and, what are we, 100 or so meters away. Then maybe it looks slightly differently, but that must be distracting, isn't it?
It is, and as I said, now that we've mentioned it, I can't take my eyes off of the fact that it's there. It is just lingering in the middle of the pitch as Sanderson in towards. But did you hear that one? Very full, attempted flash through the point region, deflected off the left hand of Safe. He's done well there, hasn't he?
It was a good save in the end, wasn't it? So get to this time of the year, I'm sure Craig Harvey and his team are going to be very, very excited to get to the end of this 4 days. They've worked really hard over the course of the summer, producing some fantastic pitches for all the cricket that's been played here at the county grounds. Got a few days of work to go through and then they can start to put their feet up. Well, a little bit more. They still work very hard through the winter. But those wicket ends, it's just starting to get a little bit tired as Budinger guides that one, carves it past backward point, picks up his second boundary of the morning, 14 for 1, 9 off 12 for Budinger, 2 off 5 for Holland. Interesting thing that you brought up before we started commentary, and then when you look at the lineup for Leicestershire, they really all do get on with it, don't they? None of them really hang about, and that's quite an exciting prospect.
It is, and that is why they're a team which, on its day, is very good to watch. The issue is inconsistencies, and that has been their Achilles heel. For example, when you're 15 for 7 against Yorkshire on home soil, here is Sanderson again to Budinger, just leans into that one, carves it through the covers, makes it look effortless. Lovely shot there from Sol Budinger, his third boundary of the game so far, and there is that accelerated run scoring that we mentioned. Hasn't really had to put too much into that one. He's just guided it to the fence, and it is effective. But yeah, if these two, along with a Lewis Hill, for example, if they can lay a foundation for those enterprising middle order players, your Ian Ahmeds, your Louis Kimbers, your Ben Coxes, Travaskis and Scriven, they could have quite a big score here, as that one is left well alone by Sol Budinger. But yeah, the other thing to caveat that 15 for 7 with was the surface in Leicester. It was very green, wasn't it? It was what would be described as a green mamba down in the Antipodes in Australia and New Zealand. Plenty of movement for someone like a Ben Code or George Hill, and yeah, they extracted a great deal out of it. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Sol Budinger.
Sanderson beats the outside edge of Budinger to finish the 6th over. 18 for 1 after 6. Budinger 13, Holland on 2. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Rishi Patel, bowling a Jack White, the returning Jack White, who will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Makes his way slowly back towards the end of his mark. He never looks like he's got the body language where he particularly enjoys cricket, Jack White, but he's very good at it.
He's excellent at it. As we said beforehand, 50 wickets last season in the first division, and in a season where a lot of bowlers struggled because there was the issue with the Duke's ball, wasn't there? There was those early season problems. Then we had the Kookaburra usage as well, which, again, the quality of those cricket balls wasn't quite up to standard. To get 50 wickets in that season was so impressive. And here he is, striding in with purpose to Ian Holland. That one just defended back to the bowler for no run. Well, White doesn't even pick it up.
No, Holland there just kind of indicated that kept a little bit lower than what he thought as well there. So whether there is a little bit of a lack of life in the pitch, I'd be surprised with the success that Northampton had last week if it isn't a pitch that will turn, with obviously Yuzvendra Chahal in the 11 and Rob Keogh on the back of a win against Derbyshire. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty from Jack White. That's almost cut Ian Holland in half there. Indicates to Budinger that he's just nipped back a touch. And that one has actually lifted, isn't it, off the surface through to McManus. And it was the seam. It was the seam for Derbyshire that did all the damage early doors on day one last week. It wasn't the spin of Derbyshire. It was Zach Chappell. It was Harry Moore. It was Martin Anderson that put Northampton in a spot of bother, didn't they, on before lunch? It was only then in the afternoon session or after that over from Morley that we suddenly got the confirmation that it was obviously going to turn. Jack White hangs that one outside off stump. Holland that time leaving that one well alone as it's 2-3 stumps outside his off stump there.
Yeah, good leave that from Ian Holland. He's made a watchful start by his usual kind of beginning, but yeah, just doing the job that's in front of him here today. It's a case of seeing the shine off of this new ball, and especially after that early wicket of Rishi Patel, need a bit of a partnership. Can't be going out there and flashing the blade too much unless the ball is over pitched and there to be hit. Here is Jack White then, in towards Holland again. Jack White head in hands. He's bowled a really nice spell here so far as we head towards the end of his fourth over of the game already. Really has been fantastic opening stint this from the returning Northamptonshire seam bowler. Yeah, Holland just a little bit cautious so far. And it's all been down to the quality of the bowling of White. And I've just seen the question there from Joseph in terms of the change bowlers. Who would you go for, Dan? Because I'd be tempted to go for Justin Broad, personally speaking. I thought that he generated quite a nice bit of lateral movement against Derbyshire. Good option to have with that natural arcing swing back into the right-hander. Here is Jack White then to finish off this delivery. That one fenced out towards safe save. That will be no run. So one more delivery remaining in this fourth over. But would you go with Justin Broad or Luke Proctor? Or would you go with spin? I can see a glint in your eye.
That's the thing that I don't think I'm going to be able to ignore here. I think traditionally we get a spell from Broad and a spell from Proctor. And I think that's kind of what the traditionalist would enjoy on the morning of the first day, and maybe the over before lunch, just to kind of play true to tradition, because that's the way it's always been done. And we like tradition in cricket, don't we?
We certainly do.
We don't like changing things too much, but to have those two guys in your side, there must be a massive temptation, if obviously there is going to be a bit of life in this pitch for Keogh and Chahal, not to go on, Rob. Have a spell, see what happens. Newer ball, harder, bigger, more to grip, a bit more bounce maybe.
It's tempting, isn't it?
It is.
It really is tempting. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? At the end of the day, we're just speculating. It's up to Luke Proctor out there in the middle. He'll be judging and weighing up all of those options as we get ready to see Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end just about to start his fourth over of the day. Goodness me, it's already 11 o'clock. That opening half an hour has dissolved as this one is defended by Ian Holland against Ben Sanderson. Just 2 wickets away from 400 career first-class scalps as well. So fingers crossed that Ben can achieve that milestone in this innings. Would be a fantastic achievement. We spoke about his quality and the pedigree that he possesses. One of the finest and most reliable operators on the county circuits. And he is just an ever-present figure for the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire. Here he is then into Holland again. Attempts to flick that out towards the square leg region, and that'll be no run-ins. It's just a pleasure to watch him do his thing, isn't it, Dan? He's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but in terms of skill sets, just nipping the ball about, generating that effortless lateral movements without sounding too poetic. It really is something art-worthy, isn't it? And here is Sanderson again. This one again keeping Holland on his toes. It's poetry in motion, isn't it, watching Ben Sanderson?
I think you nailed it when you said skill set. He is such a skillful cricketer, Ben Sanderson. He kind of is the perfect mould for a county bowler as well. He's everything that Bazball hates. Kind of the county trundler that, and that's disrespectful to call Ben Sanderson a trundler, but he's that kind of medium fast, skillful seam swing bowler that's just on the money, just nagging away all day long. Almost epitomizes county cricket, does Ben Sanderson. Fantastic career, and one that we obviously get to enjoy at the moment up here in Northampton. She said 2 wickets away. Only a couple of runs away from 1,000 first-class runs as well. It's it'd be a great day.
Oh, exactly. It could be.
Get
Could
the
be.
social media posts ready, Toby.
100% get those graphics ready and prepared. But it could be a memorable week for Ben Sanderson. We certainly hope that it is, because he has been a fine servant to this county cricket club. And here he is then in towards Ian Holland. This one driven firmly back past the bowler. That will be no run for the Leicestershire number 3. Of course, he has been opening in first-class cricket as Ian Holland, but as a result of Budinger coming back into the mix, they've slightly changed up the batting order. So it was Rishi, Patel and Sol Budinger to open. Holland at 3, we imagine it will be Lewis Hill at 4, to Rian Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Ben Cox and Liam Travaskis. But here is Ben Sanderson then, ready to finish off his 4th over. Into bowl here to Holland. That one jags back. Inside edge off the bats of the right-hander, and that will be a dot ball then. So at the end of the 8th over, Leicestershire are 19 for 1.
Just looks a little bit tricky, doesn't it, at the minute, this pitch? Some feel like they look like they're just holding up a little bit, and some of the Leicestershire batters, I think, in reaction to that, look a little bit jumpy against it. They almost look like they're through the shot and then trying to decelerate the hands after the ball has got to them. And I think Rishi Patel, that's possibly what did for Rishi there, was just threw that shot a little bit early, which is why it almost kind of like ballooned up down to backward point for a good low catch there. But then we've also seen the odd ball here or there, and that last ball of the over was an indication of that one that's just really just skidded through and zipped off the surface. Looks like it's tough work out there for the 2 openers. Whether there's a bit more in this pitch than what maybe we first thought looking out the window. Normally you get some really nice green pitches here at Northampton. Then you get the real zip and the carry and the bounce through for the Steamers. I haven't got that today, but still seems to be a little bit of life in there. Tough going for the Leicestershire top order.
Certainly is, as Jack White then steaming in here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one played smartly down towards Luke Proctor at mid-on for no run. I'm just looking at the comment there from Steads, and he says he's delighted to see Budinger back. And he is an enigma. I would agree with that. We mentioned about an Aaron Donald last week, didn't we? Someone who, on his day, if he goes out and scores a quick fire 70, 80, 100, 9 times out of 10, you're putting yourself in a position to win a game of cricket. But when it doesn't pay off, you can get frustrated. And I remember that watching Colin de Grandon, for example, in New Zealand. Here is Jack White then to the aforementioned Budinger, played back to the bowler for no run. They can be X factors, they can be match winners, but there is that caveat of, well, when it doesn't pay off, you will get annoyed. You'll get disappointed with the way in which they give away their wickets, but it's just their natural play style. And that's why I love cricket, to be honest, Dan. And again, I'd love to know your thoughts on this, but it's individuality. There's different ways of achieving the same outcome. It's like I loved watching Dom Sibley at Warwickshire, even though he was very much a grafter, a grinder towards the top, as White prepares the bowl here too. Budinger struck on the pads, huge appeal. Nothing given.
That one's going to be worth looking back, I think, Aaron. Jack White looked convinced, didn't he? Almost perplexed as to why that was given not out. Triggers across Budinger. Maybe just umpire's call on him, but wow, that looks like a good shout, dare I say.
I dare say I would agree, Dan. To be honest, I think just looking at the angle coming back, probably would have cannons into off stump. But and again, umpire's decision is final. What can Jack White concoct with this delivery then in towards Budinger? Played sensibly. Goes to the defensive option on that occasion, and that will be no run. I do think there was a lot of validity in that shout, actually. But again, White will just have to get his wickets with another ball. It's one of those, you're just going to have to shake off the disappointments. But I do think that was quite a good shout as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. A bit of reprieve.
As LBW shouts at Northampton have gone on a Tuesday morning, that's up there, isn't it, with one of the better ones?
Certainly is. Here is White then for the 5th time in this over. Again, played defensively by Budinger. Out towards Rob Keogh, one of the heroes of the Derbyshire game. Honestly, was a pleasure to commentate on that fixture, wasn't it, Dan? Watching him and Yuzvendra Chahal and Sanderson and Justin Broad. What a bowling display that was.
Superb. And let's not forget Save's 90 in the first innings as well, that really set up a low-scoring affair, didn't it? And probably ultimately proved the difference between the sides across the course of the 3 days that we had. It wasn't a huge distance between the two of them got to the end. But that big 90-run innings just stood out, didn't it? It was kind of a lone beacon amongst a bunch of 40s. It was Lewis Rees got 50. I think that was the second highest score in the fixture. Everybody else, 40 here, 30 there. I'm forgetting Rob Keogh on in the second
63.
innings. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, save, Rob Keogh, Yuzvendra Chahal. Don't need to look much further than that. The 2 catches, James Sales at short leg, what a spectacular catch that was. And one that I haven't stopped thinking about as well, the catch by Justin Broad, who we're just about to see bowl from the David Capel end. At first slip, when everybody else was appealing for the LBW, was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant by Justin Broad.
It really was. It was awareness, wasn't it? He was there. He had the presence of mind to still take the catch. And in the end, that was the difference maker. And I'll tell you what, Dan, we got it absolutely spot on, didn't we? Shout out to Joseph as well. He mentioned Justin Broad as an option. Maybe we'll see some spin later on in the session as well. But here he is in towards Ian Holland. Stray slightly down the leg side, just tucked away off the hips for a single. So that will bring the 20 up for Northamptonshire. Just making some slow progress here so far. The partnership currently at 12 runs after the early departure of Rishi Patel for that 16-ball duck. And this is a crucial partnership for Leicestershire in terms of laying that foundation. It's a point which we will continue to make throughout today's broadcast. But if this surface does deteriorate, as it did against Derbyshire, well, first innings runs are absolutely crucial, aren't they? As Northamptonshire showed with that 219, it was a good score in the end. Here is Broad then. Pitches that rather full in the strong hitting zone of Salt Budinger. Attempts to play that one through the covers, but finds the fielder for no run. And that is, of course, Yuzi Chahal, isn't it? The main man fielding there. Let's see then what Justin Broad can deliver here. He's got 3 slips in the cordon. Plenty of men in and around that 30-yard circle as well. Here he is, played defensively by Sol Budinger for no run. Also, at the end of this over, Dan, I'll take us through the championship scores.
Yes.
How does that sound?
Oh, it'll be a treat. It'll be a treat.
Because it is a massive week, isn't it? Of course, in both divisions, Sussex, well, a victory pretty much secures the title.
It's kind of the witching hour, isn't it, really, in the championship? It's the last kind of chance for teams to either slip up or just cement their title aspirations or promotion chances, avoiding relegation. There's a few teams that are on the cusp of that in Division 1. That's another cracking shot by Budinger, who punched off the back foot through point. That'll be, his 3rd boundary of the morning. 4th boundary takes himself up to 17. I think the platform point that you make is really interesting, because you've said, I've got a batting lineup that wants to be positive, and it's the way that Red Bull cricket is being played now, and I love it. I think it's great. It's made such a fantastic difference for Test cricket, particularly the English side of it. But without that platform, you do kind of run the risk, don't you, of being a little bit too aggressive early on. But Budinger's looking good at the minute.
He certainly is. As he plays that one down towards mid-off for no run. And that's why it's crucial, alongside that engine room of Rian Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Liam Travaskis and Ben Cox, even Budinger, right? Guys like this, it's important to have those players, but it's equally as important to have a Lewis Hill who can play more of the anchor role. Yes, he'll play these flashy drives through the covers. He's also very strong down the ground and on the sweep shot, but you need that foundation. Here is Broad into Budinger, bisects the two fielders. There'll be a bit of a chase on here, and they will come back for 2 runs. So that will bring us to an end to Justin Broad's first over. It goes for 6, and at the end of the 10th, Leicestershire are now 26 for 1.
Interesting start, wasn't it, for Broad there? You always run the risk of taking Sanderson out and bringing Justin Broad in, losing a little bit of that control that Sanderson offers, but clearly Ben Sanderson's not going to be able to bowl all day. Could well be a couple quiet and then a change of ends for Sanderson. Yeah, 10 gone, 26 for 1, and over to you, Aaron Viles.
Yeah, for the scores. So we'll start at the county ground in Derby. So Derbyshire won the toss. They chose to have a bat first, and they are currently 26 for none after 11 overs. In the game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, Glamorgan won the toss, chose to field, and the White Rose are currently 28 for none. And in that game, as I spoke about, Sussex looking for the Division 2 title, Gloucestershire winning the toss, choosing to bat. In Bristol, they are currently 24 for 2 as Jack White prepares the bowl here to Ian Holland. Again, good areas from Jack White, keeping the batter on his toes. And in terms of those wickets for Sussex, I think you can guess who's taken them. Ollie Robinson and Jadev Unadkat, 1 wicket apiece for those two, Chris Dent and Joe Phillips, the men to depart. And yeah, in terms of the first division, I've just seen a look at the score at Edgbaston. Essex winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first. The Bears are 26 for 3. Not the greatest of starts there for the home side, unfortunately. I'll get onto those wickets in a few moments as Jack White again into Ian Holland, worked away towards the square leg region for no run. So Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Sam Hain, the men to depart, to Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, respectively. Then in terms of the remaining matches, in the game between Worcestershire and Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire 42 for 2 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. In the relegation scrap between Kent and Nottinghamshire, Kent won the toss, chose to have a bowl first, and Nottinghamshire are 57 for none after 10. That's a good start for the visiting side. Here is Jack White again to Ian Holland on that probing line and length. Ben Slater, 35 from 34. How about that for a start from the Chesterfield-born opener?
It was unlikely to be Hasib Hamid going out there like a freight train, right?
You'd be correct, 16 from 29.
There we go. That's much more sedate.
Absolutely. But again, first-class cricket, you've got more time than you can imagine. Then again, in a massive game at both ends of the first division table, Somerset winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl in Manchester, and Lancashire are 39 for 1 at Old Trafford. So that's pretty much all of the scores, aside from the game between Durham and Surrey. Durham currently 38 for none after being put into bat first at the Oval. So those are the scores on the doors. We'll keep you updated as and when any more wickets come through. But here is Jack White then to continue his spell to Ian Holland, again just planting it in that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, Lewis McManus just dropping that one as it's gone past the off stump of Ian Holland, just indicating the fact that it wobbling a little bit as it goes past today. It does at Northampton. So it's a tough place to keep wicket. Where's your money going? Division 1 champions, Division 1 relegations, Division 2 champions and promotion. Where are you kind of setting your stall out with less than 2 games or 2 rounds to go now?
I'll get onto that after this ball from Jack White, again testing Ian Holland's defences. And the US-born all-rounder is up to the test so far. In terms of Division 1, we'll start with the title. Right, I think it will be Surrey. to be honest. I think Somerset will take them close. And of course, this is the crucial week. Even if Durham could draw with Surrey and Somerset win against Lancashire,
Yep.
that would open it up. But
Take it to kind of a last round shootout, wouldn't it?
exactly. And that'll be an interesting last round as well, because Somerset have Hampshire in Taunton, whereas Surrey face off against Essex in Chelmsford. Here is Jack White then to finish off. This over catches the outside of Ian Holland's blade. Goes out towards backward points, and that will be a dot ball then. So after 11 overs, Leicestershire 26 for 1, Budinger on 19, Holland on 3. And in terms of the relegation battle, it pains me to say Lancashire, because I love Lancashire County Cricket Club and I want to see them in Division 1, especially if Yorkshire get promoted, because then Bears versus Pairs, we've got El Clasico, because Sussex at this stage look very likely to go up, and then you could also have a Roses match, but they've had 3 consecutive innings defeats. I think it's the first time that's ever happened in Lancashire's history. Bear in mind they've been in the Championship since the very first edition in 1890. So that is a staggering stat and a rather ominous omen heading into these last 2 rounds. And you look at Notts, they've got Kent this week. Kent are practically eliminated already. Even if they draw, they're in a really good position. So I hate to say it, I do think it'll be Lancs. I'd love them to prove me wrong. I really would. But I think it'll be Lancashire and Kent. What about yourself, Dan?
Yeah, 8 points between Surrey and Somerset with a game bit to go just feels like a lot, doesn't it? Feels like a lot to overturn. You would hope and expect Somerset to turn Lancashire over with the form that they've been in, as you've just highlighted. But again, it feels like it's going Surrey's way. Kent, I would agree with you. Again, really hard to look past Lancashire. Sussex, I would hope, can get the job done. And I suspect with the form that Bairstow's been in for Yorkshire and the fact that his the form and availability as well, just seems to have really kind of revitalised Yorkshire, hasn't it? And just given them that extra bit of emphasis to get them over the line. And they seem to be doing very well, as Leicestershire fans will confirm.
Well, they will. And the other great thing about Yorkshire at the moment is those young guns. So look at someone like Finn Bean. He's an excellent young opening bat. George Hill. I can't say enough good things about him, not just as a cricketer, but as a character. Off the field, he's so humble, he's so polite, he's so kind, always has time for autographs or a quick chat with the fans. And he just, we talk about consistency. As Justin Broad comes into bowl here too. Budinger, a bit of flair on that one. Nice little bit of style there from the Leicestershire opener. Goes up towards mid-on for no run. Across formats, I think of his performance against Warwickshire at Rugby School, and he took 6 for, I think it was 6 for 19 or something absolutely daft from 10 overs. And it was an unbelievable spell. And then last week against Leicestershire in the Championship, 5 for in the second innings. He's not express pace, but he's very skilled. And here is Justin Broad to Budinger, played back to the bowler for no run. And he can bat as well. He's a good fielder. I just really like George Hill, if you can't tell by the glowing endorsement I've just given him. And then also just in terms like the second 11, they've got guys like Noah Kelly, Yashva Gadia coming up through the ranks. Yeah, it's an exciting time on the field for Yorkshire. They have got some very enterprising young cricketers, and yeah, can't wait to see Sussex back as well in Division 1. Here is Justin Broad then into Budinger. Again, an attempted flail back past the bowler. Eventually trickles down to mid-on for no run-ins. With Sussex, they've had to rebuild, haven't they? They lost so many players, especially in the early 2020s, the likes of Laurie Evans, the likes of Luke Wells, Danny Briggs, Chris Jordan. In recent seasons, George Garton and Ali Orr. And yet they do look nailed on for promotion. Here is Broad then, fizzes this one in to Budinger. That will be a dot ball to round out Justin's second over. So at the end of the 12th, Leicestershire 26 for 1, Budinger still on 19, Holland on 3. And yeah, what do you make of Sussex, Dan? I know that you've seen quite a bit of the Southern County over the couple of seasons. What have you made of their rebuild and I suppose their continued backing of their youngsters?
Mm. I think from a fan's perspective, it was frustrating. I think to see some of those players depart and not really understand why. But as you said, invested in youth and is paying off now, and can't always guarantee that strategy is going to work, which creates its own challenges. But for Sussex's example, it has, and they are where they are on value. They've added some high quality and high experience players. Sanderson's had a change of ends. As you see, Jack White just popped off at the end of the last over for a little bit of a comfort break. So Sanderson will continue, or will resume, in fact, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. They brought in John Simpson, fantastic cricketer, and had a great year as well. And you look at this Northampton side with kind of a bit of a transitional period in place, with obviously a coach and Emilio Gay going, and you kind of look at it and you kind of go, well, Gus Miller, James Sales, Justin Broad, Saif Zabe. That's a beauty from Sanderson through to McManus. It's a young team. With that investment, could they then replicate? Yes, okay, it might be tough for a couple of years, as it was down on the South Coast. Could they replicate something similar to that?
Well, they could. And that is the million-dollar question. It's how much you're willing to bend and have those bad results, isn't it? Because for a lot of teams, and this isn't just in cricket, this is sport in general. We see a lot in American sports with those franchise rebuilds in the NFL or the MLB, as Ben Sanderson comes into bowl here to Ian Holland, defended back to the bowler for no run. It's just a case of how much the fans are willing to accept that. And also, more importantly, for the stakeholders or the owners, I suppose, in that capacity, how many losses they're willing to take, because these projects take a good 3, 4, in some cases 5 years to come to fruition. But as you've mentioned, the building blocks are in place here at Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
It just requires the right backing, the right direction, and of course the right chess pieces to add alongside them, as that ball again is defended back to the covers for no run by Ian Holland. And you look at the other young guns coming up through the ranks. So I know we're not seeing him today, but Krish Patel is a fine young cricketer. Watched him for Surrey in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Also plays his club cricket for Esher, which is a big club down in the Surrey area. He's a fine young talent. And then you look at the likes of Arushans and Addy as well, who have just signed those professional deals. It's an exciting time potentially for the Tudor Rose. It's just going to be a case of, well, you need the right coach to take them forward. Of course, that's the pertinent question now, given that that is a vacant position. Who do you think is the right man to instill that identity and direction in the club? And recruitment is so important, because we've spoken about Sussex. Look at their almost squad players around the youngsters. You got Dan Hughes, who dominated the T20 Blast, brilliant in the 4-day stuff. Jaden Seals, Jade Avunadkat, Nathan McAndrew, Cheteshwar Pujara. You've got to strike that balance. Sanderson again forces the defensive shots from Ian Holland, and that will be yet another maiden over. So Leicestershire still 26 for 1 after 13. And of course, domestic recruitment is absolutely crucial as well. With Sussex, John Simpson, tremendous signing. We all know his glove work, one of the finest keepers in the country. Also a prolific and proficient run scorer, already scored 1,000 runs in Division 2 this season. It's all about those jigsaw pieces. And I do wonder who those pieces will be, because Dom Leach is one of them, isn't he, of course, if we're looking at a more long-term and in the grander scheme of things. But in terms of overseas players, do you bring Chahal back? Do you bring someone like Prithvi back or Siddharth Kaul back? Do you go for another overseas or another domestic superstar? These are the questions as this ball is tickled down towards Jack White at long leg for 1 run. Nice little shot that from Sol Budinger, just relieves the pressure ever so slightly. And this is why we love sport. It is these questions, and seeing these rebuilds take place, in the moment, it's frustrating. And we know that having watched Sussex, even Leicestershire, in the One-Day Cup, and then they won it in 2023. It takes time, but if you're patient and you put the right steps in place, the payoff is absolutely spectacular. Here is Justin Broad again, forcing Holland onto the defensive. But yeah, I sincerely wish Northamptonshire the best in these next few seasons. I've already spoken about the respect and admiration that I've got for the club, especially in white ball cricket. That 2013 to 2016 window, that was so special. It really was. Even as a neutral in this sense, it was a likeable team as well, and well managed by David Ripley. Here is Justin Broad, keeping Ian Holland on his toes for another dot ball. But yeah, I want those good times to come back to the club. I want to see smiles on the faces of the people here at the county grounds and for those who support the county. Because there's one thing that you can never argue when it comes to Northamptonshire fans, and that's loyalty. They turn up season in, season out, especially in the T20 Blast. Here is Justin Broad again. Nice forward defence from Ian Holland, back to the bowler. I mean, what do you make of it, Dan, in terms of the long-term future? I know it's a big question, of course, and some people will have differing opinions on this, but in terms of that direction, do you think it's a case of building around the youth, or do you think it's a case of bringing in the big names? How would you view the next steps of this club?
That's a $1 million question, isn't it? Thanks for teeing me up for that one. Short answer is I don't really know. I don't particularly think, and I've had these conversations with people, kind of the whole rumor mill of who might be available and who might be moving doesn't really happen a great deal in cricket, does it? Unless you're kind of in some real inner circle workings where you have kind of special handshakes and knocks on doors to get into places. So it is really difficult to know, but looking around and looking at what I've seen over the last couple of years, that's a great shot down the ground by Sol Budinger, just over pitched from Justin Broad, and an on drive to beat the skipper, Luke Proctor, to finish the over for 4, take it up to 32 for 1 or 14 overs. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of young, talented cricketers in this Northamptonshire dressing room. A lot of those are pretty experienced now as well. Look at the amount of cricket that Saif Zaid has played, and he's 25 years old. He's a fantastic cricketer. And yes, there are players there that I think you can build around. Ultimately, the first job I think will be to decide as to who is going to take the county forward, who that might be and when that decision might be made. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever. But they have got a nice kind of balance and a nice mix here. Do they go looking for another opening batter than Emilio Gay's gone? I don't know. Rafi Weatherall has signed that long-term contract, which is fantastic news. The side did get to the quarterfinals of the Blast this year, which was fantastic in front of a sellout crowd here at Wantage Road. Sanderson continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that is an outside edge from Holland, which is guided past James Sales and will run away for 4. Take the Leicestershire number 3 up to 7. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one, but there's a lot of talent out there. And as we saw last week, some match-winning talent as well.
There is. And that's why I remain optimistic about Northamptonshire heading into the future. And it's just those final pieces of the jigsaw. I do think that opening position will be crucial. I know that's very cliche to say in red ball cricket because you always want a quality opening pairing. Here is Sanderson again to Holland. Played defensively out towards Justin Broad for no run. But in terms of the market at the moment, I've got to be honest, I don't think there's too many domestic openers available. I think in terms of maybe one, and this is an interesting shout because he hasn't really played too much this season, but I would actually go for a Leicestershire player by the name of Sam Evans, who at one point actually produced a very good opening pairing alongside Hassan Azad for the Foxes. Here is Sanderson again. They think about scampering through for the single. Budinger does indeed respond to the call and gets through to the striker's end for that single. But I'm a bit surprised he hasn't played too much this season, and maybe that is because of the new brand of cricket that Alphonso Thomas has instilled into this Leicestershire side. But in terms of what Sam Evans provides, he is that dogged, gritty, resilient kind of opener, someone who can act as a foil to his opening part. And that was the issue at times with Leicestershire, because those two were very similar. So it was a bit like Burns and Sibley for England, and at times they'd get a bit bogged down. But I feel like if you have one player like that and a more expansive player at the other end, Sanderson gets Budinger on the defensive, I think it's a really nice dynamic for a team to have in red ball cricket. But again, we shall see. We shall have to wait and see. Again, that's the great thing about county cricket. You never quite know. It's not like with football, is it, where you have all these transfer rumours and you know exactly where players are going weeks in advance. You just find out.
Yeah, you'll just suddenly go, oh, did you know that such and such a sign? You go, really? What a fantastic bit of work that is. Speaking of fantastic bits of work, I think it's about time we compliment the partnership that Sol Budinger and Ian Holland are putting together here. It's been tough, isn't it? Really, really tough against Sanderson and White, and latterly Justin Broad once he's got into his work. But these two have batted really nicely in this partnership to take the score up to 37 for 1, especially on the back of what happened to Leicestershire last week as well. It's a big statement, I think, for these two to be batting the way they are. Really putting up a massive fight against the seamers from Northampton early morning and backing up their captain's decision to bat first.
It is, yes, from a morale perspective. It really is a boost for the visitors as that rounds out the 15th over. Leicestershire now 38 for 1, Budinger on 25, Holland moves on to 8. And it is a good partnership. I would agree. It stands at 30 runs now, doesn't it, after that early wicket of Rishi Patel within the first 15, 20 minutes of the day that took place. And since then, at times, they have been tested. We can't say it's all been plain sailing. There was that massive shout for the LBW on Sol Budinger. But in terms of their scoring shots, especially for Budinger, he's looked so good. Really has, just cracking that ball through the covers, working it off the hips, playing it out towards that square leg region. Really has been a fine start. Here is Justin Broad then. Big, powerful shots attempted down the ground by Budinger, goes straight towards mid-on for no run. And again, for Sol, it's good to see him out in the middle. I think he's only played the one match this season in first-class cricket, so nice to see him get a on the side. Of course, it was understandable why he wasn't in there with the likes of Peter Hanscom and Ajinkya Rahane in the mix. Here is Broad again. This one short, pulled away up towards Jack White in his Northampton sun hat. That'll just be a single. And in fairness, that is needed today because it is absolutely stunning, isn't it, Dan?
It's a lovely day. What a stark comparison to what we had last week when it was cold. There was a northerly wind. It was grey. We had horrendous kind of rain showers, didn't we? Was it day 2 and day 3 we lost time, wasn't it, because of the weather? And just kind of appeared over our shoulder here in the commentary box. And that day 2 shower, when I got back into the car and the car park was flooded around it, there was somebody realised, you go, oh yeah, probably a good decision. We actually came off and got the covers on early.
Yeah, it was. And it's a testament, isn't it, to the quality of the North bowling, the fact that they not only wrapped it up within 3 days, it wasn't 3 full days either when you think about it. Lots of rain delays and breaks, and as we've already touched upon, it was irresistible bowling from Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal. I imagine Luke Proctor as well as the Northants fans in attendance and watching on the live stream will want more of the same in this game, as that ball is driven crisply out towards the boundary. That will be another 4 to add to Ian Holland's total. A bit more attacking intent shown there by the American born all-rounder, flashes out towards that point region and just nestles against the rope. Nice shot, moves the score on to 43 for 1, puts him into double digits. He's now on 12.
It was a really nice square drive, wasn't it, by Holland? Just got one away at the end of the last over that ran up towards the Spencer Lounge here at the county grounds. Is he just starting to? There's a big appeal there from Justin Broad, but I think that might be a touch high. Again, umpire shakes the head, and Justin Broad will turn and make his way back to the end of his mark. Let's have a watch of the replay here and see what's possibly even sliding down the leg side as well for good measure. Just constantly glancing out the window here just to see if I can get a bit of a tell from Rob Keogh or Yuzvendra Chahal if they've been asked to warm up yet. Doesn't look like they have. Broad back on the money. Holland solid in defence as he has been for the 39 delivery he's faced so far this morning. I have seen Chahal just spin a few up in his fingers. Rob Keogh, just see him closest to us here, looks pretty comfortable right now, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's warming up anytime soon. What have we got? Just inside an hour to go before the lunch break. We're going to see spin, aren't we, before lunch? We're just going to. That's the rules.
Yeah, I just hope it's not that customary one over that we usually see, and it's just a bit of, wind down before the lunch interval. I would like to see maybe a couple of overs from either Keogh or Chahal. But in fairness, the team's got off to a decent start here. I know it's just the one wicket for the home side to date, but 43 from 16 overs. It's not exactly been loose or erratic by any stretch of the imagination. Here is Sanderson to Budinger. Rocks on to the back foot, attempts to punch that through the covers to no avail. Like the fact that they've also put in the catching mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Change of field there, because it is an area which Budinger can be prone to just chipping the ball up into. So I quite like that from Luke Proctor.
I think it's a nod to the fact as well that this is just, some of them are just holding up in the pitch a little bit, aren't they? I think that one there, if you get a little bit too early on it, you can roll the wrist slightly and just end up chipping one up to, I think that's safe save, isn't it? In a short mid-wicket. Because Yuzvendra Chahal is having a good old stretch down in front of the floodlight, which I'm pleased to say the shadow has now moved. Just off the edge of the square now, so no further distractions. I'd love to ask that question to those two lads down there and just say, how much of a distraction did it actually prove to be? Have you batted in those scenarios before when a floodlight has cast its way across the wicket that you're batting on? It's a nice looking shot from Budinger, but can't get it past the man at backward point. I can't believe it's happened too often in many people's careers. So I'd love to know. And I mean, to be fair, you might ask them the question. They might look at you like you're stupid. They might not even have noticed. It's so hard to know, isn't it, when you're kind of down there compared to where we are in that elevated position. Obviously, our camera is on the same level to us here as well. Sanderson into his 7th over. 6.5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19 for Sanderson. Budinger defends again. Like these two are just starting to get the pace of the pitch as well, aren't they? These defensive shots, they look like they've got a lot of time to play those. Luke Proctor getting loose, Chahal getting loose. Maybe a double bowling change for Northampton in the not too distant future.
Potentially. And partnerships are so crucial, aren't they, on surfaces like this one. Here is Sanderson then to Budinger. That one flash off the blade. I have learnt my lesson. I know it's not a ridiculously fast outfield here at the county grounds.
I think it's a bit quicker today than what it was last week, isn't it?
Slightly, but it's not electrifyingly quick, is it, by any stretch? But that will be 2 more runs to add to the Leicestershire total out towards the backward points boundary.
Yeah, you went a bit early a couple of times last week, didn't you, with a few of the fours that you called? So kind of the ball just held up about 10 foot inside the boundary rope. And you go, oh, I just threw three instead. Sanderson, can he finish out the over? None for 21 so far. Big drive from Budinger. She goes straight down. And McManus does really well behind the stumps there to tidy that one up. And it is going to be Chahal. We are not going to wait for that customary over before lunch. McManus moved straight away to get his helmet. Chahal has taken the jumper off and will bowl from the David Capel end where he was so successful last week. This is unbelievably exciting to be able to commentate on somebody of Yuzvendra Chahal's quality. Just the privilege to be able to do so, and obviously the pleasure to be able to do so last week when it was so successful as well. It's going to be a joy to watch. It's going to be interesting here to see what Northants do with the field. James Sales had quite a long warm-up this morning in its short leg, and he has got the shin pads on. He's making his way over with the helmet in hand as well, so he will provide a bit of company around the bat at short leg. Justin Broad is in at first slip. Jack White, interestingly, is hovering around a second slip, but I guess he's not going to be expected to stay there. Is he going to? Jack White going to be fielding at a bit of a? I suppose you could call that a short third, but where he is there, you almost look at a bit of a fly gully, don't you? Still not sure where he's off to. Jack White, I think, might end up settling on an orthodox backward point, but it is Yuzvendra Chahal. 9 for last week against Derbyshire, 5 in the first innings, and starts on the money. And now we'll just constantly be glancing down to the TV just to see if there is any turn out there for Yuzvendra.
Yeah, still very early days, of course, just the one delivery, but I agree. I'll be keeping my eyes peeled on this spell from Chahal. That one almost worked to the hands of James Sales under the lid, and we've already touched upon it, Dan, but that catch was absolutely spectacular, wasn't it, against Derbyshire?
Yeah, superb work from James Sales. Goes for the sweep, gone. Chahal's gone through him. Holland, who had looked solid in defence up against the seam of White, Sanderson and Broad, has been undone by the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. Third time of asking. Holland's tried to get pretty creative there and just run it off the face of the bat down towards fine leg. And has ended up playing around it. And I think that's turned back into hit leg stump. He's been bowled around his legs by Yuzvendra Chahal. And Northants have their second change of bowling has worked for the home side. What a change that was.
Inspired is how I'll describe that, and fair play to Luke Proctor and, of course, to Chahal himself. It's a change which has already bore fruits, just 3 deliveries into the spell. So great work from the Northants captain. Excellent work by Yuzvendra Chahal yet again. Was it the right shot in the situation? You can maybe argue against that. It is a shot which Holland does enjoy going for, definitely a fan of the traditional sweeps and scoops and paddle shots. But yeah, just interested to watch the replay of that, because there did appear to be a degree of turn back onto the leg stump of the right-hander. But that is the end of Ian Holland's stay at the crease. He departs for 12, and into the middle arrives the Leicestershire captain, Lewis Hill. So we see the replay here from behind. I think that has turned a bit, hasn't it?
I think
it's not monster turn, but it has gone on with the action.
Yeah, it's come back in towards leg stump, isn't it? And you would, well, you'd hope to get that, wouldn't you, from your wrist spinner? He did take a little while to settle in last week, and I think that would be fair to say. The evening session of day one, it didn't go for many runs. I think he ticked over at about 3 and over, but it wasn't difficult for Lewis Rees or Brooke Guest really at that particular time. And then the next day, that second spell just came in as a completely different human being and just ripped the heart out of the game for Derbyshire. There was a fantastic collapse, wasn't there? Just wicket after wicket. Was it 6 for 15, I believe, if my memory serves me right? But Lewis Hill will be on strike for the first time, the skipper for Leicestershire. Bit of a full start from Yuzvendra Chahal there. Northants with their tail up. Hill defends into the leg side.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. It was rhythm, wasn't it, with Chahal last week? He struggled to find his radar early on, but as soon as he got that first wicket, here he is again. That's a beauty. There's an appeal behind the stumps, but Manus whipped off the bails in a flash. Square leg umpire completely unmoved, though, so that will not be out. But the key with Chahal was that first wicket, and it was a rather tame one, wasn't it? In the end, it was spooned straight up to square leg, I believe.
Yeah, it was a long hop, wasn't it?
Yes, from
Long hop, pull shot.
Donald.
And good catch again by James Sales, just slightly further away from the business end, wasn't he, at that point? But what a start. A wicket maiden for Yuzvendra Chahal. Inspired bit of captaincy by Luke Proctor. And it's 45 for 2 after 18. And I think it's going to be the captain himself from Wilson centre end. He is going to replace Ben Sanderson. So Ben Sanderson's work this morning is pretty much done, I would imagine. I don't see him coming back before lunch. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. Jack White earlier, that 6 over spell, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. And Justin Broad, who was replaced by Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Capel end, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Can the skipper back up his Indian overseas leg spinner? Or how tempted could Luke Proctor be to have Rob Keogh start warming up, having seen the turn that Chahal got? That's a bit of a crowd catch, I think. A bit of a way from someone in the crowd. Buck ball. Good pace from Proctor to start.
It was, and he's had a decent season, hasn't he? With the ball in hand, he is Northamptonshire's second leading wicket taker with 21 wickets at 31.04. So again, he's one of those, not ridiculously quick, but very skilled and capable with the red cherry in hand as this ball is scampering out towards the fence. Will it be cut off by the fielders? Yes, it will. Drag back in. So they'll come back for a third run. Excellent fielding. And that was a calling card, wasn't it, of Northants last week? It was the energy, the hustle.
Yep.
It was the pack mentality of chasing down that cricket ball. And
I think that's Sales as well, isn't it, with the shin pads on? Sprinting down to the boundary to save his team 1. Budinger moves to 31. 31 or 49 for Sol Budinger, the Leicestershire opener. Hill, having faced 3 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Proctor has got 3 slips in place. Looks like Rob Keogh is going to move from the leg side to fill in that gap at cover as well. So we're going to have 3 slips, a point, a short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg for Luke Proctor. He's on the money. It's one of those cricketers, it's a gentle run-up, isn't it, Luke Proctor? And then it's all shoulder, and it's a strong shoulder. It's quick, quicker than what you think. It's skiddy as well. Can be a real challenge, although he didn't bowl much last week. It was about, was there two over spells Luke Proctor in those 2 innings for Derbyshire, and then that was it, wasn't it? Threw it straight to the spinners. Slightly over pitch maybe from the captain. A fingertip on it, save any runs and keep Lewis Hill on 0. You can see Keogh and Proctor there just engaged in conversation, can't you? As the skipper makes his way back to the end of his mark. That's a great shot. Hill gets off the mark, punches it down the ground. Proctor sticks a boot out, takes all the pace off it. Jack White tidies up, but it is 1. It's 49 for 2. And the captain, Lewis Hill, is off the mark. 6th time of asking. Final ball of Proctor's first over. What are you thinking, Aaron? Are you thinking more seam, or are you going to double up on the spin?
what do you I'll go for? That's the question.
Oh, you'll go spin.
Exactly. If it was up to me, Keogh from one end, Chahal from the other. Here is Proctor then to round out this over. It's drilled back to the bowler, and that will be a dot ball. So Leicestershire 49 for 2 at the end of the 19th. Budinger looking very nice for his 31, and Lewis Hill getting off the mark in that over with that firm shot back down the ground for one. So, yeah, it's an okay start for Leicestershire. I think if they would have been 1 wicket down before lunch, it would have been ideal, but it's Yuzvendra Chahal. It's something that we're going to touch upon a lot throughout the broadcast. He is an unbelievably talented bowler. And the fact that there already is that degree of turn and grip in the surface could be another big game for the Indian overseas leg spinner. And I love the attacking field. Keogh is also stretching his arms as well out there in the field. So
I didn't think it was going to be long. Chahal into bowl. Hill on the back foot. Takes on the skipper, Proctor. Budinger responds quickly this time and comes through for a single. There was a bit of a mishap or a miscommunication between Rishi Patel and Budinger first thing this morning, but Budinger responds to his captain straight away. That's something that I think Leicestershire can do against the spin of Chahal, and what looks like will be Keogh before long is actually try and be proactive here. You don't necessarily have to go for those sweeps straight away. You can try and take on fielders, put Northampton under a bit of pressure. Proctor there just deep on that, on what would be that 30-yard circle. He's quite a long way down there, isn't he, at mid-on. Budinger defends up against Chahal. Someone who, in other formats of cricket, I'm sure would be targeting the coffee van and the Spencer Lounge and the slog sweep down towards the cinch stand here as well. But he's just trying to restrain a few of those natural instincts in. And it's interesting. It's funny, isn't it? You would look at Sol Budinger here and you look at the way that he kind of shapes up to play Chahal, and you think, well, he's just going to flow the hands through this and it's going to disappear over the sight screen and it's going to be 6. But you get a big high back lift and then all of a sudden there's a really nice deceleration into a defensive shot from Budinger. That one a bit quicker from Chahal. Fired in, just defended nicely. And it almost makes it look as though that Sol Budinger's kind of just battling with a few demons there to kind of go, don't whack him, don't whack him, don't whack him. As LBW appeal from behind the stumps. Chahal didn't look particularly interested, did he, by that? Fantastic from Chahal. Keeps asking questions, as he did last week.
Well, it is. It's a tremendous start, isn't it, to the spell in comparison to that Derbyshire game. Here he is then to round out this over. Again, makes Budinger go on the defensive, and that will bring us to an end to the 20th over, at the end of which Leicestershire bringing up the 50. They're now 50 for 2. Budinger on 31 and Lewis Hill on 2. It reminds me of you. Have you seen the scene from, I think is it the Green Goblin?
You might have to go a bit further into detail for that for me.
Some people will understand the reference. It's quite a popular meme on Twitter. It's the Green Goblin mask. And it's almost like that big slog sweep or the big shot is just calling out to Sol Budinger every single time, wanting to take on those boundaries. But yeah, he is just restraining himself for the time being. And honestly, at this stage, what is there, about 35 minutes to go?
Yeah. Until
the lunch break. I think that is the sensible thing to do, as that ball is left outside the off stump of the Foxes skipper. That'll be no run. And in terms of the sweep shot, I do think we'll see a few from Lewis Hill against the spin bowlers. It is a shot that he's very prolific and proficient with his scoring rates. And for some players, it is a good option, regardless of who you're facing off against. Here is Proctor again to Hill. Leaves that one well alone. We saw it with Wayne Madsen, didn't we? He went for the sweep shots a lot. So too did Safe Zabe in that first inning, scored that invaluable 90. If it's a shot that you're comfortable with, even if it's just for 1s and 2s and rotating the strike, you have to play the ball, not the bowler, even though Chahal and Keogh are absolutely fantastic. Here is Proctor again then. Good channel bowling this from the Northamptonshire captain. Good battle this, isn't it, between the two leaders of the respective sides. As I said, Proctor has had a good season with the ball in hand, with those 21 wickets As for Lewis Hill, to be honest, he hasn't had a great season with the bats. 365 runs at 20.27. He'll be looking for a big score on the board today. He drops out towards backward point for no run. And again, I've always rated Lewis Hill. I think he is a fine cricketer. He's only scored 250s this season, though, with no centuries. And it has been a problem at times with his conversion rate because he'll get to 50 and he'll look at dollars, and then it's just, it might be a good delivery or a mistake might creep into the game. And unfortunately, those centuries haven't quite come as frequently as perhaps they should have. But he will be a key component for the Foxes if they are to be victorious in this fixture. Of course, plenty of cricket still to be played. That's why we love four-day cricket. It's the ebbs and flows. There are times when you think one team's on top and then a session of 6 or 7 wickets can change absolutely everything. Greatest sport on the planet for a reason, as that one is pushed out towards mid-off, and that will be no run. So that will bring us to an end to the 21st over, a maiden over at that from Luke Proctor, and Leicestershire are still 50 for 2 at the end of the 21st.
Yeah, looks like Proctor is going to continue as well. There's been no nod or conversation to Rob Keogh to start getting loose, or the 2 finger spinners that you can just see down towards the, or on the offside. They're just in conversation. The left arm finger spinner, if they say, the traditional off spinner of Rob Keogh. I'm sure they're talking about bowling.
Oh,
why would they be talking about anything else? But
maybe the football.
Possibly.
You never know, especially after the silky skills that Rob Keogh showed last week.
Precisely, one that made its way onto the County Championship Instagram page. But it is going to be Chahal to continue. Budinger will be on strike. The man that's got the bulk of the run so far. He's turned that one in the leg side past James Sales at short leg. And will add another single to his tally. Will take himself up to 32. 32 or 56 for the Leicestershire opener. And it will be Lewis Hill back on strike. 2 off 13 for the skipper. First slip and a short leg in place. There's catches in at cover and at mid-wicket as well. And Lewis Hill goes down the ground through the leg side, through a vacant mid-wicket area, wide enough of Rob Keogh, wide enough of Ben Sanderson, and it tracks its way down towards the coffee van for 4. So Lewis Hill's first boundary of the innings takes the score to 55 for 2. That's something, again, that Leicestershire could do. Could they look at trying it? It would be aggressive. You said they're full of aggressive batters. Could they try and hit Chahal out of the attack? Could they force Luke Proctor to look elsewhere? Chahal gets one through quicker, and well played, Lewis Hill gets one, gets down the other end.
It's a lot easier said than done, isn't it, to do that to someone of Chahal's calibre and quality. We'll have to see, though. Again, we did see that in the previous game, whether it was Justin Broad or Safe Sabe or even someone like Wayne Madsen. They did take the attack to the spin at various points. As Budinger again attempts to play that through the covers, gets a decent connection, but will only just be a single. Also, Rob Keogh in that second innings with the 3 consecutive reverse sweeps. It is an option. And again, this will be ticking through the minds of the batters out there in the middle. How do you approach someone of Chahal's skill? Well, Hill decides to go on the front foot, plays that defensively. Out towards the number 24, Gus Miller, who got that career best 42 last week against Derbyshire as well. I thought he looked very good in that second innings. Here is Chahal then to Lewis Hill. Gives that one some flight. It's very full. It's driven delectably by the Foxes captain. And that will race away to the boundary for 4 runs. That is a fine shot from Lewis Hill to round out the 22nd over. At the end of which, Leicestershire 61 for 2. Hill moves on to 11. Sol Budinger on 33. And the partnership just beginning to tick over slightly after a watchful start. It now stands at 16 runs between these two.
Yeah, well, half an hour to go to lunch. And if there's an indication that there's a plan there to try and put some pressure back on Yuzvendra Chahal, a third over which goes for 11 would be an indication that that is something they have thought about. Was it the best over of the 3 that Chahala's bowled? No. But you still got to hit them. You've still got to take it for 11, and Leicestershire did that, didn't they? Both of them were aggressive down towards the coffee van there. One slightly more successful than the other, and that cover drive was, I think, a beauty, wasn't it? It was overpitched, but it was so well timed up towards the heavy sweep. 11 runs coming from it. I dare say that's not going to be enough to take the ball out of Yuzvendra Chahal's hand, but it could be the start of something.
Potentially. And this is something which happens to leg spinners all the time. At times, you will overpitch and you can get punished as a result. As Luke Proctor then from the Lynn Wilson centre end comes into bowl here to Budinger, plays that out towards the covers. The ball is just slowing up though on this outfield, so it won't go all the way for 4. Instead, they'll scarper through for 3 runs. It'll bring Lewis Hill onto strike, moves Budinger onto 36, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he has looked the best Leicestershire batter out there so far. Really utilised defence and attack to great effect in this morning session. It's crazy, it's crazy, isn't it? Hour and a half into it already. That has absolutely flown by. 5 minutes ago that we were just starting proceedings here at the county ground. Here is Luke Proctor then to Lewis Hill, catches the outside edge of the Foxes captain, but that was sprint down towards the fence for 4 more. Moves the score on to 68 for 2. Hill moves on to 15, and that one wasn't quite as controlled, was it, Dan, in comparison to the previous shot? But the visitors at this point won't really care. Runs are runs, aren't they?
Yeah, it was well wide of Justin Broad at third slip and was on its way down as well. So had there been a fourth even, could there be a conversation as to whether it would or wouldn't have carried or not? Hard to say, but Proctor just probing away, isn't he? Just hits the bat really hard.
He does, and I think that's the key thing to touch upon there, because that raced to the boundary, didn't it? That wasn't a slow dribbler or a trickle down to that region at deep third. It absolutely sprinted down there. It was very, very fast paced, as we see a slight change of field here for Northamptonshire. George Bartlett will go out towards a deep square leg, and Justin Broad comes in at a catching mid-wicket. Here is Proctor then to Lewis Hill. Again, not looking too comfortable here against Luke Proctor. A couple of times that Duke's ball is catching the outside edge of the Foxes captain. This one, thankfully for the visitors, doesn't quite find the hands of the slip cordon, so no damage has been done. But it's a probing start, this, from Luke Proctor. 2.4, 11 runs coming from this spell so far. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve for Lewis Hill on this one. Well, it's a short ball, fizzed in. Evasive action taken by the Leicestershire number 4. And that will be a dot ball. Nice to see the variation there from Luke Proctor, mixing things up. We didn't see the short ball too often in the Derbyshire game. It was very much the option ball taken as opposed to the regular delivery. But I quite like that from Proctor, just keeping Lewis Hill on his toes. And he does, of course, have protection down at deep fine leg as well, just in case there is a connection. This ball is driven very sweetly, hits the foot of Luke Proctor, and that will be no run. So a dot ball to round out the 23rd over, at the end of which Leicestershire are 68 for 2.
Yeah, Proctor and Keogh, they're just trying to, there we go. There's the eye, there's the nod through to the off spin of Rob Keogh. There was a long conversation, wasn't there? Or it looked like one from as Luke Proctor made his way down the outside of those 22 yards towards Rob Keogh. And it looks like Rob has got his wish and he's going to get the ball in hand. So it's been 3 overs from Proctor, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11 are the figures of the Northant skipper so far, as Chahal to continue his spell from the David Capel end. This one pushed back to the left-hand side of Chahal for no run. And again, apart from that last over, it's been an excellent start by Usley as well, hasn't it? Those first 2 overs going for just the 1 run. Again, forces Budinger on the defensive. In terms of this knock so far from Sol, I think the words that I'd use to describe it is mature or just intelligent. The fact is, any bad ball has been punished, but the majority of these good deliveries, he's playing it on its merits. He's not forcing the opportunities. This one given a lot of flights. Big shot attempted. And that delivery misses just about everything.
Yeah, did Sol Budinger's back foot move there at all? Don't know whether it did. Nobody behind the stumps looked particularly disappointed, but didn't go into the gloves cleanly, did it, for McManus? It was a tough take.
Really was, as this ball again is just poked back to the bowler for no run.
But you can kind of see that natural aggression from Budinger there, can't you? Where it's a real kind of shape up to be aggressive against Chahal and then trying to rein it all in.
It's a fascinating battle, isn't it, so far, between these two? Because it does have the feel as if Chahal misses his length. Budinger is going to absolutely tonk him into either the heavy stand or just out of the ground. It's got that kind of feel as this one, slight drag down there from Chahal. Also goes down the leg side, so that'll be worked out towards Jack White for 1 run. So 2 runs coming from that Yuzvendra Chahal over. And at the end of the 24th, Leicestershire now 69 for 2. We are going to see the replay of that delivery here. Okay, gave it plenty of flight. Look at the turn on that. A absolute snorter of a leg break.
The back foot's kind of slid along the crease, hasn't it? Whether it actually left it or not, I don't think we can tell from that, but it certainly moved laterally. Whether it did go forward or up, I'm not sure, but as it is, it would have been a good take by McManus had he have taken it.
It would have been.
Kind of went between the body of Budinger and leg stump as well. So it is going to be Proctor to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So he is going to bowl himself 1 more, and that's turned off the hip of Sol Budinger. Will just be 1 down to that man, Yuzvendra Chahal, 70 for 2. Rob Keogh does need slightly longer to warm up than others. Has had various back injuries and over his career, some this summer actually, that he's had injections in and blockers to try and get through fixture rounds. So it just takes them a little longer.
Here is Proctor then to Lewis Hill. Bit of yes, no, maybe out there in the middle. Some slight hesitation from the Foxes batters, but they do decide to come through for the single. Strike rotation, of course, is crucial on surfaces like these as well. It's about ticking over those partnerships. It's a case of not allowing bowlers to get into too much rhythm, and we probably saw that with Derbyshire. They allowed 1 too many maiden overs, didn't they, from the Northants bowlers, especially from Chahal. And yeah, after that first wicket, just looked like a completely different bowler. Here is Proctor then to Budinger. Worked off the pads. Good diving stop there. Down at deep fine leg from the man we've just been speaking about, Yuzvendra Chahal. Richly applauded by the Northants fans here in attendance at the county ground, and that will restrict that to 1 run. Really good hustle there, wasn't it, from Usley? Got across quickly.
Yeah, I did wonder whether that just got him on the inside. Budinger had got that one much finer than the one at the start of the over. But yeah, Chahal round to it, dived on it, pounced on it, didn't he? Really?
He did. He was alert to it. Here is Proctor. Drops this one shorter, swiveled away. And again, Chahal will eventually field that one. But a good bit of awareness there from Lewis Hill. He saw the initial misfield. It's almost reared up on Chahal in that instance and immediately called his partner back for a second. So again, that's good game awareness from the Foxes captain. He now moves on to 18.
Not the over you want resting down at fine leg, is it, this?
No, it's one of those. The ball has the magnet, doesn't it? just find you in that fine leg position. Here is Proctor again to Lewis Hill, pushes that one out towards Jack White at mid-on. Again, good strike rotation. He's a busy cricketer, is Lewis Hill. And as I said, just from a neutral perspective, would be nice to see him score some runs after what's been a relatively quiet season. Really fascinating start, though, here on day one. 75 for 2. You'd argue that it's probably Leicestershire's session. But again, a wicket could change that. Won't be a wicket on that ball as Budinger again compact in his defence. Keeps the score at 75 for 2 after 25. But again, it's one of those partnerships which is just beginning to build. A few overs ago, we said it was around about the 16-run mark. It now stands at 30. And it is exactly the kind of platform and foundation which the visiting side will need heading into the afternoon session. So we will see Yuzvendra Chahal get ready to bowl again from the David Capel end. Nice attacking field. Of course, James Sales under the lid there. It's short leg. Jack White in at backward point and Justin Broad as a traditional first slip. Really nice stuff as Rob Keogh continues to get loose. Let's see what Chahal can manufacture here. Then again, gives it a nice bit of flight. Attempted sweep shots by Lewis Hill. Will eventually find its way to Gus Miller.
So I mean, to give you a quick run around as we approach lunch on day one. He scores around the counties.
Absolutely, Dan. Here is Chahal again then. This one a bit flatter. There's a slight appeal from Lewis McManus. Chahal looks rather disinterested in that one, though. Yeah, we'll do that. End of the over.
Yep.
We'll have the scores on the doors. I'm fascinated to find out the scores from the Oval and Old Trafford especially. Here is Chahal then. Against the Hill, goes aerial, lofts him back down the grounds, and that is a very handsome shot from Lewis Hill. We spoke about the facts that you can take the attack to spin bowlers. Chahal at the moment, he's mixing up the speed and the flight. That one again attempting to just drift it into the right-hander. Lewis Hill opens up the arms and plays that expensive shot back down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely stuff from Lewis Hill. Chahal, slight stutter in his run-up. The scoreboard now moves on to 79 for 2. Chahal again, this one a lot flatter. Huge shouts. Well, Chahal was interested in that one. Umpire yet again unmoved. There's a few hands on heads. Justin Broad, hands on hips for Jack White. Let's take a look at the replay on this one. Well, it's one of those again. You can definitely make the shout that could have been out. Here is Chahal then to Lewis Hill. Worked down the onside. Let's see if they'll come back for 2. Again, good running from Lewis Hill. And they do indeed turn the single into a double. Score now 81 for 2.
Tom Lenton. That's very close. Correct.
It was.
It was very close.
It was a good shout. Here is Chahal then. Again to Hill, goes for the traditional sweep. Will be collected by the fielder safe save, and that will be the end of the 26th over. So Budinger is on 39, Lewis Hill is on 26, and Leicestershire are 82 for 2. Go on, Dan. Let's take us through the scores then. What's it looking like up and down the country?
Find a breather in this eventful opening session. We'll start in Div 2. Derbyshire chose to bat first against Middlesex. They are 78 for 2. Harry Kane is not out on 34, a wicket apiece for Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins. This is the PA telling us that Rob Keogh is coming on to bowl, which we expected. 88 for 2 at Cardiff. Glamorgan chose to field first. Adam Live made 46. 2 wickets for Andy Gorvin. And then down at Bristol, Gloucestershire, having chosen to bat first, are 61 for 6. Top score for Miles Hammond of 22. Jadav Yanadkat 4 for 24 off 10 overs. Wicket for Robinson and Tom Clark in Division 2. And then quickly through Division 1, Southampton 94 for 2 are Hampshire against Worcestershire, having chosen to bat first. Notts are 115 for no loss against Kent off 24 overs. Lancashire 85 for 4 against Somerset at Manchester. Durham 78 for 2 at the Oval against Surrey. And Warwickshire, which will do absolutely nothing to cheer you up whatsoever, Aaron, 64 for 5 against Essex. Aaron Viles has left the chat.
Well, I would have something to say, but yeah, it's happened far too often this season. Here is Rob Keogh then. Gives that a nice bit of flight. Worked out towards Ben Sanderson at mid-off for 1 run. Again, good strike rotation there from Lewis Hill. So he's now on 27 as a result. Yes, 61 for 6, Gloucestershire. Goodness me. I suppose that at this stage of the season, they've had their massive day, haven't they? Which, of course, was on Saturday, lifting that T20 Blash trophy for the first time in the club's history. It has been a bit of a stop-start county championship for the glorious Gloucesters. So, yes, Sussex, what a team they've been in Division 2. Very akin to Durham in 2023. Here is Rob Keogh then to Sol Budiger, rocks on to the back foot and plays that confidently out towards George Bartlett at deep point for 1 run. Moves him on to 40. And the other score as well, which I've got to be honest, I'm disappointed by, is that Lancashire score. So I did take a quick look at that about half an hour ago. They were 50-something for 1. Here is Keogh again to Lewis Hill. Strays down the leg side. Pocketed by Lewis McManus for no run. I mean, surely they can't lose a 4th match in a row by an innings. That's just inconceivable at this stage of the season. Keogh again gives that nice bit of flight, angling it back into the right-handed Hill for a dot ball. Yeah, they're going to have some very serious conversations at Old Trafford over the winter. Here is Keogh again. Well, Keogh was celebrating. It goes through Lewis Hill. And staggeringly, that hasn't been taken. Well, whether that just surprised Lewis McManus a bit, maybe thought that was going to go onto the stumps. Here is Keogh again. This one worked out towards square leg for 1 run. We'll have to see the replay of that one. He's a very strong keeper against the spinnies, McManus. So here we go again. He just loses his balance. Does Hill, and if that was gathered cleanly, he would have been out. Simple as that. He was out of his grounds. Just wasn't pouched by McManus. And I think Keogh thought they'd got him out.
Yeah, I think, well, Rob kind of wheeled away in celebration there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cheering his first wicket of the piece. But yeah, that's frustrating. 85 for 2, Leicestershire after 27. And it's fair to say, certainly looking at the scorecard, they've had the better of the morning. And I think they certainly have. And they look good value for 85 for 2. On another day, take that catch, you get one of those LBW decisions, goes the other way, and suddenly 4 down. You think, oh, it's quite tough to start now. Northampton, I don't think have done a great deal wrong in this opening session. Neither of Leicestershire, I will say. Outside the line that time from Lewis Hill, I suspect, on the LBW. It's the one benefit of playing the sweep, isn't it? You can get your front pad outside the line of off stump and play it with a degree of confidence. Although that said, that looks like that one might have just been sliding down the leg side.
And yeah, I was just about to touch upon that. It did look like that was going on with the angle there. Here is Chahal then. Into Budinger again, opens up the arms, attempts to flail that one back down the ground. Will just be no run up to mid-on though. Yeah, it's been an intriguing session, hasn't it, really? Because on paper, you look at 88 for 2 and you go, oh, well, Leicestershire have bossed the morning session. It's been tough. It's been really tough. They've had to really grind out these runs so far, as that one is dropped in rather shorter by Chahal, worked out towards George Bartlett at deep square leg for one run. And there have been those half chances. That was a big chance, though. I think in reflection and in hindsight, McManus, given his quality against spin, really would have been expected to take that one. But as is the case, no damage done as far as Leicestershire are concerned. So 89 for 2 now is the score for the visitors. Hill on 30, Budinger on 41. As I said, Budinger has been thoroughly deserving of those 41 runs, aside from that early LBW shout. He's looked very comfortable out there in the middle. Good mix of attack and defence. And it will be Rob Keogh then to get us back underway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just looking at this field, relatively deep. Got plenty of protection out on the boundary on both the on and the offside. Let's see what Rob Keogh can concoct then in this over. Well, Budinger absolutely smokes him through the covers. No doubt about that one. Only one end result from that shot. And it is, of course, another boundary to add to the total. Budinger now on 45. Goodness me, that was an excellent shot.
I love this battle, though. I do really enjoy it. Both of these are being more proactive. They're being more aggressive against the two spinners. And at the moment, it is working. How long, if it continues to work, can Luke Proctor stick with the two men that won the game last week against Derbyshire without being tempted to go back to Jack White or Ben Sanderson and say, can you bring some control back for me here? Because I don't think Sol Budinger in particular, from what we've seen from Lewis Hill in this 39-ball innings, has any great deal of interest in slowing down here.
No, they don't, to be honest. Why would they? The partnership now is at 49, and it is just steadily ticking along. I think they've played the situation very admirably. Here is Keogh then into Lewis Hill. Darts that one in slightly flatter. Bit of a chase on here for Yuzvendra Chahal. Will corral the ball in, and that will be the 50 partnership for the third wicket. It's been an excellent partnership, given those wickets of Rishi Patel and Ian Holland. We spoke about the importance of a platform, a foundation for visitors and that strong order. And these two have certainly been up to the task so far. And as soon as I say that, the curse of the commentator strikes. Rob Keogh gets it through the gates, and Lewis Hill has to depart for 32. Well, it's been a mixed morning session as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, but that will put a great smile on the faces of the home side as we head towards the closing stages of the morning session.
Has Lewis Hill got a nick on that, an inside edge onto the stumps? If not, that looks like that's gripped a lot from Rob Keogh, more than Yuzvendra Chahal has managed to get today. We'll get the replay now. That hasn't, has it? That's just gripped off the surface. That's gone a long way from Rob Keogh. That is a long way outside off stump of Lewis Hill. The length was right, I think, to play the shot, but that has turned a mile from Rob Keogh, and possibly that's what did for Lewis McManus that over before. Well, there goes away one of the talking points, wasn't there, about how long do Leicestershire keep going hard at the spinners, and the partnership's now been broken, and it's just ticked over 50. Rayan Ahmed is the man carded next for Leicestershire. The other thing I was about to ask you, the way that the county championship is structured, you get to Division 2, there is no relegation from there. These two sides here, they're not in promotion contention. They've got 2 games of cricket left to play, including this one. Pride is a massive part of it. And yes, you would want to finish higher than your team from up the road or down the road, whichever way you like to look at it. And yes, there would be personal milestones on offer as well. Like it wouldn't ever take away any value from 100 or a 50 or a fifer. But with the couple of games that I don't really want to say, but I can't think of a better way to describe it, but don't really matter too much, can you try a few different things? Like Sol Budinger back at the top of the order. You get kind of two goes here for Sol Budinger in this round and the next round. You go out there, be positive, play the way that the brand of English cricket want you to play, and go and see what happens. See if it'll be successful. And similar to here, go against Chahal and go against Keogh. Go be positive. We saw what Derbyshire did last week against them, and it didn't work. Try and hit them out of Northampton.
Well, I think that is the option that Leicestershire will take here, as Rob Keogh prepares the bowl here to Rian Ahmed, resolute in his defence. I thought we were going to see the techers again from Rob Keogh then. I thought he was going to do some keepy uppies. He's left me disappointed, but he certainly hasn't disappointed the home fans in attendance here at the county ground Northampton. The big wickets of Lewis Hill falling towards the end of the over. So just on the cusp of lunch, Leicestershire now 96 for 3. Although Sol Budinger still looking very good out there for his 46. Yeah, I would agree, to be honest, Dan. I think in terms of these final two matches, just go out there, express yourself. Yes, you can't get promotion. And you can also make the argument of, well, if you're going to play like that when it doesn't quite have the same jeopardy, maybe you could do it towards the start of the season as well. As Chahal again pitches this one rather full, just outside the eye line of the left-handed Budinger for a dot ball. But yeah, just go out there, play your shots. Almost treat it like a clean slate. This one again fired in by Chahal with some extra zip. Fielded in the covers for no run. Yeah, not long to go at all then. This should be the final over before lunch here on day one. Really has been a gripping session though. We sincerely hope that all of you watching along are enjoying it as much as we are here in the commentary position. As Chahal moves his chess pieces around, brings up George Bartlett from deep forward square. Of course, he has got James Sales lurking under the lid as well. Here is Chahal then to Budinger. Very full and dug out by the left-hander for no run. 3 balls remaining then. And that wicket, I still think it's been Leicestershire's session overall. Right, I'd be tempted to say that at 96 for 3.
Yeah.
But it's just brought Northampton back into it slightly. It's put the door ajar, shall we say, heading into the afternoon session. So 2 deliveries remaining. Let's see if Chahal can work his magic once more here in the early stages of day one. Brings in Rob Keogh to a slip position. Justin Broad alongside him, wearing the number 75 for Northampton. James Sales in at short leg as well. This one again very full from Yuzvendra Chahal. Another dot ball. Really controlled spell this so far. Aside from that over which went for 11 slightly earlier on, with a bit of attack and intent shown by Lewis Hill. It's been a good spell this from the leg spinner. And that should bring us to an end for the morning session here on day one. So after 30 overs, Leicestershire are 96 for 3. The unbeaten batters are Rian Ahmed. He's currently on 0. And I suppose the main man of the morning from a Fox's perspective is Sol Budinger. He is on 46. So, Dan, just before we head off and have some lunch for ourselves, what have you made of that morning session here at the county ground?
Similar to last week, you just couldn't take your eyes off it. It was interesting the whole way through. Budinger has looked good, 46 off 77. He started, he tried to be aggressive, but found it challenging, didn't he? And kind of thought another day, could Jack White just nip that outside edge and maybe like Budinger wouldn't have been there. But hey, he's doing really well. Ian Holland looked resolute, solid in defence. The second he started to try and go up through the gears, just lost a little bit of shape. Hill, that partnership with Budinger was good. He looked very, very proactive, didn't he, before he got an absolute doom seed from Keogh that's turned a long way. And as you say, I'd say Leicestershire have just taken this session, but with the amount that ball turned from Keogh, I reckon Northampton be pretty happy going in for lunch here with 3 Leicestershire wickets in the pocket already.
They will be, and it is that extra degree of turn, isn't it, and grip and purchase off the surface. It will just make the afternoon session that bit more enjoyable for the spin bowlers. But as we said, folks, that is pretty much us done for the morning session here at the county ground. Leicestershire 96 for 3, and we sincerely hope that you join us again after lunch for the afternoon session here on day 1.
Returning to the middle, umpires Paul Pollard and Anthony Harris. Your match referee is Simon Hicks. Your scorers are James and Tony Bell.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Northampton. The afternoon session is about to get underway, and the game will resume with the score on 96 for 3. Sol Buddinger not out on 46. Rayan Ahmed, the other not out batter. He's yet to get off the mark. Good morning session for Leicestershire, I think would be fair to say, but some encouraging signs for Northampton. The stream here is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. We've had 30 overs of cricket in that morning session. Flown by.
It really has, and we say this all the time, don't we, from the commentary position. It's a game which goes by far too quickly. 30 overs which have just evaporated like that. Good over rate, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? We have seen quite a bit of spin, though, from the likes of Yuzvendra Chahal, and in recent overs it's been Rob Keogh with the right arm off breaks. But no, it's been a thoroughly entertaining morning session. 96 for 3. You'd argue that the visitors are probably the happier of the two. Just the fact that they are almost in 3 figures. And yes, it would have been even better had Lewis Hill have survived until lunch. But I still think it's been one of those morning sessions where there's been a bit in it for both sides. Leicestershire will be the happier. But when you look at the turn and grip and purchase for the likes of Keogh and Chahal, they will very much be looking forward to this afternoon session.
Well, interestingly, with that turn and grip of purchase that Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal have extracted from this pitch at Northampton on day one, we're going to go back to seam. Jack White is going to have his second spell of the day. His first from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 5. The opener, Rishi Patel, caught by Saif Zaib at backward point. So even though the wicket for Lewis Hill turned through the gate there, Luke Proctor is going to go back to Jack White, who did ask questions, did bowl economically, and he's got Rayan Ahmed in his sights. 2 slips in place. I wonder whether this is as much of a matchup here for Rayan to try and start against seam rather than spin. That could be an option, but yeah, Rob Keogh will be wondering what he's got to do to get that ball back in his hands. And Jack White starts on the money with his front foot behind the line this time. Yeah, Rob Keogh turned that one through the gate big on Lewis Hill and then doesn't get the ball back after lunch.
Yeah, slightly interesting decision that from Luke Proctor, but then again, Jack White's, it was an excellent opening spell, as you could see. 6 overs, 3 maidens, the wicket of Rishi Patel, and just 5 runs conceded. So it's not as though you're bringing on a change bowler or someone who's particularly tired at this stage of the game. Jack White looks ready and up for this game. And here he is then to Rayan Ahmed.
It's defended into the onside. Who is that in at mid-wicket? Is that George Bartlett? No, Justin Broad by the silhouette. Yeah, Justin Broad. Second guess. I'll take that. I'll take a 50% strike rate on guessing people's silhouettes from a distance. Tell I've spent a bit of time up here, can't you, over the last couple of years, picking people out with the red caps and the big sunglasses on. Rayan Ahmed at 5 could be perceived to be a touch high for Rayan, but someone that is so exciting, such a talent. It's great, really, to see Leicestershire kind of giving him the opportunity, because he would have batted a lot lower those few test matches that he played, wouldn't he, for England? But good to see him getting the backing in at number 5. Genuine all-round cricketer, and beyond excited to see how his career develops and what opportunities may lay ahead for him in the various different formats and levels of cricket that he may end up playing. Oh, that's a beauty from Jack White. That's cut back in towards Rayan. He's had a poke at it, tried to guide it, I think, in the end, down past second slip. That's come back a long way from Jack White.
Really has, but it's been a good season actually for Rayan with the bat in hand. He scored 399 runs, the average 36.27. So even though he hasn't had that century as of yet this season, he has scored 4 50-plus scores, and the strike rate a rather accelerated 78.08. Here he is then facing off against Jack White, and it will be interesting to see also how Leicester should go about this afternoon session. Will they continue to take the attack to the spin? Because for the most part in that morning session, it served them quite well as an option, didn't it?
Yeah.
To go down the ground against Chahal or take the attack to Rob Keogh. I do just wonder if the visitors will continue in that similar vein of attack versus defence heading into these next couple of hours.
Yeah, last ball of Jack White's over of the afternoon. I think that's going to be a leg by. Going to take the tally up to 97 for 3 after 31 overs. You just broken your lanyard.
I haven't, no, I was just
okay,
unclipping
good.
it,
Just
sorry.
checking. Just checking. They don't just give them out to anybody, you know. Don't just go around breaking them.
No, thankfully it was just unclipping and clipping it back. Thankfully no damage has been done long term to the lanyard.
Although if you were going to, this week would probably be the preferable one, wouldn't it?
Well, not just yet. After the game, you can make the argument, of course. But yeah, last cricket commentary of the season as far as I'm concerned, Dan. So a little bit sad. But hopefully we can go out with a bang for 2024. It has been a thoroughly enjoyable season. And talking of thoroughly enjoyable things, we are just about to witness Yuzvendra Chahal come back onto bowl from the David Capel end.
Yeah, so seam from one end, spin from the other. Interesting to stick with Chahal and not Keogh. And that is down the ground, is it? Oh, he's gone down. That's Ben Sanderson underneath it at mid-on. And that was a bit of a gift, really, from Rayan, who's mistimed it, chipped it really to Sanderson. And that was, well, as regulation catches come, really, for Ben Sanderson. There's a life for Rayan Ahmed. How expensive could that be? That short boundary that Rayan Ahmed was eyeing up down towards the coffee van. As it is, it's 1 run. And Rayan Ahmed is off the mark in less than spectacular fashion. 98 for 3. Budinger back on strike. He's on 46 now. And defends back to Yuzvendra Chahal. He was watchful, wasn't he? Very, very watchful at the end of that session. Having just in his captive depart, was desperate to make sure that Leicestershire didn't lose another wicket before lunch. That defence, that watchfulness from Budinger continues in the first over that he's faced after lunch as well. As I say that, there is width, and there's a half volley on offer from Yuzvendra Chahal. Budinger throws his hands through it, through the covers, takes the score up past 100, and it's a 50 for Sol Budinger as well. And he's looked good value for it. 50 exactly off 82 deliveries. The Leicestershire opener, the thorn in Northamptonshire side at the moment.
It certainly is. It's been an excellent hand from Sol Budinger, his 4th career 50 in the first-class format. So congratulations to Sol. He's also just surpassed the 600 first-class run mark as well with that shot. In typical fashion as well, a big expansive drive through the covers. Yes, it was over-pitched. It was there to be hit. And I tell you what, Sol Budinger does not need a second invitation for those. So, yeah, very well played. Sol. It's been a good innings so far, definitely been the standout as far as the visitors are concerned. And again, he's just playing the ball on its merits. He's not going overly aggressive or attacking absolutely everything. If it's overpitched, if it's in those good, strong scoring areas, he's taking advantage of that. But if it isn't, if it's a good delivery, he's going on the defensive.
Yeah.
It's a really mature innings, this, from the Leicestershire opener.
I think you mentioned about the strike rates that pretty much this entire Leicestershire top 7 possess. Just going to be the natural way that they play. Yeah, they're going to play it on merit, but actually their merit's going to be slightly different to a Hasib Hamid, for example. And Sol Budinger, at the moment, putting Northants to the sword. And you'd argue, really, is probably being slightly more watchful than what his strike rate actually suggests. And Rayan just gets on the back foot there, rides the bounce from Jack White, drops it into the offside for another single, moves to 2. We saw the heroics of Louis Kimber down at Hove. He whacks it. Ben Cox can whack it. Just keep coming, Leicestershire. And it's quite exciting, to be fair. When you've got a lineup that does just kind of complement one another like that the whole way down, it is quite, it's gripping.
It really is. It's just a case of, well, will it pay off? Because when it doesn't, you do get some pretty spectacular collapses. Here is Jack White then just about defended by Sol Budinger. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, in terms of the point about strike rate, it's hovering, what, around about 60? I've just put it through the calculator. It's 60.2, around about that mark. And his first-class career strike rate is 77.13. So he is quite a fast scorer. Not to the point where he's flashing the blade at absolutely everything. But again, an innings like this shows the versatility of Sol Budinger's batting, and here he is to face off against Jack White.
Yeah, top of the bounce, just defends it down into the offside. Tries to find a gap between Rob Keogh at backward point and James Sales at second slip. But it does seem to be, when this ball's just dug into the surface from the seamer, there's not a great deal of pace about it, is there? It just holds up a touch. The seamers get it up there, then it does seem to zip through a little bit more, but you kind of fall into the arc of those half volleys and those expansive cover drives that Sol Budinger possesses. Oh, is that? I think that's gone past James Sales. Apologies, the sun's quite bright here, and I couldn't quite make out as to where that ball had gone. But as it is, it's gone past a diving James Sales down to the boundary for 4. There's a genuine edge, a genuine nick from Jack White on Sol Budinger. Is it far away? We'll get the benefit of the replay. James Sales was at full strength, full depth, full stretch. Couldn't quite get there. I don't necessarily know whether at 103 for 3 with the ball doing what it's done, whether 3 slips would have been the right call after lunch. It's hard to say.
It is. It's the benefit of hindsight. I know you don't like that phrase, Dan. You made that very obvious during the Derbyshire game, but yeah, I don't think it was the right situation for 3 slips at the moment, as this one is worked off the pads of the left-handed Sol Budinger down towards Yuzvendra Chahal. That will just be another single. Moves him on to 55. Just looking at the career best as well for Sol. It's currently at 72. That's his highest ever score in the first-class format. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if he can surpass that in this innings. But he has looked the most comfortable of all of the Leicestershire batters at the crease so far. It really is a lovely day here as well, isn't it, in Northampton? Sun shining. We got the Duke's ball back. Here is Jack White then to Rian Ahmed. Play and miss by the right-hander. And that will be the end of the 33rd over, at the end of which Leicestershire 108 for 3. Rian Ahmed on 2. Budinger on 55. There was that half chance, just evading the stretch of James Sales at second slip. But it has been a rather eventful start after lunch as far as the visitors are concerned. And coming back onto bowl is Yuzvendra Chahal. It's a pleasure, isn't it, to commentate on Yuzi, isn't it, Dan? He's one of those cricketers who every single over, it feels like something big can happen.
Yeah, you shared the information that you're a big RCB fan last week, and Yuzvendra Chahal was someone that you had posters up on your wall in your bedroom when you were growing up. So I can see why you're pretty excited to commentate on Yuzvendra Chahal. It does feel this game has just accelerated a little bit after lunch, doesn't it? Rayan Ahmed's gone out there, doesn't exactly shy away from the challenge. He's been dropped by Ben Sanderson at mid-on off the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal. Buddinger's picked up a handful of boundaries early on in the piece in the afternoon session. We're already up to 108 for 3. Yuzvendra Chahal just offering Budinger the opportunity to put his hands through them if he'd like to. There's plenty of flight on them up above the eye line of the Leicestershire opener. And it is a short offside boundary for Budinger today as well. We are on the left-hand side of the square as you look at it from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The right-hand side as you look at it from the camera there, which is stationed at the David Capel end. It is short down towards that coffee van. And how long can you keep going with the battle of, I could pick him up over cover for 6 here, or I could get one through the gap, because there is a gap, isn't there, between Keogh and Sanderson on the offside, which Budinger has exploited a few times. As it is, turns that one into the leg side, and we'll just get one. George Bartlett coming in off the boundary. And Rayan Ahmed will be on strike for the final ball of Yuzvendra Chahal's 9th over. 109 for 3 off 33.5. How big of a drop? How big of a chance missed could that be from Northampton, Ben Sanderson? It's a beauty. Turn. Rayan Ahmed just poked at it through to the gloves of McManus. Dot ball to finish them. 109 for 3 off 34. He's the kind of cricketer that would really punish you as well.
He is, and that is the problem, isn't it, for Northants? It's a very cliche thing to say, but you want his wickets as soon as possible, and it was a golden opportunity as far as the home side were concerned. I mean, Sanderson will take that 99 times out of 100. Not entirely sure what happened with the catch, to be honest, but the important thing for Leicestershire is that it went down. And as a result, Rayan is still out there. He's added 2 runs already. And he is that kind of cricketer. He can just flash the blade and score 4, maybe a couple of 6s in there as well. Really is a very dangerous customer, is the Leicestershire youngster. But again, it's a funny game, isn't it, cricket? We'll have to wait and see what happens as Jack White gets ready to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end into Budinger. Attempts to work that off the hips. Just dabs it out towards mid-wickets. And I've just been shown a horrible picture here in the comms box because Warwickshire have been bowled out for 78. Thanks for that, Dan.
Pleasure.
Put me in a great mood after lunch. Excellent stuff. In terms of the other scores, though, what's it looking like around the country? We'll get onto that in a few moments' time. But, of course, it is a huge week in the county championship up and down the country, with the likes of Sussex here in Division 2. Here's White again, wraps him on the pads. Huge shouts and given. Jack White gets the huge wickets of Sol Budinger in the early proceedings of the afternoon session. LBW, it was a big shout. There's been plenty of them here in the opening phases of day 1 at the county grounds. And finally, Jack White gets the breakthrough. It's a big one as far as the Tudor Rose are concerned. Budinger, as we've been speaking throughout the broadcast, definitely looking like the most comfortable of those Leicestershire cricketers. But his stay at the crease has been brought to an end. He departs for 56 as we see the replay here. What do you think of that, Dan? Given the angle, given the heights, do you reckon it's a pretty good shout? Nodding along?
I think so, yeah. I mean, possibly not as convincing as some of the ones that we saw earlier this morning, but as Peter in the YouTube live chat has just done his best Marnus Labuschagne impression. She's got it's a lowy. And it did keep a little bit low, didn't it? Budinger was kind of on his toes trying to play that one into the leg side, and it just rushed him a little bit. But we have seen that on this pitch. It's got a little bit about it Obviously saw the turn from Keogh before lunch. We have seen a few hold up off the seamers, which I think was probably the downfall of Rishi Patel first up this morning. And that one there just looks like it's rushed a little bit towards Sol Budinger, who, as you say, had batted really nicely for 50 before being trapped LBW by Jack White for his second wicket of the innings. And it's 109 for 4 now. Rayan Ahmed not out on 2. And he is joined by Louis Kimber. I don't think I'll ever be able to think about Louis Kimber and not think about Hove. Those two, I think, will just forever be synonymous in the world of county cricket. What a ridiculous day that was. I know they didn't get over the line in the end, but what a crazy game. What a crazy innings.
It was. And that over against Ollie Robinson as well. Went for over 40 runs. It's 42 in the end, wasn't it, with the no ball? Absolutely astonishing stuff. But yeah, it is just one of those iconic moments from this season. And we speak about strike rates. Louis Kimber's this season is 85.22. He will not hang around. He's a very destructive customer. Here is Jack White then to Louis Kimber, who starts off his innings on the defensive. And in fairness, it's been a decent season. Of course, that huge century down in Hove has been the standout highlight as far as Louis is concerned. That is his only century of the season. Of course, only one of the 50-plus score. It's been a good season in terms of runs, but it's almost been a stop-start one at times as well. He'll get these quick-fire 30s and 40s. He just needs to kick on a little bit further.
Jack White on his way into bowl. Louis Kimber on strike. And that's been a common theme, actually. It looks like a kind of pitch that if you've been prepared to defend on it against the seamers, you look like you've got all the time in the world. Because it looks like it just holds up a touch for the majority. And it looks like you get into position and you just go, bang. That was such an empowering, imposing image there of Louis Kimber. Just getting in Jack White's area, full face of the bat, dead. The ball's dead on the pitch and just gone, well, that's all you need to know. Budinger there, the one before, was just trying to work it into the leg side, wasn't he? Trying to be a bit more proactive, which he has been and which was successful. And that's a beauty. That's come back a long way from Jack White. Great take from McManus down the leg side. It swung as it's gone past the stumps. Kimber comes down and does a bit of gardening, has a chat with Rayan Ahmed. Don't go on what I think, Dan. I've tripped up plenty of commentators in the past. It's always worth sharing, though, Peter. Do I fancy a game in Hertfordshire on Sunday? I don't think I can on Sunday.
How do you know that was aimed at you?
Do you want a game in Hertfordshire on Sunday?
Unfortunately, no, but you don't want my averages, folks. Flipping heck. Average 9.2 in the Cotswolds League, so I don't think I'll be too handy with the bat. Here is Jack White then. Again, testing Louis Kimber's defence. Plays it out towards Luke Proctor, and that will be the end of Jack White's 9th over. What a spell this has been so far. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets. Just 11 runs conceded at the end of the 35th over. Leicestershire now 109 for 4 runs. This is the fascinating thing about first-class cricket. We spoke earlier about the ebbs and the flows of this game and the importance of partnerships and a foundation being laid. 109 for 4 now. You'd argue that the pendulum is beginning to swing again in favour of Northamptonshire, because those are 2 crucial wickets. Budinger were the set players on this surface. Of course, Hilda passing before lunch as a result of an absolute jaffa from Rob Keogh, and then that LBW. Shahar comes into bowl here to Ahmed again, expanding those arms, going for the aggressive option, but that will be a dot ball. The question now is, how do these two play this situation? Do they go out there and just try and whack a flurry of boundaries, put Northants back on the back foot, or is it a case of more attritional cricket? And that is the question that needs to be answered.
Do you know, I have a feeling you probably know the answer, as Rayan Ahmed has created the shape and stroked that beautifully through the offside, giving Luke Proctor no chance to catch that, and picks up his first boundary of his innings. The ball before, he tried to work over the leg side. They're just going to keep coming. I don't see the Leicestershire side backing down from this challenge. And as we saw the other week, or last week, in fact, and yes, still 100 or so runs away from it, but 219 was a match-winning first innings score for Northamptonshire against Derbyshire. So if Leicestershire can get there or thereabouts as Ryan Ahmed covers that one up, on a pitch that has turned from day one, they are going to be in the game.
They are, and it's crazy to think that, isn't it? Again, with the power of hindsight, 219 was a fantastic first innings effort, wasn't it, from Northamptonshire? Here is Chahal again to Ahmed. Goes on the front foot, defends that out towards Jack White at backward point, no run. Yeah, it's staggering, isn't it? The fact that at the end of day one, you've got a team 65 for 1 as well. Let's not forget that. Derbyshire were in the ascendancy, and then Northants just flipped the switch, didn't they, in scintillating style. Here is Chahal again. That is absolutely rifled back over the bowler's heads, all the way for 6. That is a stunning strike from Ryan Ahmed. A real shot of intent. Says to Yuzvendra Chahal, if you want to pitch it there, mate, I'll send you straight back over your head all the way for 6 runs. Really is a top quality cricketer to watch, is Ryan. First 6 of the day, and yeah, I think he's answered our question, to be honest, Dan. Definitely is the route 1 option, isn't it? Go for the attacking shots. Let's see what Chahal can respond with. Again, forces Ahmed on the front foot. They will trundle through for a single out towards that deep point boundary. George Bartlett does the fielding, and that will bring us to an end to the 36th over. So Leicestershire now 120 for 4. Kimber yet to get off the mark, and Ryan Ahmed is on 13.
Jack White's going to continue. They will just keep going, won't they? And as I said before lunch, and there is an element of kind of free hit cricket in these last 2 rounds. And if it works, amazing. Yes, let's have a conversation about that, and let's talk about implementing it more next year or next week. But it does become quite dangerous, doesn't it, for various sides going into these fixtures? Would Luke Proctor have thrown the ball to a spinner as early in the piece as he had done, had there have been 8 games of cricket left to play and there was still promotion or relegation on the cards? I don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? Probably would with Yuzvendra Chahal, but generally speaking. 3 slips for Jack White. Ryan Ahmed punches it through the covers, gets it past safe save, who gives chase. I think will haul it back in. Does indeed. But Ryan will come back for a 3rd. Nicely timed by Ryan Ahmed. Did you want to give us a little run through the other fixtures going on around the country?
You know what, Dan? I think I will. I'll do it at the end of this over.
Give us an update as to what's cracking.
Well, as we all know, Warwickshire 78 all out. Fingers crossed that the Bears can respond better with the ball. I'll take us through those scores at the end of the over. Oh my goodness, I've just taken a look at the score at Old Trafford. Yeah. In fact, I'll say that one now. Lancashire 115 for 7.
Doesn't get much better for you, Aaron, does it?
Oh, unfortunately not.
Jack White into bowl. Kimber imposing forward defence. Such a tall man, Louis Kimber. That's a big stride forward. Full face of the bat. That must be quite demoralising for a fast bowler to see that imposing figure come towards you. Dead bats it into the onside. But Jack White is asking questions. You've got your hands on your head, so what's happened now?
Lancashire have just lost an 8th. 115 for 8. Here is Jack White then. So Kimber strikes him quite high. I think that was the issue with that one. Just off of Gutfield dropped that one in slightly shorter. Kimber is a relatively tall man, so that will not be given out. 115 for 8. Lewis Gregory with the latest wicket, that of George Balderson for 1. Nottinghamshire 160 for none down in Kent. That is a very good start from Hasib Hamid, and Ben Slater is on 96 from 107. How about that for a clutch performance when your team's in threat of relegation? And at the Oval, Durham 110 for 3.
Jack White back on the money. As you said, it's been a great spell. A spell which could easily have not started. Luke Proctor could have quite comfortably, I think, thrown the ball back to Rob Keogh to start the afternoon session from the Lynn Wilson centre end, particularly with the turn that he did get, the wicket for Lewis Hill, the ball before that, the over before that just beat leg stump and beat Lewis McManus as well. Could have been tempted to have thrown the ball back to the off spinner. As it is, Luke Proctor has gone to the seam of Jack White. Question will be, though, is what happens next? Will it be Ben Sanderson to replace Jack White, or will it be Rob Keogh? Little shimmy forward from Kimber. Inside edge, down to fine leg. Yuzvendra Chahal gets a single and gets off the mark as well. 8th time of asking for Louis Kimber. And the score goes up to 124 for 4. Jack White's got 1 left in the over. 3 slips. And it's similar to last week. It just feels like something is going to happen every single delivery, doesn't it?
It does. And this is why we love the game of cricket and why we love first-class cricket. It's the anticipation. And let's face it, the vast majority of deliveries in this format are dot balls in the end, but it's that lingering thought in the back of your head. Well, this could be a wicket, this could be a 4, this could be a 6. And it's that game of chess which is constantly being played out. It's such a fascinating format as George Bartlett goes out towards a deep backward square leg, or more of a deep square leg, actually, just looking at the angle on that. And here is Jack White then to Rian Ahmed.
Well, I don't think either side will be upset with the end result there. I don't necessarily think Jack White wanted Rian Ahmed to get off the mark. Certainly didn't want to give him singles to get down the other end. But Yuzvendra Chahal has asked plenty of questions to the young all-rounder. Leg spinner to leg spinner, isn't it? Is there an element of Rayan wanting to whack his leg spinning compatriot out of the ground? I think there probably might be.
Oh, 100%. You want to do that as a spinner. And to be honest, even as spin bowlers, yes, there is a bit of the bowlers' union. Of course, spinners, after the game, you'll have that nice friendly chat and you'll big each other up. But out there in the middle, you want to get the wood over your opposition spin bowler. And I imagine that's exactly what Rian Ahmed is wanting to do. In terms of the Division 2 scores, as Warwickshire take their first wickets at Edgbaston Essex now 1-1. Derbyshire are 126 for 2 at the county ground. Here is Chahal too. Ahmed uses the feet and lofts him gloriously. 6 more runs for Rian Ahmed. Style, flair, elegance, panache, elan, all rolled into one. That is a tremendous shot from the Foxes youngster.
This is brilliant. This is absolutely fantastic first-class cricket. You've got overseas quality. Yuzvendra Chahal, fresh off a 9-wicket haul last week here against Derbyshire, against the young English Test cricket leggy, the all-rounder, the original Nighthawk that's walked out and has hit Yuzvendra Chahal for 2 sixes in 2 overs. What a sport.
It really is. And again, what a precocious talent. But it also just goes to serve as a warning, I suppose. Don't drop Rian Ahmed when he's on 0, because he will punish you, won't he? And this man can punish you as well. Louis Kimber now facing off against the Indian leg spinning superstar. Here he is. Decides to drive that through the covers. Nice shot. Goes for a single. I'll take you through some of the other scores then. So we've done all of the Division 1 scores, bar the Hampshire-Worcestershire game. So Hampshire are currently 138 for 2 at Southampton. So Nick Gubbins and James Vince both surpassing 50. Chahal again here to Rian Ahmed. Presses forward. That'll be no run.
It will be a run.
Oh,
That's
it
a
will be.
misfield by James Sales at cover. Will allow Ray and Ahmed to come back for a second. It's a little bit sloppy there from Northants.
Yeah, we haven't seen that too often, have we? During the Derbyshire game, I can probably count maybe 1 or 2 misfields in the entire game, and actually that does bring about a slight change in the field. Down in Bristol, Gloucestershire 89 for 7. Chahal here gets Ray and Ahmed on the front foot defending. And finally, between Glamorgan and Yorkshire at Sophia Gardens, Yorkshire are 130 for 2, with Johnny Tattersall and James Wharton currently out there in the middle. That is another dot ball from Chahal to Rayan Ahmed. So that'll bring us to an end to the 38th over. Ahmed's really accelerating his scoring. He's now on 24. Kimber out there on 2. And the visitors are currently 133 for 4 here at the county ground in Northampton. Really is fantastic to witness this, isn't it? The attacking intent of Rayan Ahmed against a fine bowler, as you touched upon, Dan. 9 wickets last week for Yuzi Chahal. It was his best ever match figures in a first-class game or any format for that matter. And yet it's the naivety of youth, isn't it? Just go out there and give it a good old-fashioned whack. And Rayan Ahmed is certainly prolific when it comes to that play style. Here is Ben Sanderson there.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson making his 250th career appearance today. Fantastic career for Ben Sanderson, one that we've had a lot of enjoyment watching here at Northampton over the last couple of years on commentary, yourself over the last week on commentary. I'm sure supporters of Northampton County Cricket Club for a lot longer than that. You were singing his praises, weren't you? A real servant to the county. And he's going to feel like he's got a little bit of amends to make here. I know he's not bowling at Rayan Ahmed right now, but he's going to have watched Rayan Ahmed deposit Yuzvendra Chahal into the Spencer Lounge twice. He's going to be thinking to himself, I might have to try and get this bloke out myself here. Having put down what was a relatively easy catch off the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal on was it the first over, second over after lunch, wasn't it? Because Jack White opened up from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Still 3 slips in place. Louis Kimber defends into the offside. Safe save does the fielding.
If there is to be a bowler who can do exactly that, though, it would be Ben Sanderson. We've brought up this point so many times, but he's an exceptional bowler. I mean, when you look at him this season, he's Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker by a country mile. He's taken 38 wickets. He's currently the 4th leading wicket taker in the 2nd division. It's absolutely staggering, the consistency and dependability of this man over the years. And here he is then towards Louis Kimber. That one slightly flayed at, goes out towards backward point for no run. Of course, just 2 wickets away from 400 first-class scalps. Really could be a very, very memorable week for the seam bowler. And to be honest, he deserves it. He deserves all the praise and plaudits as well. I know some people might think that we're almost over-exaggerating his achievements, but he is such a good bowler. Here he is yet again, turning at the top of his mark. That channel, the corridor of uncertainty, as it's known, just probing with his long and his length there, making Kimber second guess as to which shots he's going to play. Bit of a conversation here as well between Jack White and George Bartlett there. Not entirely sure what the conversation's about. Bartlett's got a nice smile on his face though, so I imagine it was something quite light-hearted. Here is Sanderson yet again, bounding in with some purpose in towards Louis Kimber. And has he got him? Yes, he has. Induces the outside edge of the right-hander. Ben Sanderson strikes yet again here at the county grounds. Louis Kimber goes for 2. And we speak about big moments, key wickets in this affair. That really could be yet another pivotal one as Northamptonshire look to flip the momentum of this afternoon session. We speak about channel bowling, that avenue of apprehension, as it's known down in Australia, and Ben Sanderson, yeah, utilising that area of the pitch to great effect. So let's just take a look back at this wicket. And just look at that. There's a slight nibble just towards the end. Kimber got across to that, trying to close down that angle. Just enough, isn't there, from this Duke's ball? There's a little bit of that more natural shape and just induces the tickle of the outside edge of that bat. So Leicestershire now, who at one point were motoring at 96 for 2, now find themselves 135 for 5, and the partnership was at 26. It was just beginning to tick along ever so slightly, and as was the case against Derbyshire last week, this clinical Northants attack, just stifling any momentum, any flow, any fluency, any rhythm.
Yeah, the partnership, as you say, was growing, but it was contributed heavily by one party, wasn't it? It's proved to be quite tough to get going out here on this pitch. And I think, as I've said a couple of times, I think there is just an element of just a bit stoppy, I think, off the seamers. And I think that's where it becomes quite difficult to get the timing on it. And that, I suppose the fact that it is turning would go some way to kind of back up the point that there is a little bit of grip in the surface when it does hit the seam and bite into it. But that's going to cheer Ben Sanderson up. Yes, he's still going to be looking at Rayan Ahmed out in the middle, thinking 135 for 5 could have been 135 for 6 here. Well, less than that, to be fair, if Rayan Ahmed had gone without scoring. But he's done an element to make up for it. And what does Rayan Ahmed do? He's got a more than capable partner with him in the middle of Ben Cox. So I suspect Rayan Ahmed will just go that he started.
It will do. And Ben Cox, I suppose, in that engine room, here is Jahal then to Ahmed. Again, plays that one resolutely. With Ben Cox, his strike rate is 65.63. So, again, unfortunately, he hasn't got a century so far in the championship this season. He's got a couple of 50-plus scores, but he is more of an anchor kind of player as Ahmed. Yet again, is showing all of the skills and attributes which have made him an international cricketer. That is a wonderful shot. Rocks onto the back foot, deposits it towards mid-wicket for 4. He's putting on a show for us today, isn't he, Dan?
It's been one of the best 30s off 27 I've seen in the championship for a long time. Oh, my word. Well, there we go. A combination of putting the mockers on Rayan Ahmed. Yuzvendra Chahal was stuck with by his captain, Luke Proctor, and he ended up getting the reward. Yes, he went for a couple of sixes. Yes, the ball before Rayan Ahmed pounced on a bit of length. Yes, he was dropped by Ben Sanderson without scoring, but he does finally depart for 30. 30 off 28. I think as a combination there, Aaron, we can both claim some credit for a bit of a curse.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, that is the case. I was really enjoying that, though. I think both of us were, even if you're of a Northamptonshire persuasion, just seeing a promising English youngster go out there and play with some freedom and some flair and some elegance. It was, as you said, a fine 30 from 28 balls, arguably the finest we'll see this season in terms of those metrics. But that is the massive wicket for Northamptonshire, because now the likes of Travaskis, Scriven, even Scott Curry can bat. I mean, Scott Curry in the previous meeting between these sides got 44 not out. Let's not forget that. But in terms of those real heavy hitters, you'd argue now Northants have got the majority of them out, if not all of them, in terms of those accelerated strike rates. Travaskis hasn't really found his rhythm in terms of the aggressive options so far this season. He's striking at 41.1, which is
still not slow, is it?
It isn't. It isn't by any stretch of the imagination. But again, I'm intrigued and fascinated to see how these two go, because it's difficult to start on this surface. You've seen the more attacking guys go for those quick fire runs, but then again, could a 219 or a 229 be a decent score for Leicestershire? That is the beauty of this game. And I think you have to give real credit as well to Northamptonshire because they know what this surface is acting like. It is very similar to the one that we saw against Derbyshire last week. And they're just putting it in those areas. They're putting it on that good line, that good length. They're making the Leicestershire batters second guess as to whether they should go on the front foot or whether they should take the more defensive and solid option. It really is a cracking contest, this. And it is some excellent bowling from the likes of Yuzi Chahal, Ben Sanderson, Jack White. It's eye-catching, is how I'd describe it so far.
Yeah, and as you said, Leicestershire will just keep coming, won't they? They bat a long way down, and I don't suddenly see a change of game plan coming from Leicestershire either. Why would they? If this is the way they feel to be most successful, stick at it. And as you say, if you can get up to that 200 mark, as we saw last week, things can happen pretty quickly here at Northampton.
Well, they can. And here is Chahal then to round out this 40th over. He's bowling to Liam Travaskis. That one drilled up towards mid-off, and that will be no runs. So at the end of the 40th over, an eventful one from Yuzvendra Chahal, Leicestershire now 139 for 6, and it is those collapses that we've witnessed here at the county grounds in these past couple of rounds. To go from 96 for 2 in the 29th over, what is that, 66 balls later? And they've lost, what, 4 wickets? That of Lewis Hill, Salt Budinger, Louis Kimber, Rian Ahmed. How quickly the game of cricket can change, and to be honest, Northants deserve it. They really do. They've just been disciplined. They're not searching for wickets. They're making their opposition make these mistakes. And here is Ben Sanderson then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 1 wicket away from 400 scalps in the first class format. And my oh my, would he not be worthy and deserving of every single one of those? It'll be Ben Cox on strike, the former Worcestershire man. Ben Sanderson with the Duke's ball in hands. Here we go then to start the 41st over. Solid defence.
Solid defence. 2 men on 0 though for Leicestershire, which will get the tails up for Northants. And we have said it's tough to start, isn't it? It was tough for Budinger to start. It was hard work, wasn't it? Went on to make a really well-made 50, but it was tough at the start. The ball was nipping around, playing and missing. And I dare say that's probably going to continue here for Ben Cox and Liam Travaskis. And the other thing you know that you're going to get with Jack White and Ben Sanderson backing one another up here is you are going to get a long spell from the Lynn Wilson centre when it is going to be difficult to score. They're not going to give you many options, which then potentially means you have to try and score your runs against the leg spin, the mystery of Yuzvendra Chahal. It's not easy at either end at the moment for Leicestershire.
It isn't. And that's why it's gripping cricket, isn't it? Feels like every single over something big will happen because Leicestershire are playing very counter-attacking cricket here. And at the same time, Northants are bowling well. Lovely conditions as well here in September. You wouldn't think it's almost the end of the month and the start of autumn, and yet Northampton here bathed in that autumnal sunshine. It really is a wonderful day for some county championship cricket. Here is Ben Sanderson then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one defended again by Ben Cox. Nice use of the feet though from the Foxes wicket-keeper, just trying to close down that natural angle back into the right-hander that Sanderson possesses. Plenty of gaps on the onside as well. Nobody out here towards cow corner or deep mid-wicket, depending on your preference. No one out at the deep square leg boundary either, because George Bartlett has come in as more of a catching mid-wicket. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Ben Cox. Leaves that one well alone. Dot ball outside the off stump of the right-hander. It's a good battle, isn't it, Dan? Really good battle.
It's enthralling. You'd say now that Northants are on top. And half an hour ago, we were saying, well, maybe slightly more than half an hour ago, but you say that Leicestershire are on top. 40 minutes ago, I think it is, that play obviously would have resumed for this afternoon session, and it has changed so quickly. And it's not just swung one way either, has it? It's ebbed and flowed, as you said. It's kind of fought back and forth as to who might be winning at that particular stage, as with Ryan putting those 2 sixes into the Spencer Lounge, the drop catch, and you think, oh, okay, well, that's gone a bit further Leicestershire's way. And then there's wickets at the other end. It's a fantastic sport that we get the pleasure of watching and commentating on. And Northampton will be looking for back-to-back wins in the championship. And if you said 349 days ago for the last championship win, I dare say we might have to look a bit further back for the last back-to-back championship wins, in which case, well, you know what, I'm not going to do it because it's too early. It's disrespectful to do it on day one, but maybe it's worth looking at later down the line if things go well for Northampton over the next 3 and a bit days. But it's the end of the over. It's another maiden for Ben Sanderson, another one maiden added to his 250 career appearance so far. Imagine getting a trophy for every maiden you bowled. How big would his cupboard have to be?
Massive.
Genuinely enormous.
Would be an absolutely massive cabinet.
You can have like the little trophies, you know, the ones that you get like club cricket when you've been like the best fielder or something. They're about 4 inches high. Just give them a few of them. Shows about my bowling. Fair, if I'm thinking about getting trophies for bowling a maiden, doesn't it?
I was going to say, I do wonder
very often.
I do wonder how many he's bowled over the course of his career. He's such a consistent bowler, isn't he? Here is Yuzvendra Chahal then to bowl to Liam Travaskis. This one drilled back to the bowler. That will be no run. And again, for Liam, he's had, as I said, an okay season actually in terms of the averages. He's averaging 43. And it goes for the big shot here across the body. McManus was alert to that one, whips off the bails in the blink of an eye. But again, that one probably just too short to be sweeping. Needs to be slightly fuller pitched from Chahal if that is to get a bit of connection with the bats. Here is Chahal again to Travaskis. Attempts to work that out towards the onside. Goes out towards Gus Miller. In at that catching mid-wicket for no run. Sign of intent though there with that sweep shot from Travaskis. Drops that one down defensively because there are gaps out there on that onside. I know that Jack White is lurking a little bit just down to the right of the commentary position, but aside from him, there's plenty of green space on that leg side. Here is Chahal again then to Travaskis, chips that one up. There are a few hands on heads. In fact, just from my estimation, there were 4 there, 4 Northamptonshire players who were wondering how that ball hadn't nestled into the hands of mid-on. Just feels like something might happen, this delivery. Here is Chahal then to Travaskis, just about evades the grasp of James Sales there. Short leg, and that will be a dot ball. So at the end of it, Leicestershire 139 for 6. Travaskis and Cox playing a little bit more defensively than their...
Do you think that was defensive by Travaskis?
Well, towards the end, other than the massive sweep shot.
And the attempted pogo down the ground for 6 that didn't quite connect and fell in no man's land in front of mid-on.
Well, you're right, actually.
I'd like to see an attacking over from Liam Travaskis.
Yeah, okay.
That was defensive.
Well, still 4 defensive to 2 attacking. It wasn't ultra aggressive if we're sorting it up.
My question before the start of that over to you was going to be, obviously these 2 are both new batters. They're both on 0. How long are they prepared to stay on 0 for? Travaskis, clearly not very long, but still is there on 0. Sanderson makes his way into bowl, and he's got Ben Cox in his sights, who he faced now 7 deliveries now, I think. It is 7, without scoring. There is a rebuild, or there could be an opportunity for a rebuild here for Leicestershire. There could be a position for a counter-attack here for Leicestershire. It's really quite difficult to second guess as to what to expect, I think.
It is. And again, that'll be something which is ticking through the minds of these two Leicestershire batters at the moment. I think Liam probably will be the more aggressive of the two based off of what we've just witnessed. Here is Sanderson then to Ben Cox. That one dropped out into the covers for no run. And maybe that is something which these two have had a chat about, because with Ben Cox, he is more of the accumulator. Yes, he does score quite a few flurries of boundaries, but he's someone who's happy to just work it off the pads and just dispatch and punish those bad deliveries. Whereas Travaskis, as we've just seen there, if the ball's there to be hit, it's not just hitting it. He's looking to clear the leather off of that cricket ball. So maybe that is the approach that these two will go for. Here is Sanderson then to Ben Cox.
Did we mention the wicket of Lewis Kimber was Ben Sanderson's 399th first-class wicket as well?
One away from that magic milestone of 400. Absolutely fantastic. One of those games, Dan, that we can say we were there. He is one of the finest modern servants of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and of course, if you are of a Northants persuasion, you'll be wanting him to reach that milestone as soon as possible. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Ben Cox. Again, dropping it just in front of the eye line of the right-handed Ben Cox. Will be another dot ball. Excellent spell this from Sanderson.
Superb. And I think, like, you obviously say quite a lot. You go, oh, well, this guy's a fantastic lad as well, and great off the field. And I can say for certain, every interaction I've had with Ben Sanderson since I've been at the county has been brilliant. Such a fantastic human being, really humble, really genuine. I think we spoke last week about kind of looking at future opportunities with regards to coaching as well.
That's a really nice shot, isn't it? Just clipped off the pads there from Ben Cox. Will it go for 4? Yes, it will. Great way to get off the mark as far as Ben Cox is concerned. An almost nonchalant and effortless stroke there from the former Worcestershire man.
Yeah, and as you said, just knocks away the bad ball, wasn't it? It was too straight. It was a hit ball from Sanderson, and Cox really, with no aggression to it whatsoever, is just leant on it through square leg, rolled the wrists on it, straight down onto the carpet, and it's run across what's quite a long square going towards the cinch stand and the signal box here at the county ground in Northampton.
Sanderson again. Well, this one will work its way out towards Yuzvendra Chahal. No mistakes there in the field. And that will bring us to an end to the 43rd over. Leicestershire now 144 for 6. The partnership just beginning to build. It's still very much in the embryonic phases. It's only at 5 runs at the moment, or 5 of those coming off the bat of Ben Cox. But yeah, one of these two, if they depart, what with the score on around about 150, 160, Northants will be absolutely revelling in that. They'll be looking to dismiss the visitors for less than 200. I think that's probably the conversation at the moment as Chahal gets ready then to bowl from the David Capel end.
What do you think of our signal box at Northampton?
I think it's iconic.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of those lovely sights in county cricket. It gives Wantage Road a bit of character, doesn't it? I think it's a lovely little signal box. Been here for years, hasn't it? It's just part of the scenery and the furniture.
Absolutely. I'd love there to have been like a London to Northampton train line that used to run down the back of the county ground as well, but unfortunately not.
No, it's quite some distance, isn't it, away from the train station now? Because this is more towards the Abington side of things, isn't it? Here it's the county ground. Here is Chahal then to Ben Cox. Spears that one out towards the point region for no run. And on a day like today, doesn't the county ground look lovely as well? I mean, there are some clouds in the sky just over behind the Spencer Lounge and the heavy stand. Here is Chahal again, drops that one short. And there is a misfield here from George Bartlett. Will it go for 4? Yes, it will. Well, a bit surprising that from George Bartlett. He's been good in the field today. That one a bit too hot to handle from Ben Cox, albeit that was there to be hit. And he gave it the treatments that it deserved. But yeah, that wasn't ideal. And actually, have now put George Bartlett out there on the deep point fence as a result. Here is Chahal then. Huge appeal.
That's not what you want to see an umpire do when you're stood there having just had an LBW appeal go up. He's just flicked the counter from one hand to another. Big appeal, wasn't there, from Lewis McManus?
Huge appeal. Here is Chahal again then. To Ben Cox, goes for the sweep. Gets a good connection on that, actually. Just works it around the corner. Now for another single. That's interesting that Peter mentions that. The signal box is the only unaltered feature of the ground since the county achieved first-class status in 1905. Great bit of trivia. Thank you for that, Peter.
That is fantastic. And it is a truly iconic part of the ground as well, isn't it? It's
Then to Travaskis, gives that some flight. Iconic, isn't it? That is the word of choice.
Which I would imagine wherever you're sat around the ground, unless you're in the signal box itself, your eye will be drawn to that at some point during the day, because it's such an anomaly to the rest of the building and the architecture type around the ground that it would naturally just spark a conversation as to, well, what's that then? How did that get there? And it does look brilliant. It's really well maintained. It's the home of the supporters club. And I didn't know that, though. I didn't know it was the only original piece.
Again, every day is a school day.
Absolutely right.
Really is. There it is in all of its splendour and glory on this fine September Tuesday. Oh, you can't really ask for much more. That is county cricket right there. Looking at a lovely piece of architecture. Got some top quality cricket taking place in the middle. Lovely way to spend in midweek. Here is Ben Sanderson then getting ready with the ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end, hunting for that 400th first-class victim. Will it be Ben Cox? That is the big question. Northamptonshire would certainly hope so. Here is Ben Sanderson then into Ben Cox. Plays that confidently off the back foot out towards backward point for no run.
I think the misfields have been the only real thing that you could be critical about Northants today. And you said last week against Derbyshire, they didn't put a foot wrong. Everybody was almost exemplary, really, in the field. Yes, okay, the two innings were fairly low scoring, but it was challenging, wasn't it? In both of those innings against the spin and the seam of Derbyshire. But today there have been a few, haven't there? One went through Safe Save, one went through James Sales, that one went through George Bartlett. Can kind of caveat it a little bit in the fact that, as I say, it's the end of the summer. The wicket ends are bare now. They look scrubbed up. One could bounce a bit more than what you think, and one could hold up, and you get yourself into a bit of a bad position for it. But yeah, last week Northants didn't miss a beat.
No, they didn't. They were irrepressible, would be the adjective that I'd use to describe them. Here is Sanderson again, left well alone by Ben Cox for another dot ball. The score inching ever closer to 150 for the Foxes of Leicestershire. But yeah, at one point it looked like they could have been getting 250, even 300, looking at that partnership between Lewis Hill and Sol Budinger. Again, how quickly the game of cricket can change. And you can see with the body language as well of these Northants fielders, there's a bit more energy and optimism in the field. Here is Ben Sanderson then. Well, he does induce the outside edge of Ben Cox's bats. There's no protection down there at third man, and that will be another 4 to add to the score. Brings up the 150 for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Another boundary off the blade of Ben Cox. And again, at this stage, you're not really too concerned with how the runs are coming. It's the fact that they're in the first place.
Yeah, it's so short down to that boundary. Ben Cox didn't even look to run, that he knew it was going to race its way down there. Rob Keogh just jogged back gently. It's been a fairly productive area as well. A few boundaries have come down that way, down towards that pocket. That's going to be whipped off the pads for a couple. They're going to take on Vendra Chahal, who gets the ball back in towards, well, the middle of the cut strip. Well backed up by Safe Save to make sure there were no overthrows there. Looks like I've seen Justin Broad getting loose, so he could well be having a spell maybe to continue the seam from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Ben Sanderson now into his 11th over. There must be a temptation to get that ball back in Rob Keogh's hands, having seen the turn just before lunch. Shorter length, defended nicely. Back down the ground, end of the over. 155 for 6 of 45 overs. Ben Cox, 14. 16 in fact, and Travaskis yet to get off the mark. And it does look like it will be Justin Broad to replace Ben Sanderson from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But before we get that, we will get another over of leg spin from the David Capel end. That from Yuzvendra Chahal. I'm thinking Rob Keogh rather than Justin Broad.
So am I. Especially for that one delivery to Lewis Hill. Really did light my eyes up, to be honest, because that turns a country mile. Here is Chahal, and let's see if he can work his magic from the David Capel end.
What he has been able to do is allow Liam Travaskis off the mark. They're going to take Jack White on for a second. Saw the big fast bowler running in from the boundary. Travaskis saw that as an opportunity to come back 4-2. So he's off the mark. And he faced 10 balls to get off the mark, but like he'd been out there for a while. It was an eventful over up against Yuzvendra Chahal a short while ago. That one back and across, defended into the leg side to Gus Miller, who we've not really spoken about so far today. Quietly gone about his business. Field, Northampton didn't stick with the slip cordon for too long today. On flight on offer, can he get it past Rob Keogh? He can't. Well fielded in at cover. A tumbling stop by Rob. Short leg and a first slip in place. There's 2 men out on the leg side. Safe save. But we down on the offside, sweeping and protecting that boundary. And as I've just said about not mentioning Gus Miller, there's been another Northampton misfield on the square.
Yeah, and that's slightly frustrating for the bowlers, to be honest, because, again, in what could be another low-scoring game, every single run is gold dust, isn't it? It just allows that pressure to just be eased slightly on the Leicestershire batters. Here is Chahal again, then really does drag that one down with a bit of fizz and venom. Worked out to another misfield. Here at deep points by George Bartlett. They do scamper back for an additional run.
It's an interesting look out the window, isn't it, this? Because at 161 for 6, and they've added a few more since the odd misfield here or there, but the misfields would lead you to believe that Leicestershire are well on top and that the concentration is just dropping a little bit from Northampton. But you look at the scoreboard, there should be no indication whatsoever the fact that Northampton aren't at worst 50-50 in this game. And yet, just a few pounds are under the pump here. And I don't really understand where that's seeping in the midfields.
No, it's slightly odd, isn't it? Because at this stage, you'd probably argue the pendulum has shifted in favour of the home side, but maybe it is just a case of them really wanting to back up their bowlers and they're just taking the eyes off the ball for that split second. It has cost them a few extra runs. It's cost them at least 9-10 runs at this stage in terms of the ones which have gone out towards that point region. And yeah, it's not the end of the world for Northamptonshire, but it's just a little bit frustrating because it just allows those partnerships to build further. I mean, look at this one now. We spoke a few overs ago. It was on 5. It now stands at 22.
Yeah, Justin Broad into bowl. Just bowled the 4 overs in the morning session. 4 overs, 1 made, none for 16, and starts allowing or inviting Ben Cox, in fact, to play that cut shot. It's a bit confusing when you look at the scorecard and it's OB Cox, isn't it? But that's my fault. It's not Ben's.
Yeah, Oliver Benjamin Cox, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my responsibility to get that right. Broad with 2 slips. pushes Cox back, defends off the back foot down to Jack White. I did see that Luke Proctor had a conversation with Rob Keogh, and I think probably said, we're going to have a look at Justin Broad here, and you will be next from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Proctor's not been shy in bowling his seamers short spells, and I suspect if Justin Broad doesn't extract too much out of this surface, it could just be a quick 2, 3, longest 4 over spell, I would imagine, before we look at the off spin again of Rob Keogh. We spoke up Yuzvendra Chahal, didn't we, about his 9 foot last week, but not forget Rob Keogh picked up 5 wickets, or picked up the 5 wickets in the second innings to get Northants over the line.
Absolutely not. I'll take you through.
You're giving me a funny look there, Aaron. What's going on?
Well, a lot of wickets have fallen. That's what's just happened. I'll say at the end of this over.
Just keep a little bit low, maybe, but well defended into the leg side. Broad's been on the money, not necessarily providing too much of a challenge just yet for Ben Cox, but on the money, which is what you can ask for your third change seamer. On down the leg side, turned away. Is it going to beat Yuzvendra Chahal? It isn't. He does well. Gets that one back in. His standards, Yuzvendra Chahal's standards in the field have been absolutely fantastic. For a leg spinner that's into his, how many overs has he bowled himself here? 15 overs. Yes, there's been a lunch break in the middle, but he has bowled exclusively from the David Capel end. And the ball has tracked him a little bit when he's been down at fine leg, and he's put his body on the line for his teammates out here, protecting the boundary. And that's another great example of the standards that he sets himself. Saves his team 4. 163 for 6 now. 46.5 overs, last ball of this over, and that's cut away for 4 down to the short side. So a disappointing end to what was an enterprising start to the over. Justin Broad conceding 6 runs from it, 167 for 6. Tell me about these wickets.
Well, it's all going on at the moment, Dan, everywhere other than Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are 195 for none.
Pile on.
Yeah, Ben Slater 112 not out. But in terms of the first one, up at Old Trafford, Lancashire bowled out for 140. And on the very first delivery of Somerset's innings, Tom Bailey has dismissed Andy Umaid. I mean, that is absolutely staggering. Genuine edge behind to Keaton Jennings, so he's departed. The other one, which is staggering, another wicket has just fallen here. Toby Rowland-Jones is on fire at the county ground in Derby. Derbyshire were 126 for 2.
Yep.
They are now 133 for 8.
It feels like I've been somewhere before like that with the Derbyshire scorecard from last week.
Staggering stuff. Absolutely staggering collapse. In fact, they were 130 for 2.
Wow. Maybe not quite as extreme. Is that Roland Jones just on a roll there? Or has he had a bit of assistance?
Well, slight bit from Ethan Bamber as well. So Bamber got the big wicket of David Lloyd, the Derbyshire captain. That is a staggering collapse. That is absolutely astonishing. What is that? 6 wickets for 3 runs.
Yeah. Chahal, big sweep from Travaskis. Puts it in the gap between Jack White, and that is going to be 4. It beats the dive from Northants' opening bowler. He and George Bartlett out there patrolling that leg side boundary. But it beats the man, and Travaskis picks up 4. The sweep shot working this time.
Yeah, good shot, wasn't it, from Liam Travaskis in the game between Warwickshire and Essex. Now, Edgbaston, Essex now 49 for 3 after dismissing the Bears for 78. And at the Oval, Durham are 150 for 5.
Flight on offer. Well, half stopped by James Sales, who gives chase himself. Are they going to come back for a couple? They don't. Well fielded. Well recovered there from James Sales. With the peace of mind to get up and do the fielding himself, not leave it for Jack White. He's had a big 10-over spell in the game so far. He's got 5 maidens in that 10 overs for Jack White. Chahal now bowling to Cox. Maybe a bit of deception in the flight there, is it? It's a leading edge back to the bowler. .25 not out now for Ben Cox, and solid defence up against Yuzvendra Chahal, who's 2 for 70 off 15. That goes to show how topsy-turvy of a game we've had here. Yuzvendra Chahal feels like has been all over Leicestershire for a lot of this game, but he's going at just under 5s from the best part of 16 overs. A lot of that is punishment from Ray and Ahmed, but you can see the skill and the backing that he's got from his skipper, that sticking with him, plugging away from the David Capel end. 16 overs now have been bowled by Yuzvendra Chahal. 3 maidens, 2 for 70. Rob Keogh starts getting loose. Justin Broad passes the cap back to the umpire and will bowl over in this spell after lunch. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 for the South African-born German international cricketer into his 2nd full season as a professional cricketer. One that grows day by day as an athlete. Best figures, 7 for 33 down at Bristol a couple of weeks ago. Just feels like, I don't know about you, but it feels like from what I've seen so far that this is going to be another low scoring affair between these two sides. And the partnerships, as you said, they do grow, and they do grow quite quickly. And this one now is worth 33. It's just starting to feel like Northants need to break this one in a hurry. That's well played by Travaskis into the gap on the leg side. And we'll come back for a couple. That man, Yuzvendra Chahal, doing the work again down on the boundary. They can find another place for him to field, couldn't they, Chahal? Just let him have a breather between overs.
Well, yeah, he's been active, hasn't he? Bit of a shame, really, because usually down there you're thinking, well, you can just have that little bit of a break in between overs. But yeah, as has been the case, there's been a magnet in that Duke's ball. Here is brought then in towards Liam Travaskis. Clips off the pads there. There's a chase on here for Saif Zaib. They will scamper back for 2 runs. Just got his line slightly to leg side at the moment, has Justin Broad. I mentioned the fact that Northants hadn't been searching for wickets, but on this occasion, he's just going a little bit too straight, trying to bring those stumps into play. Travaskis, so strong off the pads. Really good leg side cricketer. Here's the former Durham man.
Again, through the leg side. Fortunately, there is protection out there, and say can't cut that one down for anything other than a 2. Gloucestershire have just been bowled out for 109. Just to confirm that first innings score in down at Bristol. So Sussex well on top down in that fixture, looking to cement their promotion back to Division 1. Solid defence. Good response from Justin Broad, back on the money. I think this over here is, I would imagine, confirmation that that nod to Rob Keogh will come sooner rather than later, which may end up being to the detriment of Leicestershire if he turns up and bowls and gets a few of those to turn like he did in the first session this morning. But really quickly, scores raced along to 178 for 6. These two came together when the score was 139 for 6. 135 for 5 it was before that. So it's been a real productive partnership between these two Leicestershire batters.
It's a good word to describe it, productive, isn't it? It's not been too flashy. It's not been anything too innovative or enterprising. It's just done the job. And that's exactly what you need. on, again, what could be a pretty slow, low-scoring surface.
Mm.
He's just ticking those runs over. Here he's Justin Broadbent to Liam Travaskis in attempt to work that on the onside. Finds Luke Proctor at mid-on. That'll be a dot ball, so that'll bring us to an end to the 49th over. And Leicestershire are now 178 for 6. And you speak about that partnership, it now stands at 39. So again, they're youthful runs between these two. They don't look too rushed at the crease. They've been assured in their defence. They've also been punishing on the attack. I think that's fair to say. Anything which has been wide or loose has been casted away to the boundary. And yeah, every single run that these two can score is worth its weight in gold as far as the visitors are concerned. So it will be Yuzvendra Chahal to continue his spell from the David Capel end. Bit of a change in the field as well. You can see James Sales there underneath the lid. He's moved away from that short leg position. It's now in at silly mid-off.
Interesting that they feel that a catch off the face of the bat is and it's gone. Straight through Ben Cox. That looked like a quicker ball from Chahal, which was, unless that skidded right through, it did keep a little bit low, I think. But if it didn't, that's a complete misjudgment from Ben Cox. He's gone back to pull that from Chahal. I think the quicker ball has probably done for him, and it's skidded through. It's crashed into the stumps, and Chahal has got his third from what was a bit of an ugly-looking shot from Cox there as he goes for 25. I think he probably just got the length wrong on that one. On a pitch that's been low and turning from the outset. Yeah, that's a pretty grisly end, isn't it, to Ben Cox's innings of 25. And Leicestershire, having had that productive partnership that was accruing runs nicely and feeling like they were taking the game back in their favour, has just been broken. 7 down, 178 for 7. And the man at number 9 for Leicestershire is Tom Scriven.
Yes, it is, wearing the number 88. And again, Tom is a more than capable batting option. He scored 323 runs at 46.14 this season. 3 50-plus scores as well, which is always useful, isn't it, down the order. You want to see the tail wag, and he is more of a bowling all-rounder. I don't think you'd call him a tail-ender by any stretch of the imagination. But again, it's frustrating for Leicestershire. We speak about the partnerships that was building there, and there just haven't been any of real significance aside from that partnership between Lewis Hill and Sol Budinger. That was worth 51. Other than that, the rest have been in the 20s, 30s. That one, for example, was 39 between Travaskis and Cox, and a needless dismissal given the situation. Northants were just beginning to lose a little bit of the fluency, and yeah, the wicket was gifted there, unfortunately, by Ben Cox, but that does bring Tom Scriven
Rob Keogh.
So we're going to have a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It was just a 2-over spell from Justin Broad, and it is going to be the off spin of Rob Keogh. Back into the attack. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10 so far for Rob. Picked up the wicket just before
$180 for 7. You'd probably argue that 220 actually might be a decent score for Leicestershire, given all of these wickets and the slight collapse. And perhaps Travaskis does need to be the man to be more aggressive. As that ball is defended back, just been reliably informed that we have got comms back, so you can hear myself and down on the stream. We do apologise for the brief technical delay there, but we are back, so we can take you through the action. Here is Chahal then to Scriven. Well, we spoke about Travaskis being the one to try and accelerate the run rate. Tom Scriven maybe trying to take up the mantle on that shot, went for the big slog sweep.
there's a big cherry, isn't there, being dangled with that short leg side boundary. The difficulty is Chahal turning the ball away from the bat, which makes it slightly more difficult. But you're going to be looking at that thinking, I could miss hit a couple for 6 here.
Yeah, there is. It's the mind games, isn't it? But of course, at the same time, if you miscue it, that can also produce an opportunity. That one squeezes away off the outside edge of Scriven's bat. Out towards Jack White in his sun hat. Great to see Jack White back as well. We'll say that throughout the next few days, but really has been So good to see him back. Here is Scriven again then. Defends that back to Chahal for another dot ball. And also George Bartley as well, who in the previous meeting between these two sides got that century. It was a fine century, wasn't it? At the county ground in Leicester. Chahal then to round out this over very full. And just clipped out towards mid-on for one run. So that will bring us to an end to over number 52, at the end of which Leicestershire are 181 for 7, Travaskis on 14, Tom Scriven on 3.
Yeah. What feels like a good score from here, Aaron?
220,
Yeah.
230. I think that would be respectable given the current situation. You know, at one point they were 178 for 7. But this is the key thing with Leicestershire. They can bat. They really do have a deep batting lineup. You look all the way down. I mentioned Sam Wood's name, right? And I imagine we'll see him at some point today, just looking at how the surface is reacting so far. But he scored 34 on his first-class debut against Glamorgan. He's no slouch with the bat. He's done it in twos cricket as well. He's done it in club cricket, as I mentioned before, for Newtown Linford. He's not a traditional number 11 who will come in and, you know, just eat up dot balls. Here is Keogh again to Tom Scriven. Played smartly off the back foot for no runs. So, again, for Northamptonshire, you can't rest on your laurels either. You can't go, oh, well, we've got Leicestershire 185 for 8, for example, because the next two guys are more than capable with the bat in hand. Here is Keogh. Again, that lovely phantom-like drift. You love to see that as a fan of off-spin bowling. Keogh really has found his rhythm so far. 3.3 overs. No maidens, 1 for 11. And really getting up and over the ball, generating those revs and the rotations on that Duke's ball. Love the attacking field as well from Northamptonshire with the presence of James Sales in that short leg. That one is fenced off the back foot out towards Yuzvendra Chahal at point. That will be another single to add to the score, make that 182 for 7. Scriven just beginning to find a little bit of fluency in these past couple of overs. He's just taken some time to get to grips with the surface. And now it's a case of trying to rotate the strike and take the pressure off of Liam Travaskis. Here is Keogh then, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Liam Travaskis. Again, gives it a nice bit of flight and drift. Comes off the outside edge of the left-hander, and that will be the end of over number 53. So Leicestershire 182 for 7, Travaskis on 14, Scriven on 4. Again, it's very early stages of the partnership as a whole, just the 4 runs so far. But if these two can get them past 200, and let's say that Scott Curry and Sam Wood can almost play a royal role for one of these two, again, 220, 230 isn't a million miles away, is it? It's just a case of playing this intelligently.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those kind of pitches and one of those days, the scenario, the time of year as well, that you probably are better off going out there and playing your cricket shots, aren't you? Being proactive, being busy, taking the opportunities as and when they come.
100% as that one, again, is defended off the back foot by Tom Scriven. Really good spell this, though, from Yuzvendra Chahal. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 72. Really striding in with purpose.
That quicker ball. There doesn't really seem to be any massive there with regards to, it seems difficult to pick. I think that's certainly what did for Ben Cox at the end of his innings. It was the quicker ball.
It was. He just fizzes it in, doesn't he? Yet again, they're keeping Scriven on his toes. Also a big fan on that last delivery, the synchronised hands on head between Lewis McManus and Justin Broad in at first slip. Thought that was absolutely hysterical. Here is Chahal again, though. Plenty of presence around the bat of the Leicestershire all-rounder. Pushes this out towards Gus Miller at short cover for no run. And it is quite a split field, isn't it? At the moment, he's got 3 guys on the onside, plenty of protection on the offside. Again, this one pushed forward by Tom Scriven for no run. And it is a case of protecting that boundary, isn't it? Because I imagine at some point there will be the temptation, and maybe they're just playing the mind games now, if Chahal bowls this straighter, to give it an almighty whack out towards deep square leg. Let's see what Chahal can conjure here. It's again speared away by Tom Scriven. That will be a dot ball. So again, another fine over that from Yuzvendra Chahal. It's another maiden. It'll be his 4th of the innings so far. And Leicestershire still 182 for 7 as Rob Keogh prepares to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, Chahal just keeps asking questions, doesn't he? Just keeps knocking on the door. Scriven it was there on strike, just batting out a maiden. Can he bat for Travaskis? Is that the plan? Is that the tactic? Is that the conversation that's happened there in the middle? Not that it's going to be any easier at the other end against Rob Keogh, that is for sure. And that's gone straight up and gone, I think. Travaskis stands his ground. Umpire initially says not out, I believe. And the 2 umpires head to have a conversation. Well, there was certainly bat involved. I don't have much doubt about that in my mind. I think the question is was it a bump ball? That is the question that they are in conversation with. And we will wait and see what the umpire says. But it looks like they are indicating, in fact, that it was a bump ball. Into the ground, ballooned up into the air. James Sales completing what would have been the catch at short leg. Northants can't quite believe it. Yeah, the 2 umpires coming together there. Just confirming the fact that that did go into the surface and was in fact a bump ball. Well bowled by Rob Keogh, though. Just got Travaskis into a bit of trouble there. Bit of a muddle. Wasn't quite clear. That one quick flatter. Be interested to see another replay of that if we get an opportunity to do so. Whether that's at the end of the over or not, because Rob will rattle through this over as quick as he possibly can. That one, flight on offer, driven through the covers. And going to come back for a couple of runs. Bartlett out there on the boundary doing the fielding. Travaskis now moves to 16, 184 for 7. Still 41 and a half overs left to go in the day's play. Well defended by Travaskis. The sweep shot against the spin for Travaskis would be to the short side if he were to take it on. There is Yuzvendra Chahal down on the square leg boundary to add as protection. Final ball of Rob Keogh's 5th over. 1 for 14 so far for Rob Keogh. Northants convinced that they had another one. Convinced that Leicestershire were 8 down. As it was, the umpires confirming that it was a bump ball. Here is the replay of that appeal. I'll slow it right down for you. It's pretty difficult to tell that, isn't it? There's a bit of boot involved there. It certainly looked like Travaskis played that down, didn't it? But whether it came straight off the pitch or whether it came off the boot is difficult to say from our cameras. But the umpire said it came off the ground, so that's all that matters.
It is, yeah. And as we all know, the umpire's decision is final in the county championship. So it's back to the drawing board for the time being as far as Northants are concerned. And unsurprisingly, they elect to continue this spell from Yuzvendra Chahal, entering his 20th over. Little bit of an update from Edgbaston as well. Essex, the last time I had a look, were 50 for 5, so that's quite the intriguing surface in the second city. Here is Chahal again. Whoa, that one has risen an absolute mile. It's almost bowled a bouncer.
Wow. That's exploded out of the surface, isn't it? McManus has kind of tipped that over the bar, and Broad has got onto the end of it to make sure it didn't go for any buys or any extras. Any extra run here just feels like it's going to be so important come the end of this fixture, because it has not been easy, has it, to get going. They've been hard fought, the runs.
Here is Chahal again then. So Scriven goes for the sweep shots and executes it to perfection. There's no protection out there on the square leg boundary, and that is a fine way for Tom Scriven to pick up his first boundary of the encounter. Score now moves on to 188 for 7. Premeditated, that wasn't it, Dan?
Very
in terms
much
of the
so.
way that his eyes lit up, picked up the length nice and early, gets down on one, dispatches that for 4 valuable runs. How can Chahal respond? Or fires that one in a bit more. Quick call of a single. Good running, actually. And that's something which Leicestershire have done all day long, by the way. In terms of the strike rotation, I said that was a limitation of Derbyshire last week. There was a lot of hesitancy and second guessing with the calls in the middle. It's been very assertive between every single partnership so far, as again we have this change in the field. Let's see what Yuzi Chahal can conjure up here. Striding in with real purpose to Travaskis. It's hit him on the pads. Again, there is a half shout behind the bat there from Lewis McManus and the slip cordon, but that will be nothing in the end. It'll just be a dot ball from Chahal, still causing all sorts of problems here for the Leicestershire batters. We'll take a quick look on the replay of this one. Again, a nice sharp bit of turn there, isn't there? Back into the left-handed Travaskis. It's the quintessential leg break, courtesy of the Indian leg spinner. But that will bring us to an end to over number 56. Leicestershire 189 for 7. I think we've just had James Taylor walk by us as well, underneath the commentary position. Confirmation that we have indeed just seen him down towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. Here is Keogh again to restart his spell. First one is a dot ball into the right-handed Tom Scriven. Just looking at George Bartlett as well, cutting out a lonely figure out there at deep square leg. Here is Keogh again to Scriven, defended out towards the bowler for another dot ball. Feels like it's just calmed down slightly with the occasional release of the pressure. And I think that will play into Leicestershire's hands at this stage of the game. Again, Keogh providing some control.
Yeah, I think, well, the partnership now between these two has absorbed, what, 44 deliveries, I think? It's only worth 11, so it's not exactly like it's getting out of hand. But it does appear that these two are just trying to bat a little bit more time than what we've seen from the previous partnerships, the previous Leicestershire batters.
Keogh again to Scriven, forces him onto the back foot, fence back to the bowler. I thought we were going to see some keep uppies then from Rob Keogh. I'm still waiting on it.
End of the
after
over.
That.
Over, Aaron. I reckon that if everything aligns on the 6th ball, I reckon you're in for a treat.
Well, let's see. What can Keogh concoct here? Again, it's another dot ball. Will he bust out the keepy uppies? Well, hey, there we go. A couple of them. Got my wish to some extent. Yeah. Not quite the same level that we saw last week, though, was it? When he was busting out the elasticos and
exactly.
all the...
And the less said about Gus Miller's attempt to carry that on, I think probably the better. Bless him. Just, yeah, go back to shining the ball, Gus. That might be the better way to go about it. Keep those keepy uppies for Rob.
Used to be
that
on
was the highlight for you, wasn't it, really, from last week, of all the cricket that you saw?
Well, you say that. there was the other moment, wasn't there, of the gazebo
Yes.
entering the field of play. And in the
Yep.
official scorer's notes, it said gazebo stop play, which is a little bit of county championship heritage. Here is Charles then to Liam Travaskis. This one worked out on the onside to the aforementioned Rob Keogh for no run. Dips Patel also just walking underneath us here in the commentary position, an icon of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. This one, has it wrapped him on the pads? Well, there wasn't really too much of an appeal there. I think you can see that Travaskis got bat on that one, so that appeal was vanquished rather quickly. But again, good areas.
Do you think 189 for 7? Do you think Northants will feel a little bit shortchanged with some of the LBW appeals that they've gone up for?
Potentially.
The potential bump ball that was caught at short, or the bump ball that was caught at short leg there. Do you think there's kind of run the risk of kind of starting to think that, what do we have to do here to get a wicket? I know they've got 7 of them and they've gone very well, but could be a few of them out there kind of thinking, well, those LBWs has gone a different way. We could have had our feet up by now. We could have been batting.
Potentially, but I don't think you can allow that to enter the psyche, can you? Because look, you're going to have good days on the cricket field. Everything goes your way, and other points it won't. And it's just a case of, well, knuckle down, lads. Let's try and get these final 3 wickets. I think you also have to credit Leicestershire for their approach, because it hasn't been passive by any stretch of the imagination. Travaskis again attempts to work this out via the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, it's only really been this partnership, isn't it, that's been, as you say, passive. 11 off 50 now. Oh, sorry, 13 off 51 now, the partnership, which is, well, barely breathing in comparison to the previous partnerships that Leicestershire have put together as Chahal and McManus go up for another half an appeal. End of the over, just 1 added to the score. 58 overs have been completed in this innings. It's 191 for 7. Travaskis on 16, Scriven on 9. As I say, the partnership has consumed 52 deliveries. It is worth 13. And with Chahal and Keogh, does it feel like sooner rather than later you're going to get one that you can't keep out? It's a tough one. It's a really genuinely tough one to find the balance, isn't it? As to proactivity with the bat, do you try and bat time? And there's no right or wrong way to go about it. And at 191 for 7, you could come with an argument and say that Leicestershire at this point have been too reckless and have maybe lost 1 or 2 wickets playing shots that if they'd have been more watchful, they wouldn't have done.
And that's just the game, isn't it? Again, we speak about the use of hindsight, but also individuality. And look, some players are going to play a certain way, regardless of the surface. And you will get that with the likes of Arian Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Assault Budinger, for example. They are more aggressive and counter-attacking players. That's how they get into their fluency and rhythm. But I think for the most part, Leicestershire actually haven't done too bad of a job. I think it's just been good bowling from Northamptonshire as this is carved out towards deep point by Travaskis for a single. I think a lot of people obviously will look at the batting and you'll go, oh, well, could they have got more? Could they have done this? But yeah, I think in the past 2 games, Northamptonshire's bowlers have been bang on the money. They really have barely put a foot wrong. Here is Rob Keogh again. Nice bit of flight and drifting towards the right-handed Tom Scriven. And look, it's a testament, isn't it, to just disciplined bowling. If you're not going to be erratic, if you're going to put it in those traditionally good areas, you will get your rewards as a result. This one, attempted sweep. There's a massive appeal. And Rob Keogh has another wicket here at the county grounds, given straight away. Where we were speaking about this partnership, it wasn't really too substantial in terms of runs. 15 is where it ends. But it was just frustrating, wasn't it, for Northamptonshire? And that will see the ends of Tom Scriven, caught behind by the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. Rob Keogh does get his just reward. And Leicestershire now 193 for 8 in the 59th over.
We complimented Lewis McManus last week, didn't we, about his glove work and about some of the catches that he took down the leg side. That one as impressive as what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Drifting down the leg side, pitching on middle, turning. McManus would have been unsighted for a long time there. And the other thing he would have had to have contended with is Tom Scriven going down on one knee. He would have had to have contended with a cricket bat kind of waving past his eyes there. And to react to that off a fine edge, a thin edge, to take that catch is absolutely superb work by the North wicket keeper. And yeah, eight down for 193. Scott Curry, the number 10, who you said high score of 44 this summer with the bat, on loan from Hampshire. They've had a few loanees actually this year, haven't they, Leicester, from various necks of the wood?
They have. So Scott Curry from Hampshire, Ian Holland initially from Hampshire, although that, as we spoke about earlier, is now going to be permanent. Ben Green came in on loan from Somerset. Lewis Goldsworthy was another one as well. Yeah, quite a few loanees. But then again, they did their job.
Oh, of course.
I must say, Ben Green and especially Goldsworthy. And I know a lot of Leicestershire fans were absolutely gutted by the fact that he signed that contract extension at Somerset, because he would have been an ideal addition, I think, across formats, especially in the longer format and 50-over cricket. Goldsworthy is a very valuable character to have. Here is Rob Keogh, then gives that one a bit of extra flight towards Scott Curry, who does survive his first delivery at the crease. So at the end of the 59th over, Leicestershire reduced to 193 for 8. Travaskis still out there on 17 runs. And now do you think we'll see Travaskis be a bit more aggressive? Or do you think we'll see more of the same? Do you think he'll wait until the 9th wicket falls? How do you reckon Liam will go about this?
It's a bit of deja vu cricket from what we spoke about last week, wasn't it? With, who was it? Who was it in
Wayne
that
Madsen.
partnership? Madsen, wasn't it? Should this be the moment? Should it? It's a slightly different context in the fact that this is the first innings and not the fourth. But I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, as you've said, Leicestershire's number 11 can bat. Does Travaskis really need to do a great deal, or does he trust the 10 and 11 for Leicestershire, his teammates, to get what they're going to get at the end of the day? And they probably are going to get over 200 from this stage. They're 7 runs away from it with 2 wickets in hand. Is that going to be a match-winning score? I doubt it. It's not going to be kind of clean cut to be like, oh, absolutely, that's done and dusted. But it's certainly going to put you in the game. There's a appeal again for LBW. Chahal on his haunches, pleading with the umpire. Seems to be an appeal on over here from Chahal. But what it will do, 200, 220, as you say, with Northants batting last on this pitch, unless, of course, Northants bat once. That is obviously a scenario. 200 makes that slightly more likely than what it would do otherwise. But on a pitch that has turned and offered a bit of grip from the seam, there's a bit of seam movement, it's going to be tough. And it's going to put you in the game, I think.
It will do. And let's not forget the standard of Leicestershire's spin attack. You've got Ren Ahmed, who's an England international. You've got Liam Travaskis, who is a fine left-arm off-spinner. Louis Kimber also gives it a tweak with his right-arm off-break. Realistically, the only kind of bowler they're missing is a left-arm wrist spinner. Other than that, there's plenty of variety in that attack. And then you've got some excellent young seam bowlers. So they're far from out of this game, as Chahal already testing the defensive of Scott Curry. Really is turning. Look at that.
The drift as well into leg stump.
Goodness me.
Curry all ends up, doesn't he? Leg spin to respectfully lower order batters is a challenge, to say the least. That one a little bit too straight, but you can see the tentative nature there of Curry just trying to work it, find a gap into the leg side. As it is, he can't get it past the man at backward point. Ben Sanderson it is. Who, as I say that, is just going to drop down to the boundary, probably offering Curry the opportunity to take one here so Northants can continue to bowl at the new man. And as it is, It's fired in quickly outside the off stump. It's a dot ball to finish. It's funny, actually. There's been a few moments like that where Northampton fielders have dropped out to the boundary, and you'd think about it and you look at it and go, well, they're just trying to give him one here and keep bowling at the new guy. I suppose there's an argument to say don't let him get off zero, and that's another kind of mental battle that you have as a batter. But actually, every time there's been a fielder drop down to a boundary to allow what you think is a one, the bowler's looked at that plan and gone, no, I don't want to do that anyway. There was no way that delivery from Chahal was ever going to make its way down to the boundary on the leg side for a single. It was fired through, hidden outside off stump. And it's just a funny little mind games, isn't it? It's a brilliant sport that just keeps you guessing the whole way through.
It does. And I like that. It is the game of chess. That's why I love spin bowling, because something as small as that can have a psychological effect on the opposition as Rob Keogh prepares to continue a spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one is drilled back to the right hand of the off spinner for no run. Again, it is those little tweaks and changes really can have an impact on the person in the middle. But I'll tell you what, Travaskis so far, he's definitely been the most resolute of all of the Leicestershire players so far. 17 from 51 deliveries. Been very disciplined so far as Liam. He started off slightly tetchy, didn't he? I think that's one way I'd describe it. Going down for those big, heavy slog sweep shots. But since then, really has just reined in the aggression ever so slightly. Again, that one is crisply driven back to Rob Keogh for no run. So 194 for 8. 200 is inching ever closer as far as the visitors are concerned. Keogh again in towards Travaskis here. That one squirms off the outside edge for a dot ball. And yeah, I reckon 220, that's probably the first milestone for Leicestershire. If they can get to something along those lines, we saw it last week, didn't we? 219 actually.
Yep.
Was a fine first innings performance from Northampton. So I think it'll be a case of reaching that mark, and then anything beyond that, of course, is a bonus. Well, Liam Travaskis opening up the arms there, slams it back down the ground. And that will be 4 very useful runs for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. A little bit of aggression and intent to round out the 61st over. And Leicestershire now 198 for 8 with Travaskis on 21.
Yeah, but Northampton have got Curry on strike, haven't they, against Chahal? And yes, okay, it's 4 runs. It's taken Leicestershire up to 198. Are they upset? They've got potentially 6 if they need them against Curry here. Probably not, with Chahal bowling. Still chance for a fifer for Yuzvendra Chahal with 2 wickets remaining in the Leicestershire innings.
Well, just touching upon that, I think back to last week, and the fields for the Derbyshire tail were ultra aggressive, weren't they? So you had a short leg in, you had a couple of slips, a leg slip. Just the silly mid off here for Scott Curry.
Oh, is that out?
That
It
is out.
gone. What a catch by James Sales. Guy's making a habit of taking catches in and around the bat with the lid on. Curry has just jabbed at that from Chahal, and it's ballooned up off the face, and it's a great sharp catch. Low down from James Sales, just gets his hand underneath it, completes the catch, and Yuzvendra Chahal has 4. I told you they wouldn't have been that upset with the boundary down the ground from Travaskis the over before, and Chahal just needed 1 to get rid of Curry. It's a great catch, a fantastic catch from James Sales. 198 for 9. 61.1 overs have been bowled in this innings. Scott Curry goes without scoring. And the final Leicestershire batter makes his way down the steps and out onto the ground. And that is Sam Wood, 20 years old. Sam Wood, left-hander. High score of 34 with the bat. That came against Glamorgan, the 29th of August. So Northants now, one eye on sitting down and getting those pads on. Tell me a bit about Sam Wood, Aaron. What skill set does he possess as a 20-year-old?
Well, he's still more of a bowler at this stage of his career. So in terms of second 11 cricket this season, he is Leicestershire's leading wicket taker in the second 11 county championship. He's taken 14 wickets in 7 matches. But as we saw at Sapphire Gardens, he can bat. He is no slouch to do that and get 34 runs on your debut. Yes, Sapphire Gardens in comparison to other venues in the country is a little bit flatter, a bit nicer for batters, regardless of when you're coming out to the middle. I still think he did a very good job in that instance. And yeah, I'm just intrigued to see as to how he approaches this now. Because it is a cricketer who, again, likes to get off the mark quite early, whether that's with a single or with a 2. But he's going to have plenty of company around the bats here. There aren't many easy outlets to get off the mark. And for Chahal as well, he has been utilising that leg break to perfection.
Yeah. I wonder with you mentioned about the ultra aggressive fields against the Derbyshire tail. I wonder whether that is a nod from Northampton and Luke Proctor that they will bat last on this pitch. And actually, yes, Leicestershire were 8 and now 9 down. Chahal into bowl, beats Wood, and Travaskis takes on Sanderson and comes through for a single. So we'll take strike and we'll hopefully for Leicestershire complete the over, see out Yuzvendra Chahal. But as I was saying, 1 run here, a boundary there, actually kind of 220, you say you get up to that score and you think, well, if we've got to bat last on this, we do need to try and protect it. We don't want to chase too many. Oh, and there's another appeal from McManus. Yuzvendra Chahal, I think there would be fair to say, has done Liam Travaskis all ends up with the flight from the leg spinner.
Certainly has. What a spell this is as well.
Interestingly, that was given LBW the wicket for Scott Curry. Or at least that's what's gone down in the scorebook. Thank you, Tom, for pointing that one out. Good catch, though, whether it was off the pad or off the face of the bat, wasn't it?
That was a staggering catch.
As it is, it doesn't count for James Hale. So well bowled, Chahal. Down the ground, Travaskis shimmies down, chips it over the infield and beats the skipper, Luke Proctor, who tries to cut that one back off. And that shot over mid-off brings up the 200 for Leicestershire. 203 for 9. Travaskis moves to 25. 1 delivery, in fact, left of Yuzvendra Chahal's 23rd over. 4 for 78, 4 for 82, in fact, for Yuzvendra Chahal. Can they keep Travaskis on strike here? They are going to be able to do so. So Rob Keogh will have the start of the over to bowl to Sam Wood. Another successful over for Northants. 203 for 9 after 62. Yuzvendra Chahal now 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 82. Rob Keogh 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20.
Yet again, it's quite the tandem, isn't it, between these two? A dynamic partnership is forming. Wrist spin from the David Capel end, off breaks from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And both just complement each other as well, don't they? And I think the fact that Keogh bowls so quickly actually helps Chahal as well. Because it means there's not much turnaround, is there, for the 2 opposition batters? Yes, you can maybe do a bit of gardening and you can have a bit of a chat to prolong it, but you can see Northants are there. They're ready to spring the trap at the end of every single over. And Chahal today, we can't complain about his bowling at all. I know he had that slow start against Derbyshire. It's been far from it today. Every single over, yes, he had a bit of tap from Rian Ahmed and Lewis Hill, but aside from that, really has been absolutely spot on. Here is Keogh then to Sam Wood, testing out the defence of the young 20-year-old. Just fences that into the covers for no run. And I think the plan here for Sam Wood will be a pretty simple one. Just try and survive. Allow Travaskis to have as many deliveries as possible. Yes, if he can escape through for a single, that'll be a bonus. But this stage, it's just a case of seeing out the off-spin of Rob Keogh and allowing Travaskis to try and take down Chahal. As soon as say that, goes for a bit more of an attacking shot there. And in fact, it has been given. There we go. That is the end of that. Sharp work yet again from Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Rob Keogh has his third of the innings. He'll finish with figures of 3 for 20. And in the blink of an eye, Leicestershire have been dismissed for 203. Travaskis, the not out batter on 25 from 60. He won't have an opportunity to go out there and score some more runs. And as for Northamptonshire, Dan, I think they'll be pretty happy with that first innings display.
I think they'll be through for bits, yeah. All out for 203, as you said. They will be very, very happy with their work. Wickets spread around. 2 for Jack White, 1 for Ben Sanderson, 4 for Yuzvendra Chahal, and 3 for Rob Keogh. Chahal will take the plaudits from this innings, as he did last week. But yeah, with 203 runs on the board, you'd say on first impression that wouldn't be enough. However, as we said last week, we can't judge this pitch until both teams have had a bat on it.
No, you can't. And look at our reaction at the end of day one, when it was 219 all out and Derbyshire was 65 for 1. A lot of people thought that Derbyshire were in the ascendancy. And as was the case in the next couple of days, Northants completely flipped the narrative. So you can't win a game on day one of a first-class game. You could look at this in 2, essentially 3 days' time if it was to reach a 4th day and go, well, you know what, 203 actually was quite a good effort. So we're not going to jump to conclusions by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll tell you what, Northamptonshire have been brilliant with the ball yet again. Granted, there has been that assistance off the surface for the likes of Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal, but you've got to put it in the right areas. And for those two to take 7 wickets between themselves, they've caused all sorts of problems. It really is another top quality effort from the home side.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, let's take a little break before our evening session, in fact, starts. The play will resume at 3:35. So tea has been called. I believe the heavy roller is going to make its way out onto the pitch. So we will resume at the Northants openers will be in the middle.
Returning to the middle, umpires Paul Collard and Anthony Harris. The score was Paul Rogers and Terry Hill. Leicestershire in the field, captained by Bill Field. And kicking wicket, Ben Fox. Opening goes for Northampton's captain, Luke Proctor. And Gus Bell.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Northampton. The players have had tea, and tea was called on the stroke of the end of the Leicestershire innings. They had won the toss this morning, elected to have a bat first, and were bowled out for 203. The top score of that innings was that of Sol Budinger, 56, and the leading wicket taker was Yuzvendra Chahal, 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 82. Now, Northants have a bit of a makeshift top order with players injured, unavailable. And we have got an opening pair of Gus Miller and Luke Proctor. George Bartlett is carded at 3, James Sales at 4, Rob Keogh, Sabe, Lewis McManus, 5, 6, and 7. Justin Broad, Ben Sanderson, Jack White, and Yuzvendra Chahal to round out the batting lineup for Northampton. It looks like it will be Ian Holland, or Dutchy, as he's more commonly known, to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's 3 slips in place. The stream is powered by Daffabet. Interestingly, there is a catcher in at short mid-wicket straight away for Leicester, and that's into the thigh pad of Gus Miller, who gets down the other end. And Northants open their account with a leg bye. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. Thank you so much for your company throughout the course of the day so far. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. What have you made of the day so far, sir?
Well, again, it's been a typical county championship day, hasn't it? You look at the lunch session, or the morning session, I should say, before lunch, and yeah, you'd argue it's probably Leicestershire's day. They were 96 for 3, and then, yeah, a bit of a collapse. 6 for 107 to finish on 200 and 3 all out. So it's been a good comeback this from Northants, but they'll have to bat just as well as they bowled as that ball makes its way out towards backward point for no run. But we saw that in the Derbyshire game, didn't we? And just looking at how the surface is acting so far, you would say that one of these teams is going to win. I don't think it'll be a draw, to be honest. I don't think we're going to see
tie.
Potentially.
I mean, you threw a tie in the mix on day 1 last week, so why can't I do it this week, Aaron?
You certainly can. Here is Ian Holland then to Luke Proctor. And that one is edge behind, just evades the dive in the slip cordon. And that will be the first runs on the board for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, that was a bit innocuous. There was no real reaction from anybody there, was there?
No, there wasn't.
There was no cry of appeal. There was no scream of catch it. There was no oohs and ahs, the fact that it had gone through the cordon. But yeah, 5 for no loss. And apologies for the silence from both of us. I think we were just a little bit perplexed as to what had actually kind of gone on there. Holland then into bowl. That's left alone with a little bit of shape away from Luke Proctor. The pitch doesn't feel as potent for the seamers as what that surface did last week for Harry Moore and Zach Chappell, Martin Anderson, Jack White, Ben Sanderson. Just doesn't feel like it's got as much zip about it as what it did a few days ago. So I think it probably will be a case of spin to win. That's a great shot from Luke Proctor. That one will be his second 4 of the innings, and that is a picture-perfect cover drive by the captain. Moves on to 8.
Lovely shot that, wasn't it, from Luke Proctor, especially in comparison to his first one, which just about got past the dive of first slip. That is, as you mentioned, Dan, picture perfect.
Yeah.
A quintessential cover drive, that, from the Northamptonshire captain. And a good start, of course, still very early days. But 9 runs coming from this first over from Ian Holland, who, in fairness, when you look at the averages, 10 wickets at 41.6 has been rather expensive at times. Here he is to Proctor, squares him up with that one, and that will make its way out towards Rian Ahmed for a dot ball. So 9 runs coming from the opening over of this Northamptonshire innings. The home side trailed by 194. And in terms of this partnership, how do you think these two will play the situation? Because it is very makeshift. Gus, last week against Derbyshire, got that career best 42.
Yep.
Was a little bit, shall we say, enterprising, slightly proactive in terms of his stance and advancing down the track and working it off the pads. How do you think these two will set up and go about this opening pairing?
Well, traditionally, between the two of them, Gus Miller will be the enterprising and shot-making youngster that will try and be proactive. Looks like Sam Wood is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end, and Luke Proctor would be the limpet, so to speak, would be the one that would bat time, would occupy the crease, would absorb pressure. He has just stroked his 3rd ball of the day through the covers for 4, mind you, so that might not be modus operandi today for Luke Proctor. But here we go. First look at Sam Wood with the ball in hand. Number 19 on the back of his jersey. Gus Miller covers that one up, defended nicely. I mentioned last week about Luke Proctor, that kind of calming, captain-esque attitude towards the batting partner will provide Gus Miller with some assurances and be there to kind of chat through, think about things. So great shot from Miller. Can't get it past the man at point, though. So I think it'll be a good partnership. I think they should complement each other very well. They did bat together last week, but I don't think it was for any great deal of time, was it, in either of the innings? I think first time around, I think Luke Proctor outstayed Gus Miller, and the other time around, Gus Miller outstayed Luke Proctor, and they didn't spend a great deal of time with one another at all. But they'll be hoping against this seam attack for Leicestershire, they can be slightly more productive than what they were last week against, obviously, the impressively experienced Zach Chappell, and then the real tearaway quick of Harry Moore.
What a spell that was, by the way, from young Harry Moore, making waves on social media. I noticed that it was on the county championship socials, and a lot of people making the comparisons of him to a young Josh Hazlewood. Of course, they are very lofty heights to try and accomplish, but he's a fine young bowler, as this one from Gus Miller is driven crisply out towards mid-on for a dot ball. And in terms of Sam Wood, we've mentioned already about that first-class debut, made it against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens, went wicketless in that game. So he's searching for his maiden wickets in the format. As I mentioned before, has done a good job in twos cricket, so 14 wickets in 7 matches in the second 11 county championship, but he will be revelling in the opportunity to get that maiden first-class wicket on the board as he makes Gus Miller play that one defensively.
Yeah, I think Gus here will be looking to get himself off the mark sooner rather than later. Absorbed a lot of pressure, didn't he, at the first innings against Derbyshire, and I think that finally took its toll on him. Whereas the second innings just seemed to get going a little bit quicker than what he was able to in the first, and kind of grew into the game a bit quicker, a bit more confidence. 2 slips in place for Wood, and that one left well alone. Interestingly, not a great deal of carry through to the keeper, Ben Cox. End of the over, it's a maiden for Sam Wood. It's 9 for no loss after 2. Do you fancy giving us a trip around the county championship? Since I would imagine tea's been taken pretty much everywhere on the circuit, so it would be nice, wouldn't it, to find out what's going on?
It certainly would. So we'll start down in Southampton, where Hampshire are 220 for 4 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Nick Gubbins on 97 at the moment, so he is inching ever closer to yet another first-class century. I'll pick up that conversation after this delivery from Ian Holland. Again, big flash of the blade there from Luke Proctor. Evades the slip cordon, and that will be another boundary for the Northamptonshire captain. So 3 fours already for Proctor, one of which was commanding, the other 2 not so much. But again, in a game like this, where the surface is reactive and runs can be very hard to come by, as a batter, you don't really care how they come. And I can tell you for a fact that his teammates will just be happy that he's still out there in the middle. Here is Ian Holland then to continue to Proctor again, just outside the off stump of the left-hander on that occasion.
He certainly feels a little bit more kind of freed up, Luke Proctor, doesn't he, this week and last week? So there was the shot when yourself, Rips, and I were on commentary, and there was a big leading edge that flew to gully with a diving catch and went down, and there was no reaction at all from Luke Proctor, and I think which kind of caught us all a little bit by surprise. That's another glorious cover drive from Luke Proctor. Is that one going to race away towards the covers? It is indeed. That's Luke Proctor's 4th 4 of the innings. 16 off 8 for Luke Proctor as he strokes another one through the covers. Overpitched from Ian Holland, but he is getting a touch of swing away from the left-handed Proctor. 17 for no loss after 2.5 overs.
That is a glorious looking shot though, isn't it? It's imperious from Luke Proctor. So 2 rather streaky edges and 2 absolutely top draw cover drives. What you like to see there from Proctor. Here he goes again. Drills this one down towards mid-on for no run. So in terms of the other scores, at tea in Canterbury, Nottinghamshire 271 for 3. Ben Slater 146 not out. That is a tremendous effort from the Nottinghamshire opener. At Old Trafford, after Lancashire were bowled out for 140, Somerset 61 for 3 after 21 overs. Here is Holland towards Luke Proctor. Again, it's flashed off the blade. It's going down towards that deep third boundary. It will be hauled in the end, and they'll come back for 3 runs. So Proctor already 19 runs for the Northamptonshire captain from just 10 deliveries. Talk about that for a strike rate, 190 so far for who you referred to, Dan, as more of a limpet. He's someone who prefers to dig in for a little bit, but seems to be playing with some real freedom.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's been striking at 190 too often in his fit. But as I say, just seems a little bit more relaxed about life the last couple of weeks, particularly with the bat in hand. Miller, on the other hand, finding it a tale of 2 batters here, isn't there? Proctor's 19 off 10, Miller 0 off 8. Just can't get one past the infield at the moment. Can Gus, but say there's a calming conversation, no doubt, from Luke Proctor and Gus Miller. 20 for no loss after 3 overs.
It's a great start, though, isn't it, if you're Northamptonshire? Of course, in terms of how a couple of those boundaries have come about. Yes, it hasn't been the most convincing of manners, but runs are runs at this stage, as we'll mention, I imagine, a lot throughout this game. In terms of the match
Can't beat
between
a good old-fashioned slip drive, Aaron, that is for sure.
slip drive, is that what they call it now? Here is Sam Wood then to continue from the David Capel end. Luke Proctor, the man on strike. Really good delivery that from the 20-year-old all-rounder. Really testing the outside edge of the Northant skipper. So in the game between Durham and Surrey at the Oval, Durham 207 for 6. So in a little bit of bother, to be honest. Tom Curran and Tom Laws getting the wickets in that afternoon session. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire were bowled out for 78, and in response, Essex are 102 for 5. Here is Wood again. So Luke Proctor goes for big booming drive, can't quite get any connection with the bat, and that'll be another dot ball. In the game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire at Sophia Gardens, Yorkshire are currently 243 for 5. George Hill, who I spoke about at length earlier, is currently unbeaten on 35 from 41 deliveries. In Bristol, Sussex are 54 for 1 in response to Gloucestershire's 109 all out. Wood into Proctor again, leaves that one well alone, rather stylishly, as we said there from Luke Proctor. Read that line very early. And then finally in the game between Derbyshire and Middlesex, a game which out of nowhere just exploded into life. Derbyshire were bowled out for 173, and Middlesex in their first over of their first innings, a 5 for 1. You can guess who took the wicket for Derbyshire based off of his performance here last week. Here is Sam Wood to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, Harry Moore and first-class wickets, I suspect. He's gonna have a few of those.
Well, it was actually Zach Chappell.
Was it?
It was Zach Chappell.
Good for Zach.
But I imagine Harry Moore will be the next man to bowl at the county ground. But yeah, I'll tell you what, Harry Moore really is someone to watch out for, and so impressed. Was it 9 maiden overs? It was absolutely ludicrous for a 17-year-old. Here is Sam Wood then. Again, so Luke Proctor leaves that one well alone. And it's funny you mentioned about the tale of two batters out in the middle, Dan. It's almost a tale of two bowlers.
Yep.
So far, isn't it? Sam Wood, 11 deliveries, no runs coming from his bowling so far, whereas Ian Holland has gone for, well, 19 runs off the bat, and that leg bye of the first delivery as well. How can Wood finish off this second over then as a pigeon? Flies just to the left of us here in the comms box. It is Sam Wood to Luke Proctor, and that is defended back to the bowler for no runs. So back-to-back maidens for young Sam Wood. Been a good start with the Duke's ball in hands, and that will see Northamptonshire 20 for none after 4 overs.
Yeah, just Wood's bowling with a bit more pace, isn't he, than Ian Holland? It's a touch taller from a distance as well.
He is 6'4".
So just getting a little bit more out of this pitch than what Holland's been able to do. He's looking like more of a swing bowler, Ian Holland here, just trying to kiss the surface. And he has extracted some swing today, particularly away from Luke Proctor, which if it's still there from this angle will be back into the pads of Gus Miller. Next that catcher, I think it's Rayan Ahmed at a short mid-wicket. That's covered up nicely from Gus Miller. I was quite surprised that it wasn't Scott Curry to open the bowling, but they went for Ian Holland instead, or?
Well, again, maybe it's just a case of trying to extract that natural swing, because that is something which Ian Holland does, and with Scott Curry's skill set, he does generate that extra bit of bounce and pace from the surface. So I don't actually mind him being the first change today. Here is Ian Holland to the right-handed Gus Miller, still yet to get off the mark. And in terms of the field, it is relatively attacking, isn't it? You mentioned Ahmed just patrolling in that short mid-wicket region. They got a square leg in, caused 3 slips in the cordon. Got a point fielder as well. Then your more traditional mid-on and mid-off. Yes. Of course, the captain, Lewis Hill, in that position. Here is Holland again. That one squeezes off the outside edge of Gus Miller, and that will race down to the vacant deep third boundary for 4 runs. So, again, it's not been the most convincing of starts for either of these two Northamptonshire openers in terms of these outside edges. But runs are runs. That's the important thing. That is your currency in this great game. And so far, when you compare the two starts which the teams has, right, Rishi Patel fell very early, didn't he?
Yeah.
Within the first 4 overs, and Leicestershire were 8 for 1. Already Northampton's motoring a bit at 24 for none.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Miller covers that one up nicely. That third man region could be a real productive one, couldn't it, with how short it is for Gus Miller down towards the coffee van. And it's an already quite a healthy partnership in kind of the context of the fixture and the last week as well, a 24-run partnership. The fact that it's come off inside 5 overs is slightly irrelevant, but that one into the thigh pad again. Proctor calls his opening partner, Gus Miller, through for a leg by. 25 for no loss now, 4.5 overs. Yeah, 25-run partnership. How many partnerships today and last week were worth more than 25?
Well, today, not many at all. We spoke about the 51 stand between Lewis Hill and Sol Budinger for the 3rd wicket, and that was the only one above 50. So already this is quite the handy partnership developing as Proctor. Well, that is an impeccable shot from the Northamptonshire captain. Waited on it, punches it through that backward point region, and that will be 4 more runs to the total. This is an excellent start for the home side in what we imagine could be quite a low-scoring surface. These two are making hay, quite literally, while the sun shines.
Yeah, it's width on offer from Holland. It's back of a length as well. Proctor's just rocked back and guided it past the man at point, and it's run away for his 5th boundary of his 23-run innings so far. Score is 29 for no loss after 5 overs. And it's going to be Sam Wood to continue from the David Capel end. 2 slips in place, one of which is Scott Curry. And Miller leaves that one alone to the reaction of Curry. That must have been pretty close. Might have been a bit of theatre going on there from Leicestershire's first slip.
I was about to say that wasn't as close as Scott Curry would lead you to believe. I think that was a little bit of theatrics, to be honest, at first slip. It's one of those, though. You know, it shows energy, doesn't it, in the field, these Leicestershire bowlers, and fielders want an early wicket. And here is Sam Wood. Can he deliver on that promise here towards Gus Miller? Works it out into mid-wicket for 1 run. Again, nice bit of strike rotation there between these two. And already the partnership at 30. We're not even 6 overs in.
No, it was nicely weighted, wasn't it, by Miller? Called Luke Proctor through early. Would have been a slight worry, I think, for a second, had the cover just swooped down to pick that up, but it was weighted well enough to find itself nicely in the gap. Mid-wicket and mid-on. There's Luke Proctor back on strike. And that one off the inside half of the bat. That's going to run down to Sol Budinger, and they're going to come back for a couple. So Proctor adds another 2 runs to his score, takes himself up to 25. Now 32 for no loss. And it's just starting to feel like we're playing a one-day cup game.
I was just about to say that. There is a bit of a List A feel, isn't there? Because of the nature of the surface, I think, as well. We've seen a lot of players come out here and try and be aggressive and proactive because there might be a ball with your name on it. Wood charging in here to Luke Proctor, decides to leave that well alone. It's pouched by Ben Cox behind the stumps there, wearing the number 7 for the visitors. And yeah, it's an excellent start, this. Start how you mean to go on, I think, will be the words in the Northamptonshire camp so far.
having watched last week and having watched this first innings of Leicestershire today, what do you think as Proctor plays an elegant off drive? What do you think the plan is for Leicestershire here? They've got seam bowling options, obviously the two that we've seen so far, plus Scott Curry and Tom Scriven. Then you've got the kind of the box office leg spin of Rayan Ahmed and the finger spin of Liam Treveskis. How do you think Leicestershire go about? How do you think they rotate? What do you think the winning combination is for Leicestershire?
I'll just wait for that one to be confirmed as a dot ball. I thought they were going to scamper through for a single, but decide against it. So that will bring us to an end to over number 6. Northamptonshire 32 for none, with Proctor on 25 and Miller on 5. I think in terms of their best combo, you're probably looking at Scott Curry and Rayan Ahmed. It's just a case of which ends you go from. And I think they'll probably go for a similar setup to Northant. So maybe Rayan will bowl from the David Capel end, and they'll go Scott Curry from our end, the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think that will be the key to success as far as Leicestershire are concerned. But it's just a case of when do you pull the trigger? Because we spoke about that in the Derbyshire game. As soon as they saw a little bit of turn, David Lloyd said, right, Jack Morley, that is, that I'm referring to, and Alex Thompson, go out there and get the wickets. Whereas I think Lewis Hill might be a little bit more reserved for the time being, because we saw success for the likes of Jack Weiss and Ben Sanderson. I know that 7 wickets there fell to the spin twins, Yuzvendra Chahal and Rob Keogh. But seam did its job. It produced the pressure. They didn't allow for many loose deliveries. The partnerships didn't really grow too much.
No.
While those two were bowling. I thought Justin Broad did a decent job as well, even though he went wicketless. And I feel like Hill will back his seamers for the time being, as this one again strikes the thigh pad of Gus Miller. They'll scamper through for a leg by. Moves the score on to 33. And look, with the Dukes, the lacquer is a bit more pronounced. The seam is a bit more pronounced. It does swing for a little bit longer. So I think given the fact that it's day one and it isn't an absolute Bunsen burner just yet, I think that we will see a little bit more for the time being, and Scott Curry will probably be the pick of that for the visitors.
Yeah, Proctor that time just defends into the onside. Holland just tightening up that line that he's bowled so far in this fixture. His first 3 overs went for 27 runs, was going at 9s, and they didn't include the 3 leg byes off Gus Miller as well, which obviously they don't, because they don't go down against the bowler, but still let go of them. And that one possibly just held up in the surface a little bit as Luke Proctor gets a leading edge back past the bowler. Top ball. We have seen that, haven't we, throughout the course of this game? It has just held a little bit. Northants have had the benefit of having that heavy roller on this pitch for the tea break, for the interval, which they will hope has taken what bit of life was in that pitch. They'll hope they've taken it out of it. Holland bowls a beauty to Proctor, draws him in to a play and miss, just angles in, doesn't it? And Northant skipper feels like he has to play at that one. Trail by 170. 26 overs and 1 delivery remain in the day's play. So we will be cruising towards a 5:30 finish here at the county ground in Northampton. That one down the leg side, tucked off the hip. That's going to give the man on the boundary a bit of work to do. He does really well. Picks it up one-handed, saves his team a couple of runs. And that is going to be 7 overs complete. And the score, 35 for no loss. Gus Miller on 5. And Luke Proctor, 27 off 25.
What a start, is what I'd say. I know it's very simple, but look at that run rate, 5 and over already. And let's say that there is a period of consolidation There's 26 overs remaining. It go at between 2 and 3 runs and over.
Yeah.
2 and over from here, which really would be a bit of a graft and a grind. Right, you're looking at an additional 52 runs. You're looking at almost touching around about 100 runs by the end of the day. Big shout here for Sam Woods. I think it was sliding down personally, just off of gut feel. Also the reaction, yeah, looking on the replay, probably would have been hitting a fourth leg stump as opposed to the actual leg stump. So they'll scamper through for a leg bye, moves the score on to 36 for no loss. And even if it's 3 runs and over, again, you're looking at over 100. It's just about wickets, isn't it? Not necessarily the run rate, but as we saw against Derbyshire, they were 65 for 1. Early breakthroughs on day 2 were costly as far as the visitors were concerned, as this one is worked off the hips of Luke Proctor, and it will beat the despairing dive of the fielder, Sol Budinger. It's a good effort there from the Leicestershire opener, but it is yet another boundary to add to the ever-growing collection for Luke Proctor, who in the blink of an eye is on 31. 31 from 26.
I mean, I still stand by the fact that Luke Proctor is normally quite a watchful cricketer and is interested in batting time. I mean, he's still going to be interested in batting time right now, isn't he? But to get himself in, to build an innings, to set a platform up. And he's walked out, as you say, he's 31 off 26, and everything he touches seems to be running its way down to the boundary.
It does. He's got the Midas touch, hasn't he? At the moment, everything that he's doing is turning to gold. All of these little edges, and look, the game's like that at times, isn't it? It really is. You'll have those thin edges, and on some occasions it'll be safely taken in the slip cordon.
Yeah.
At other time, it'll go for 4. You know, you've just got to ride your luck in this game. Here is Sam Wood then to Luke Proctor. It's almost a carbon copy. I don't think Budinger will get round to that. And it's yet another boundary for Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. The partnership now 44 from 7.4 overs. This is absolutely brilliant stuff.
It's a funny old game at times, isn't it?
It is. Cruel for the bowlers. Very, very cruel. Who would be a bowler? To quote something from football, who would be a goalkeeper? But
Northants here, they trail Leicestershire by 159.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's a huge dent into that first innings score. That's gone squarer, which is going to give Budinger a bit more work to do. And it's certainly going to come back for a second. I think they'll probably settle on 2 as the ball reaches Sol Budinger. Again, another couple of runs for the captain, Luke Proctor, 46 for no loss off 7.5 overs. But it's a huge chunk out of that first innings of 203. And we've barely had chance to blink yet.
It is. It's absolutely insane.
And we thought Leicestershire's batting lineup was proactive and busy, and that one's downside from Sam Wood, who has started well in those first 3 overs, and it just feels like he's just lost his radar in the 4th. I think we can caveat it. I don't necessarily think the bowling from Leicestershire in these first 8 overs has been brilliant. White and Sanderson, with all the experience that they've got, become slightly harder to knock off their length. But the first 3 overs for Wood, therefore, were very, very good. That 4th over there has gone for 11 out of his 14 runs that he's conceded. Ian Holland has been replaced from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it is going to be Scott Curry to take over from the American-born all-rounder. But he was going at about 8. And there wasn't really Luke Proctor trying to create anything. It was over-pitched on the offside, and there was a couple of nice cover drives stroke through. There were a few shorter, wider balls that cut away. Yes, there was the edge that went through the slip cordon, but you can equally add that Rayan Ahmed made that 30 after being dropped by Ben Sanderson for nothing. Luke Proctor not looking to slow down as he strokes that one down the ground as well.
Well, I just think that for a moment, Leicestershire have been taken aback by this start because, as we've touched upon, Northamptonshire was so disciplined with Ben Sanderson. And yet in these first 8 overs or so, it does seem slightly more erratic. Here is Curry in towards Luke Proctor. Again, can you argue they're bowling a bit too straight? It isn't where Northants had their success on this surface. And at times it was where Leicestershire actually themselves probably have come undone in this inning so far. They haven't quite found the radar, that corridor of uncertainty on this surface. And as a result, they're not really getting the benefits of this swinging Duke's ball so far. Here is Scott Curry then to Luke Proctor. That's better from Scott Curry, making Proctor go on the defence. But I do just wonder what the game plan is from a Fox's perspective. Because so far, there hasn't really been that same level of control. And I'm just looking at the body language in the field. It doesn't seem to be as energetic as Northants. Northants have that pack mentality. And yet you look so far, I mean, yes, there haven't really been too many chances for the outfielders, but just looks slightly sluggish for the time being. Here is Scott Curry to Proctor. Again, that one a lot fuller from the young Dorset-born seam bowler. Used to ply his trade in the national counties. Of course, now plays for Hampshire and is spending the 2024 season on loan at Leicestershire. Really would be a fine signing in the future. Had a good season, 27 wickets at 31.37. He's the joint 10th leading wicket taker in the entire division. Here is Curry then bounding in to Luke Proctor. Again, I'm just looking at this angle as well. He's coming over the wicket as opposed to around. And it's something which we saw White and Sanderson have a bit more success to Budinger with. They didn't necessarily get his wicket. They weren't troubling the edge per se, but especially when you've got this short boundary on the leg side, maybe it's just something to think about, unless you're really going to bring your radar onto about a 4th or 5th stump line.
Yeah.
Because bowling straight here could get him punished. Here is Curry then to Proctor. There's an edge, and that is a stunning catch from Ben Cox. One of the best keepers in the country for a reason. Low diving to his left. Tumbling catch, just like a wicket keeper should. And that is first blood for Leicestershire. Scott Curry, the man to take the wickets, rounds out a fine over. And Luke Proctor departs for a rather dashing 38 from 36.
That's enterprising, wasn't it? And as I said a moment ago, it's made a huge dent in that first innings score for Leicestershire of 203. 47 for 1, Northants now. The change of bowling worked. I mean, based on what we saw from those opening 4 overs from Ian Holland, the bar was pretty low for Scott Curry to follow up. Ian Holland, I'm sure, will get the ball back in hand again and will recover these first innings figures, these first innings stats. He's 4 overs, no maidens, none for 29, Ian Holland. Scott Curry, as you say, he was sat 10th in the leading wicket takers in Division 2 before the start of the day's play. He's just got another one to his tally. The new man for Northants is that of George Bartlett, the man, as you correctly pointed out earlier, last time out in this fixture at Leicestershire, Grace Road, George Bartlett scored 100.
126 not outs. Yes, he did. A fine innings, to say the least. Funnily enough, in that game as well, Luke Proctor scored 64, so he does quite fancy his chances against the fellow East Midlands outfit. But his stints at the crease for the time being is done, at least for this first innings. Won't play a further part in that department. It's down to some really good bowling from Scott Curry, who found his radar as that over got on. So fair play to the youngster. As I said, he's a fine young bowler. I know for a fact that he's very highly rated down in Hampshire. And here is Sam Wood to continue from the David Capel end.
Yeah, Miller, 5 not out off 18, has had a slightly tougher time of it as Luke Proctor. Umpire there just having a wander down, I think, and making sure that Sam Wood is staying out of that danger area. I don't think this pitch needs a great deal more encouragement to turn, but the umpire looks okay with that. No conversation between himself and the bowler. I did see Tom Scriven getting loose, and I have seen Ray and Ahmed kind of lethargically roll the shoulder over as well. I think very much that will be dependent on whether Sam Wood can kind of find his radar again. That 4th over was expensive, wasn't it?
It was, and it's a shame because up until that point, it was a really good start, wasn't it? 2 maidens in his first 3 overs on this first day. And I am happy for him, really happy for Sam Wood. And I know for his club mates at Newtown Linford, they'll be absolutely buzzing for him. His second first-class match. Yet to play a first-class game at Grace Road. I think that'll be on the agenda next as he comes into bowl here to Gus Miller. That one clipped out towards square leg. It'll just be a single for the Northamptonshire youngster. But this is what you want to see. I know Leicestershire are very proud of their academy. Rian Ahmed is the crown in the jewel as far as they're concerned there. But he is a homegrown talent. He's played in the county for a number of seasons, whereas Rian started out at Notts and then came up through Leicestershire, made his bow in 2021. Sam's been there for a number of seasons. And I know for a fact that Leicestershire do like to produce that local talent as Sol Budinger just comes around to a deep third. Here is Sam Wood then to the new man, George Bartlett. Good delivery yet again from the 20-year-old. That's the area, isn't it? That's the region that Sanderson and White were getting their success. Slightly shorter than what Sanderson was attempting to go for. But it is that avenue of apprehension for George Bartlett. It's one of those where you think you can play at it and you might get a little tickle behind, or if you don't, again, it does just whistle past the bats. Here is Wood again then to George Bartlett. That one prodded out towards points.
Just looks like Sam Wood might have just gained a yard of pace here as well. Those opening couple of overs. Now kind of running into George Bartlett. Just seems to be hitting the bat a little bit harder. Whether he's just got loose or as you say, young man early into his career, just finding a bit of confidence, finding a bit of rhythm. New ground to bowl at, as you say. There's not many flat cricket grounds in the world, and Montage Road is no exception there. There is a slight downslope with the way that Sam Wood is running in at the moment, and that's a beautiful delivery with a great appeal from point and no interest from the bowler or the wicket keeper. But 3 shots, 2 full shots from George Bartlett out of those 3. The score after 10 overs is 48 for 1.
Yeah, I still think it represents a good start this for Northamptonshire. I think Proctor will be relatively happy with that 38, even though he did live life rather dangerously with all of the outside edges and flashes down the onside. But it's a good foundation. It really is. Now it's a case of building on it, because this is a tough surface. You can't for one moment think, oh yes, I'm in here and it's going to be a cakewalk to go and get 50 or 100. You really have to be clever with your approach, and this will be tough against Scott Curry. He is one of the finest bowlers in the division. You've got 2 guys who haven't played a ton this season. Here is Curry to Gus Miller, wraps him on the pads. There's a huge shout here. Or just off of gut feel, I feel, yeah, that is going down the leg side, so not too much in that particular shout. But again, good areas from Scott Curry, and perfect change bowler to have, isn't he? After what was I think indifference, actually quite kind. After what was a pretty poor start with the ball in hand, he's just produced a little bit of control and discipline.
Yeah, certainly kind of offered that for Lewis Hill and Leicestershire. As you'd expect, really, wouldn't you, for the guy that's 10th in the wicket takers in the division, and a loanee from a Division 1 county as well,
who are renowned for producing seam bowlers. as well. I know, of course, the focal point for Hampshire in recent seasons has been the overseas with the likes of Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. And they also brought in someone like Nathan Ellis with the T20 Blast, and they brought in Keith Barker. But in terms of those homegrown seamers from Hampshire and Dorset, my goodness, they do have a knack of producing some proper superstars, as that one is drilled back down the ground by George Bartlett, fielded by Tom Scriven, wearing the number 88. I just look at their young guns, and it is so impressive. Eddie Jack, Don Kelly, they brought in Sonny Baker from Somerset as well. The future is so, so bright on the south coast. And they're also adding those little offensive weapons in the batting department, the likes of Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert, Ali Orr, again from Sussex. Here is Scott Curry then. So Bartlett, huge shout here, given LBW. Well, to be honest, I don't think Bartlett can have too many complaints with that one, potentially just clipping the off stump, and that is a second wicket for Scott Curry. This is a fine spell from the youngster. 29 wickets now in the season for Scott Curry. The Foxes' leading wicket taker by a country mile, and he is showing exactly why by getting the big wickets of George Bartlett. He departs for 5-ball duck, and now Northamptonshire are 49 for 2.
What a comeback. What a bowling change. Inspired by Lewis. Well, I don't choice, to be fair. I think he had to hook Ian Holland after those 4 overs, but Scott Curry has turned up and he's got 2 wickets in 2 overs. 2 for 1 off 10 balls for Scott Curry. Number 4 for Northants is James Sales. Had a couple of good contributions to the game last week against Derbyshire in a low-scoring affair. He will join fellow Northants youngster Gus Miller in the middle. That's one thing that Leicestershire will look at this Northants side for. They will obviously look at that scorecard from last week and go, well, Northants got bowled out for 219. And that's a big factor in this. But actually, it's a pretty young and inexperienced and topsy-turvy and makeshift batting lineup. There's only really probably Rob Keogh, Safe Sabe, Lewis McManus batting in their orthodox, but Justin Broad as well. Okay, Rob Keogh from 5 down, you'd say, are in their kind of orthodox positions. That top 4 is a little bit all over. You've got Luke Proctor that batted 3 last week and batted 4 as well. James Sales, who's had success earlier this season at number 6. Gus Miller at the moment, you'd probably say is a number 6. So Leicestershire will feel that they're still in this. They're still in with a big shout. 49 for 2. Almost Yorker for Curry there to welcome James Sales to the crease. He drops it down to the man protecting that short boundary on the offside. Gets off the mark straight away and brings up the 50 for Northants as well. 50 for 2 off 10.5 overs. Miller is on 7. Sales on just the 1. Just a reminder, there's still 22 overs left in the day's play here at the county ground in Northampton. And I don't know about you, but I feel that there might be a few more wickets out there yet this evening.
Potentially, and this will be the man who's looking the most likely to get it. Scott Curry, yet another fine over from the Leicestershire seam bowler, and that will bring us to an end to the 11th. Northamptonshire now 50 for 2. Gus Miller on 7, James Sales on 1, and this now will be a pretty big partnership in the grand scheme of things. If these two can put on, even if it's a quick fire 40 maybe, and Northants will definitely be the happier of the two sides come the end of this first day at the county ground. But every single over, it does feel like there'll either be a flurry of boundaries or a wicket. It's just that kind of surface. It's the kind of bowling that we're witnessing so far from the likes of Scott Curry. Sam Wood has also looked very good. I must say, he's been the perfect foil for this early salvo from Scott Curry.
Yeah, it was just that 1 over, wasn't it, where he just lost his way a little bit, but having seen the back of Luke Proctor, has really settled back into his work, and that one there is just kept a little bit low. on James Sales. It was wide enough outside off stump, not to cause any trouble, but well picked up by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Alphabet. See the question as to who's on comms. My name's Dan Jadzowicz, joined by Aaron Viles. We will be here, as we were for the 3 days of Derbyshire. We'll be here for the duration of this fixture against Leicestershire as well. Sam Wood makes his way into bowl. No ball called by standing umpire. Solid defence by James Sales.
It was a very solid defence, wasn't it, from James Sales there? Bit unfortunate there for Sam Wood, though, just overstepping on that one. Results in the no ball, just relieves the pressure ever so slightly. But just sitting out there in the middle, Rian Ahmed is now properly limbering up.
Still don't know whether Lewis Hill's asked him to, but he's been warming up, I think, from ball one.
Oh, he will be licking his lips on this surface. Here is Woods into Sales again. Really good areas. Lovely channel bowling this from the 20-year-old. Maybe it is just a sign of intent. It's saying, you know, skipper, come on, bring me on.
He turned earlier, Lewis. Do you fancy giving me a bowl?
Exactly. Well, he saw what Chahal did on this surface. 4 wickets. Rob Keogh as well, turning it an absolute mile with the off breaks. He will be relishing a wicket like this, and you do imagine that he will have a big role to play from a Fox's perspective. Here is Sam Wood then to James Sales, driven past the bowler firmly, beats the despairing dive. Will it reach the fence? No, it won't. It'll be corralled back in by the number 22, Ian Holland. And that will be another couple of runs to add to the tally for Northamptonshire. Really good shot that, wasn't it, from James Sales?
It was in the end. I think on another day, Sam Wood sticks a mitt down there and it goes straight in the buckets of the bowler on the follow through. Yes, it would have been a ridiculous catch, a terrific catch. But actually, yeah, you said driven past. I think he almost drove through Sam Wood there, down the ground. But it was a nice looking shot for a couple. It's an interesting pitch, isn't it? Because that forward defence, as we saw from Leicestershire, looked okay. Looked fine. He looked like you could play that with a lot of confidence today. And we saw Louis Kimber batted for quite a while for his relatively low score, but in defence looked $1 million. The second that you look as though you're trying to accelerate out here, it just looks like it's a little bit stoppy. That one there, that straight drive from James Sales, was a bit uppish. Yes, it was 2 in the end, and it was all okay. But had that have just held up a little bit longer, it might have got to Sam Wood a touch slower. And again, similar to what we spoke about last week, and to quote Chris Tremaine from earlier this season, you choose your poison, don't you? Do you want to go out there and do you want to dig in and bat time and spend time in the middle and maybe get the one that turns sharply from Rayan when he comes on, or the one that just holds up in the surface a little bit and just pops up to short cover and makes you look a little bit silly? Or do you want to go out there like Sol Budinger did at the top of the order, like Luke Proctor did at the top of the order, and play your shots and take the runs that are there on offer if they're available? There's no right way to do it. And as you made the point earlier, as Sam Wood completes another over, that's what makes the sport brilliant. The fact that there are so many different ways to be successful at cricket, whether that's the basics of an aggressive or a slower batter, a spinner, a seamer. There's so many different ways to be successful at this sport, and there's no necessarily right or wrong way to do it.
No, there isn't. And I think fortune and luck also plays a massive role, doesn't it, in this game? And we've all had bad days. You are going to have more bad days than good days in cricket. And that's why it's important when you do have a good day, whether that's for the bowlers on a surface like this, you've got to cash in, whether that's through wickets or if you're batting, it's through getting those big scores. We're not just talking 50s, but 100s, potentially even 120s, 150 plus scores. You really do have to make the most of those good days. Here is Scott Curry then too. Gus Miller defends that compactly for no run. Very good start this, isn't it, from Scott Curry. It's a stage where his side was struggling for fluency with the ball in hand. He's really dragged Northants back down a peg or two, hasn't he? 54 for 2 now after that, well, let's put it quite simply, an electrifying start from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, and it feels like an age ago that Northants brought up their 50 as well. There have not been many runs added since the departure of Luke Proctor. George Bartlett falling for 0. That's a nice shot through the offside and a misfield in the covers. That's going to allow Gus Miller to come back for a second. It does. 56 for 2. Seen a few of those today, haven't we? Just on the edge of the square and the wicket ends that have maybe just held up a little bit more or bounced more than what the fielder was expecting. Northants were guilty of half a dozen misfields throughout the course of that Leicestershire first innings. Another example of one there, is it maybe just spun or skipped off the edge of the wicket block. That's a beauty again from Scott Curry through to the wicketkeeper Cox. Trail by 147 to Northants with 8 first innings wickets in hand. Still 20 and a half overs left in the day's play. Left well alone again by Gus Miller. Do you know, it's obviously the timing of a lot of these county championship fixtures don't particularly help attendances, do they? And the fact that you make a commitment for an entire day to do so. But you get some of these games and you think, this 4-day cricket could catch on, you know. There's a future in this. And then you realise that you're playing on a Tuesday morning.
And yeah, that is the issue at times, isn't it? But we've seen some incredible games, I think, in the second division. Glamorgan versus Gloucestershire at Cheltenham was a particular highlight. Here is Curry again into Gus Miller. That's about a 5th stump channel there as opposed to the usual 4th. And then you look at the game, what was it, last week, between Somerset and Surrey and Taunton.
Yeah.
Somerset winning the game after 4 days with 3 minutes of the match to spare. Absolutely unbelievable scenes there, and you could see how much it meant. So, yeah, first-class cricket and Test cricket, for that matter, are the ultimate forms of this game. You have to work so hard to win them, but yeah, it's just a case of the scheduling for the fans isn't ideal because it's during work days, isn't it, as well? That's the other issue, but yeah, unfortunately, in the modern game, there isn't too much which can be done about that with scheduling and different formats and international cricket, which is more jam-packed than ever. So, yeah, it's slightly unfortunate. But for the first time in this innings, I've seen Rian Ahmed give his cap to the umpire. And this is where things could get very tasty indeed, isn't it?
You just rubbed your hands together there like a spin bowling supervillain, didn't you? When you saw Rayan just get the ball in hands. Got an evil, cunning plan coming up from the commentary box.
I can't say I do, but
okay, fine.
There's one thing that I love about Rian Ahmed's bowling, and it's his wrongun, or the googly, depending on which terminology you prefer. He gives it an absolute tweak. So I imagine we'll see that because there's 2 right-handers at the crease. The key thing with his game, though, and I've noticed this in the past couple of seasons, he is utilising the leg break a lot more. Whereas when I first watched him in 2021, I watched him at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. He got the 8th out with an absolute ripper of a wrongun. That used to be his go-to ball. Whereas now you'd argue it's probably more leg breaks and top spinners.
Yeah.
But when he busts out the googly, it's a gem of a delivery to have in the arsenal. So looking forward
to the untrained eye as well. It looks really unpickable, doesn't it?
It does. Gives that far too much flight, though, and that one is flailed out towards deep points. That'll be Sam Wood doing the fielding there for another run to add to the tally as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. He is very difficult to pick, and he does bowl it rather quickly. That's the other thing, but he's also very brave, very tenacious as a bowler. And that's exactly what serves you well as a leg spinner. Here is Ahmed then to Gus Miller. Again, slightly over pitching that one, drifting it on that leg stump line. That'll be no run. But the one to watch out for is the ball which just pitches outside off stump and sharply turns back in. And that will be playing on the minds of Gus Miller and James Sales here, especially on a surface like this. Here is Rian yet again then. Gus Miller is up to the task on that occasion. Again, just decided to play that defensively. Plenty of presence around the bat as well. Here is Ahmed again, that one a bit flatter, drilled in towards the right-handed Gus Miller for no run. So one more delivery of this first over for Rehan. I must say it's been a very watchable one. It's gone for just one run so far, as again Miller, proud in his defence, works out towards cover for just one run. So at the end of the 14th, Northamptonshire now 57 for 2. Gus Miller is on 9 and James Sales is on 4. And just to clear up any confusion in the comments with regards to commentary pairings, this is the Northamptonshire in-house commentary that you're listening to. So I'm Aaron Viles, alongside me is Dan Jadzovics. And yeah, we'll be here for the entirety of the stream and the next couple of days at least. We'll see if it makes it through to that 4th day. But yeah, you'll be hearing our tones on the live stream for the foreseeable future. Because we aren't the BBC commentary. I think that's via audio platforms for this week. Here is Scott Curry then, with the ball in hands to James Sales. That one fenced out towards point for no run. Really good start this from Scott Curry. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets, and just 4 runs. Absolutely superb stuff so far. The partnership hasn't really grown too much after that early flurry of boundaries from Luke Proctor. Curry to Sales then. This one off the outside edge of the right-hander's blade makes its way down towards deep third, and that will be another single to add to the tally. Northamptonshire now 58 for 2.
Yeah, they've really dried it up, haven't they? I just had a look. I was when he departed, not on the end of the 9th over. The score was 47 for 1. So Northants have added 10 runs for the loss of 2 wickets over the space of the next 5 overs. So 30 deliveries have then just gone for the 10, whereas actually at the start of this innings, Northants were ticking along at 7 on over, weren't they? Quite comfortably, with Luke Proctor hitting the ball to all parts. And that's going to relieve a bit of pressure for Northants. The square drive from Gus Miller. He can't help but feel that that's been building for Miller. It's now 13 off 36. He was having a tough time of it. He was being watchful. He had the opportunity to be watchful, to be fair, whilst his captain was in the middle with him. And as I say, hitting some of the nicest cover drives you could wish to see on a Tuesday afternoon. That one maybe just over-pitched slightly from Curry, although I feel upset the big tall fast bowler too much. That one cut away through the offside. Has the fielder got a fingertip to that? I think he might have done, just to take a bit of pace off. It's going to be hauled back inside, and it's just going to be 2. So a good combined effort from 2 fielders there on the offside to save their side a couple of runs. 64 for 2 then, off 14.4 overs. Miller on 15, Sales on 5. Northants trail by 139 runs. A bit of a momentum game, isn't it? Kind of the wickets fall in batches. That's well left in the end, but Gus Miller, that's lifted off the surface here at Wantage Road. Miller's done really well to get his hands out the way of that. It's gone through to Ben Cox. I told you the square drive wouldn't upset them. No, there's life in here.
There is. There's a lot of life in this wicket, and it's just about extracting it, isn't it? As far as the bowling is concerned, Scott Curry has done a wonderful job of doing exactly that, and here he is to round out his 4th over, striding in towards Gus Miller. That one very full. There's a huge appeal from both Curry and the men in the slip, Gordon. We'll see a replay of that right now. They were absolutely convinced. Curry still has his hands on his head. Let's just watch this. It was very full Yorker delivery. Maybe you can argue with the angle. Would it have been going down that leg side? Looked very close, though, just from our perspective here in the comms box. They were adamant that was out, especially Scott Curry.
Yeah, that was a bit of white ball skill there from Scott Curry, wasn't it? Just firing the Yorker in. Just had that. It's a great comeback, to be fair. That ball before would have pushed Gus Miller back and made him think, oh my, what on earth is coming next? And Scott Curry just outthinking Gus Miller there a little bit, firing in that Yorker. Nice shot by James Sales, just pushed at it with his hands, and it will just be one. Covered off on the boundary. But unless maybe there was a bit of bat involved. It did depart, the ball did depart the seam quite quickly, didn't it? I know these pads are made of pretty tough stuff now, so they do travel quite nicely off the middle of the pads as well. Nicely played by Gus Miller. This should be at least 2, possibly 3. Good work down on the boundary. James Sales does come back for a 3rd. Well run for these Northampton pair. Takes the score to 68. 68 for 2 or 15.2.
It was a top shot, that, wasn't it, from Gus Miller? Rocking onto the back foot, taking his time and placing it rather nicely out into that vacant region. Sam Wood did well to get across, though. Shepherded it back in. Here is Ahmed then to James Sales. Keeping very low. He's done well to keep that out, in fairness. And you can just see there's a glint in the eye of Rian Ahmed after that delivery. He knows he is in this game. These are the kind of days, these are the kinds of wickets that you absolutely adore as a spin bowler. Sales now pushes this one out towards the aforementioned Sam Wood at deep point. There's a little bit of a fumble there from the fielder, but no damage done as far as Leicestershire are concerned. So it'll just be another single to add to the tally. Miller just beginning to find a bit of rhythm, a bit of confidence, a bit of fluency in his batting. But Ahmed will be looking to bring a rather quick halt to this partnership, as again he fizzes that one in a lot straighter and makes the right-hander defend that out towards short leg. Here is Rian then to finish off this over. That is whipped away through mid-wickets, and that is a fine shot from Gus Miller. As you can hear, richly applauded by those in attendance at the county grounds, and that is a fine way for the score to tick along to 73 for 2. Big fan of that shot, Dan.
Nicely worked, wasn't it? Nicely timed as well through a vacant mid-wicket area, and it's short as well, isn't it? It's short down towards that boundary. We've said that throughout the course of the day. It just cuts in it, and it keeps getting shorter right the way down to the edge of the Spencer Lounge, where the season ticket holders and the members get to enjoy their cricket from at Wantage Road. But it's been an expensive start from Rian Ahmed. He's gone for 10 off 2 overs. Not to say that that won't come back, though. Yuzvendra Chahal, he was getting a bit of a tap for a while, wasn't he? And still finished with four wickets to his name at the end of the innings. Curry to continue outside off stump, and that really has died, hasn't it, on the way through to Ben Cox.
It has, and it's almost the duality of this surface, isn't it? We saw the one which rose up from that shorter length, and then that one pushed a lot fuller by Scott Curry. As you mentioned, just kind of dribbles through to the wicketkeeper, Ben Cox. But that keeps the seam bowlers interested, because there is that variable bounce. Someone like Scott Curry, who does generate that extra bit of zip from his height and his action, will definitely enjoy that as this ball is pushed out towards deep backward point. That will be another single off the bat. And these two doing a good job so far. Just looking at the partnership, currently stands at 25. They're just starting to consolidate the home side's position here. After what was a lightning quick start, Luke Proctor scoring a rapid 38. 1 point they were 47 for none in the 8th over. And then Scott Curry has just brought back a little bit of control for the visitors with the wickets of Proctor and George Bartlett. Here is Scott Curry then, again pushing that one very full. Dug out by Gus Miller, out towards Tom Scriven at mid-on for no run.
It's an incredibly interesting and aggressive tactic from Scott Curry.
It is.
You don't really see bowlers bowl Yorkers in red ball cricket, do you? One, you could kind of go, oh, maybe he's missed his length a little bit there, but to do it 2/3 times in the course of a 4.5 over spell, it's a deliberate ploy here for Curry. And it's a delivery that I think a lot of people would be sitting in their armchairs and kind of bemoaning a few bowlers for not actually trying it a bit more often in red ball cricket. It's Q-ended, isn't it, by Miller? He indicates that that's just kept a little bit low and skidded through as well. Top ball. It's all happening. Scott Curry is asking some serious questions here of the Northampton pair, who had a good partnership, relatively speaking, against Derbyshire last week. Gus Miller, first time being asked to open the batting in first-class cricket. And as you said earlier, high score of 42 in that second innings and looked good for it. James Sales has scored 199, or had scored 199 runs in the calendar year so far in the championship before the start of the day's play. So has ticked over 200, averaging 49 with the bat, and scored a first-class 100, his first first-class 100 earlier this campaign as well. So although both young and early in their careers, there are runs between the two of them.
There certainly are, and it goes back to our previous point, doesn't it, about investing in the youth. I think that is the pathway which Northamptonshire have to take heading into the future, with the likes of Gus and James Sales. Justin Broad, you'll also bring him into that conversation. Curry then striding in here to Gus Miller. That one driven confidently. Slight misfield there from Liam Travaskis. He'll be a bit frustrated about that one. Usually an excellent fielder in those covers. That will just be a single. So moves the score on 75 for 2 after 17 overs. Gus Miller is on 23 and James Sales is on 8. But this is a really good challenge for it against someone of Rian Ahmed's calibre. Of course, Scott Curry is one of the finest young bowlers in the second division. I do just wonder if we'll see him again next season, because Hampshire, as I mentioned, have got such a stacked team attack right now with Abbas, Abbott, Barker. Brad Wheel is another one.
Yep.
Then, of course, you've got the young guns in Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly. Sonny Baker is joining them next season. Perhaps we might see him on loan again in 2025. Here is Rian Ahmed to Gus Miller. Compact and firm in his defence. It's been a really good learning experience for Scott this season as well, in terms of having a proper year under his belt across formats, because opportunities, understandably so, have been limited on the South Coast. And yet he's really found his form, he's found his confidence in a Fox's shirt, and that is why season-long loans can be very useful. I know there's a lot of conversations about these one-match loans and two-match loans, and I've got to be honest, I'm not the biggest fans of those, as that one is swept away. Very fine, in fact, by Gus Miller. So fine that it'll go for 4. Lovely little scoop around the corner there from Gus Miller. Keeps the scoreboard ticking, moves him on to 27 from 49 deliveries. But in terms of those proper long loans, they do wonders for players' careers. We see this in other sports as well, like football. It really can be the difference in developing these players and taking them to the next level. And Scott Curry's game really has improved in the 2024 campaign, as this one is zipped in by Rian Ahmed. There'll be a dot ball to Gus Miller.
And it's not been a loan where he's turned up at Leicestershire and been second change bowler or third choice where he's been in and out of a side. You said he's led the attack really in the seam bowling department for Leicestershire, and today is just another example of that he's been asked to come back and wrestle a bit of control back for his skipper and his county, and he's done exactly what he's been asked to do. I think his spell might be done on those 5 overs, mind you, because I think Tom Scrivens is getting loose. Is it Scrivens number 88? I believe it is, isn't it?
It is, yep. Tom Scriven wearing the number 88. Funnily enough, another former Hampshire man. Big fan of Tom Scriven's game, and yes, you are absolutely bang on the money there with your assessment, Dan. It will be Tom Scriven to come on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's taken 14 wickets this season. The only issue is the average, 57.71, which, to be honest, in terms of that efficiency for Leicestershire, it's probably been the Achilles heel all season. So you look at Scott Curry, his average is 31.37. Ian Hollands is 41.6. Rian Ahmed's is 53.5. Tom Scrivens is 57.71. And then you've got the likes of Kimber, Travaskis, and albeit Chris Wright hasn't played too much this season, but they're averaging 90.5, 97.3, and 80, which, when you compare it to the Northamptonshire seamers, who are averaging 24, 31, 29, 23.6, there is a massive gulf, and you can see why the Foxes have struggled at times when it comes to winning matches. Here is Tom Scriven, though, bounding into James Sales. That one strays down the leg side. That will cause no issue whatsoever for the Northamptonshire youngster. And it is slightly strange because on paper it does seem like a more than handy attack. Just feels like without their talismanic figures, of which Chris Wright has been one for the past 2-3 seasons now. Callum Parkinson was the other one. It does feel like there's a bit of a rebuild in the East Midlands, but again, we'll have to wait and see what happens in the future. Here is Scriven again to James Sales. Defends that just past the bowler for no run.
It's like he was in possession really early there, wasn't he, Sales, to play that forward defence? And I think that's just, again, another comment to pitches maybe just holding up a little bit. And I think it is a case, it's almost like accelerate your innings at your peril. The second that people have looked to try and really just start ticking over a little bit, that's when people have got unstuck. There's a chance at the non-strikers end. It's well picked up in the end. With that bit of bobble, I think Rishi Patel just wanted to make sure that he had, in fact, got his hands behind that before thinking about the shy at the non-strikers end. So it's a single for James Sales, 81 for 2. Still 14 overs to go in the day. Still plenty of cricket left to play. Leicestershire can prize out another couple of Northampton's wickets here before the close. It'd be even Stevens, wouldn't you? Come 5:30, 5:45.
You most certainly would, and I do find it intriguing. We spoke actually during the team tour, didn't we, of what Northampton would be happy with come the end of this first day, and already 80 for 2. I said around about 99 to 100.
Yep.
That feels like a bit of an understatement so far, given the fact that there are still quite a few overs of the day left. So, yeah, you have to tip your hats to the home side. It's definitely been a positive start as Tom Scriven charges into Gus Miller here. Again, straight down the leg side, and that is clipped away through square leg for 4 more valuable runs. Gus Miller really is looking like a fine talent up the top of the order. At times he's been slightly hesitant early on in his innings, but once he's got that form, he looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, it just grows into it. So that first innings against Derbyshire, just as you'd expect, a little bit nervous, I would imagine. The second innings, where he scored the 42, just looked a lot more assured of himself on a tricky and challenging surface against some real decent spin bowling. And today as well, it was watchful to start with, wasn't it? He played second fiddle to Luke Proctor for a lot of that innings. And that's a great shot down the ground. Over-pitched from Scrivens. Straight drive from Miller. Back-to-back boundaries for the Northants opener. Moves to 35, and it's 88 for 2 after 19 overs. Northants now trail by 115. 14 overs remaining. Miller on 35, Sales on 9. And the partnership between the two of them just growing nicely.
It is currently stands at 39, doesn't it, between this third wicket pairing, and two lovely looking shots there from Gus Miller. It has to be said, the clip through square leg and then that emphatic drive straight back down the grounds. As we've just touched upon, it is a case of him finding his feet and gaining that confidence, and steadily he's growing into this innings, which is wonderful to see. Really is. Scored that career best 42 last week. He's looked good for his 35 so far. And this is a great opportunity for him to score some substantial runs. As Rian Ahmed gets ready to continue his spell from the David Capel end. Got a leg slip and a first slip in here for the leg spinner. And that is punched off the back foot rather handsomely by James Sales out towards deep point for one more run.
Yeah, and in a situation where his team needs him. Challenging conditions. Northants looking for their second win of the season. And Gus Miller's innings in this first Northants attempt at batting here it could be crucial to their aspirations to winning back-to-back championship matches.
Certainly could be, as Miller there is resolute in his defence, and in terms of the deficit as well, just 114 runs between the two sides. Northants have done an excellent job so far. That one is fired in by Rian Ahmed, just about worked out to Tom Scriven at backward point for no run. And again, it's all just experience, isn't it? Especially for Gus Miller. There is that opening at the top of the innings for Northamptonshire in 2025. He's certainly making a case for that spot to be his. And drops out defensively. Picked up by Ben Cox for a dot ball. Here is Ahmed then to round out his fourth over. That one clipped away out towards square leg yet again by Gus Miller, and that will be a single to round out the 20th over. At the end of which, the partnership now stands at 41, Miller on 36, Sales on 10, and the home side Northamptonshire on 90 for 2.
Yeah, partnership building nicely. Trail now by 113. I don't want to go too early, but I was just out of curiosity, just seeing if I could find the last time Northants would have won back-to-back first-class matches. Tom Scriven gets to the end of his mark, went for 9 off the first over, or his first over. He's got Gus Miller on strike, who's on 36 now. That's turned through the leg side. It's just going to be 1. There is protection out there now for Leicestershire. Nicely timed again, though, by Gus Miller.
Most certainly was. I'm just looking at the scores from the rest of the games as well. Somerset are 105 for 6 at Old Trafford. They still trail by 35. So maybe, just maybe, that game isn't as clear-cut as a lot of people would have first thought. Here is Tom Scriven then to James Sales. Again, keeping him on his toes. They think about dashing through for a second. Restricted to just 1 for the time being. That was some good fielding there from Sam Wood. Attacking the ball. It's what coaches up and down the country tell you to do at a young age, and Sam Wood's obliging there. Also in the game between Nottinghamshire and Kent at the Spitfire ground, Ben Slater has departed, but not before racking up 160. How about that for an innings when your team's in a little bit of bother down the bottom of Division 1. Here is Scriven again to Gus Miller. Well, there's a huge appeal, and he has been given LBW. Tom Scriven gets the key breakthrough of Gus Miller for 37. And how big of a wicket could that prove to be for the Foxes of Leicestershire? It was a partnership which was building nicely. 43 runs to be exact for this third wicket. But Gus Miller's 62-ball stay at the crease has now come to an end at the hands of Tom Scriven. We're just seeing the replay of the wickets. Well, initially, Tom Scriven believed that there was bat on that, and the umpire has triggered him for an LBW. So Gus Miller departs. He's warmly off the field of play. It was a very valuable 37, and out into the middle strides the Northant stalwart himself, Rob Keogh. Scored a fine 63 last week against Derbyshire. Played some regal reverse sweeps. And he does have a bit of a job to do here in the closing stages of day one.
Yeah, that was a reaction of frustration, wasn't it, by Gus Miller? The leap, almost, I guess, would be best way to describe it, when he saw the umpire's finger go up. Disappointing end to the innings. What was a good innings as well for Gus Miller, but Northants are now 3 down, trail by 111, and there are still, Aaron, 12 and a half overs of this day left. Rob Keogh has made his way out to the middle. He was in good form last week in that second innings against Derbyshire. Made a match-winning contribution with a half century. So we hope that he can take that form through to this fixture against Leicestershire. Leicestershire, at this thinking, well, we've got time to pick up another couple of wickets here. 5 down for 120 maybe at the end of the day's play. At that point there, you'd say that Leicestershire probably just about edged the day.
I think the argument can be made. Here is Tom Scriven then to Rob Keogh. That one very full. Drilled past the right-hand side of the bowler for no run. I'm just looking at the comparisons between the two sides as well. So when the third wicket fell for Leicestershire, they were on 96. Of course, Northants here on 92. So just 4 runs separating the two sides on that metric. Although the overs, as you can see, really has been a lot more pronounced for Northamptonshire. Here is Tom Scriven again to Rob Keogh. Strays down the leg side. They think about coming back for a second. Wisely decide against it, so it'll just be a single. So that third wicket fell in the 29th over for the visitors. Whereas with Northamptonshire, it's fallen in the 21st over. So the scoring rate has been a lot more pronounced in that capacity. But in terms of wickets falling, it is relatively close between the two sides. Here is Scriven there out this 21st over, bowling to James Sales, fences that out towards short cover, and that will be a dot ball. So at the end of the 21st over, Northamptonshire 93 for 3, Sales on 11, Rob Keogh on 1, and Tom Scriven will be absolutely elated with the fact that he's picked up his first wickets of the innings. He now has figures of 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12.
Sorry, I'm still calculating.
Oh, go for it.
No, I'm just calculating. I have found the last time Northants won 2 games back-to-back, and that was in September 2019.
That during the promotion season, wasn't it? Which was obviously a great season for the club.
Yeah, long-time listener, multiple-time caller. Alex has just pointed me in that direction, and it was the 10th of September 2019 and the 16th of September 2019 against Leicestershire and Durham, respectively. But I'm just gonna find out how many days there were in between them.
Well, while you do that then, I shall take us through the action on the field. Here is Rian Ahmed then. To Rob Keogh, wraps him on the pads. All of the Leicestershire fielders go up in appeal there. The umpire absolutely unmoved for that delivery. So that will be a dot ball in the end, not the wicket that the Foxes were hoping for. Ahmed again then, at the top of his mark. Keogh goes for a sweep. There's a slight bit of hesitation out there at the deep square leg boundary. But thankfully that is scooped up and that will just be the single. Keogh, of course, last week we spoke about that trio of reverse sweeps. Really did take the attack to Jack Morley and Alex Thompson. And judging by that shot, it'll be more of the same in this match as that ball is clipped out towards mid-wicket for 1 run. Just farming the strike of these two in the early stages of this 4th wicket stand. The partnership currently stands at 3 runs. As Rian Ahmed prepares to get ready to bowl again here to Rob Keogh. Goes down for the sweep again. Collected by Ben Cox. Whips off the bails, disturbs the timber with his gloves.
That was great work, wasn't it, by Ben Cox?
It was.
Behind the stumps. That ball really bounced, and to gather it and then quickly take the bails off. It turns out Rob Keogh was unmoved, but still fantastic work nonetheless.
Ahmed again, that one just flailed out towards mid-wickets. That will be 4 runs for Rob Keogh, his first boundary of the game. You can see the little glove punch there. I think James Sales was rather happy with that shot. Simple but effective as far as Rob Keogh is concerned, out towards that coffee van.
And another busy start, isn't it, for a batter here in Northampton on day 1. Keogh 6 off 6.
Really has been. Again, goes for the attempted premeditated sweep, and that will be a dot ball. So that will round out the 22nd over, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 99 for 3. Keogh on 6, Sales on 12. The deficit now stands at 104.
Yeah, 11 overs remain. I just felt like Ryan just had settled into his work a little bit that over. And then Keogh, and I don't think it was particularly short, the ball that went for 4, but kind of pulled a good length ball through mid-wicket for 4. Possibly Rob Keogh just kind of talking through that shot as well with one of the Leicestershire fielders there. Scriven will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Man that got the wicket of Gus Miller the over before. Just the one slip in place for Leicestershire. That is Scott Curry. It's a nice shot down the ground by Sales for no run. Yeah, 99 for 3, as you say. Trail by 104. 11 overs remain in the day. Just feels like this isn't going to be a simple cruise through to the end for the home side, does it?
It won't be. This will be a real challenge. I know it's very cliche to say, but these final 10 overs actually might be the most difficult to try and navigate.
It's a tough one to, I suppose, to figure out as to what you want to do with the 10 overs. Because you could come out of it looking absolutely brilliant. You could add 40 off it. Think, okay, well, this is handy. Then we're just 60 behind tomorrow morning. Still got 7 wickets in hand. Lovely jubbly. Or you go about that approach and you lose a couple of wickets and you're 5 down going in at stumps tonight and you're still 80, 90 behind. I have seen Travaskis starting to get loose out there in the middle as well. But I don't know what the right way to go about this will be for the Leicestershire skipper. Do you replace Ryan Ahmed from the David Capel end with your other spinner? Because the seams look pretty good. Could you go back to Sam Wood? Could you get another quick spell from Sam Wood? Could you bring Scott Curry back? He bowled 5 overs. Scrivens look pretty handy here, or better than handy, in fact. Or do you go spin from both ends?
Well, he has looked very handy indeed, hasn't he? 1 for 12 from 2.4 overs so far. I think for the time being, I'd keep a seamer on if it was up to me. And of course, Lewis Hill can think differently. But I just feel like with the likes of Scott Curry and Tom Scriven right now. The ball is still nipping about a bit on this surface, and all 3 of the wickets so far have fallen to seam. I feel like that's the best balance so far. That one, well, it keeps very low. There was a massive shout from Sol Budinger. He thought that was out for all money. Yet again, another great diving take from Ben Cox. We speak about his class as a wicketkeeper, widely regarded as one of the finest operators in that position in the entire circuit. But I don't think that was really near the bat of James Sales, and thankfully it wasn't, because Northants do not want the 4th wicket to fall here. Here is Tom Scriven then to Sales. That one manoeuvred out towards Rishi Patel at mid-on for no run, and that will be the end of the 23rd over. So Northamptonshire 99 for 3, Keogh still on 6, Sales still on 12, and that was a nice maiden over for Tom Scriven, his first of the day.
Yeah, Scriven really targeting the front pad, isn't he? Just going wicket to wicket, trying to hit that front pad, make the umpire make a decision. As it was, Sales up to task there. Full face of the bat, which you could argue and say was part of the downfall for Miller, just trying to turn it into the leg side. But Sales in defence looked pretty solid there. Rayan against Rob Keogh, which, if the first over is anything to go by, the second one's going to be pretty exciting. Keogh goes for the sweep, times it nicely. Well fielded round the corner at 45. Saves a couple of runs for Leicestershire and brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire as well. 100 for 3 of 23.1 overs, ticking along at 4.32. And we are inside 10 overs remaining of the day. James Sales now back on strike. He's on 12. He's got a first slip in the shape of Scott Curry. He's got a short leg as well. Sales, oh, that's a great shot through the offside. Width on offer from Rayan, and that's just pushed really through the covers. And that's a 4 for James Sales. Takes his tally up to 16, 104 for 3. Northants trail now by 99. You can hear through the effects mic, plenty of encouragement for Leicestershire. Bang, bang, and we're halfway, lads, was the cry. It does feel against spin, doesn't it, that you could lose a couple quickly, really quickly, in fact.
Well, it does. That is absolutely rifled to the fence by James Sales. Second boundary of the over, and I'd argue that's an even better shot than the previous one. Picked up the length of that one very quickly. Decides he'll take the attacking option and whips it out through the covers for 4 runs. Excellent shots from the Northants youngster. And yeah, it does feel like that. It does feel like, even though for the time being the runs are flowing for Northamptonshire, there's just that spectre, isn't there, looming large with the spin. All it takes is for one of these balls to properly grip in the surface, and it could be difficult to negotiate. This one will beat the dive of Liam Travaskis. And that is 4 more runs to James Sales. This really is a fine counter-attack from the all-rounder. Warmly applauded by everybody in attendance here at the county grounds. And 3 very different shots, but 3 incredibly classy and well-timed strokes.
Yeah, all timed absolutely brilliantly through the offside. The one in the middle there, the second one, yes, I think Rayan probably did just drag that one down a touch, and Sales capitalized on it. But number 1 and number 3 were just touch, weren't they? Just timed for perfection and gave the Leicestershire fielders no chance at all. That one quicker from Rayan, who I don't think has really settled into his best just yet. Interestingly, and I don't know whether you'd agree, but I would say that Rob Keogh got more turn out of this surface as a finger spinner than what Yuzvendra Chahal managed as the leggy. But Chahal did provide that drift and that dip that you expect from the wrist spinner, being able to impart a bit more turn. We're not going to see spin from both ends just yet. It's going to be Scriven to continue.
Well, just touching upon that point, let's say they are to bring on Liam Travaskis with that left arm finger spin. You've got two right-handers at the crease. Which side do you bring him on from? Because you mentioned there with Rob Keogh, he was getting that additional turn from this end, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The Lynn Wilson centre end, whereas Chahal, the leg spinner, was getting it predominantly from the David Capel end. Do you bring him on from this side and replace Tom Scriven? Or do you look at Rian's spell so far? 6 overs, none for 35. He's going over fives. Do you bite the bullet and bring him on from the David Capel end? That one, again, really nice sound off the bat there of Rob Keogh. Makes its way out towards the point fielder, who is Liam Travaskis.
Yeah,
see him just limbering up a little bit.
It's tough, isn't it? Because at the same time, Yuzvendra Chahal at point was going at fives and finished up with 4 for.
And bowled very well.
And bowled very well. And Leicestershire only scored 203, of which 82 of them, I believe, came off the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal.
This one again defended firmly by Rob Keogh down towards mid-on. Yeah, it's that constant questioning, isn't it? And we have those questions in our minds in the comms box. It must be a pain at times for a captain to constantly be thinking through your options, especially on both sides, actually, when you've got so many bowling options at your disposal.
Well, somebody in the stream, I think Jacob, made a really, really good point earlier today. And everybody, as an outfielder for Northants, has bowled an over, Joseph it was, has bowled an over this season. So if you think about options there, Luke Proctor, with the exception of Lewis McManus, had 10 cricketers that he could have and has thrown the ball to at points this season.
That's staggering, isn't it? In terms of the variety and options at his disposal. Here is Scriven then to Rob Keogh. That one left well alone. It's funny, I think back to, it was 2023 here. Or was it 2022? It might have been 2022. And it was the Warwickshire game, and that was just, it was going out to draw, and Michael Burgess came on to bowl and got the wicket off Rob Keogh. I'll never forget that. And it was one of the most village-looking things ever, because Craig Miles, who's the seam bowler, had the gloves and he was wearing a sun hat as well. It was absolutely hilarious. Here is Scriven to Keogh, again testing him just outside the eye line of his off stump. That'll be no run. So, yeah, that really is a plethora. It's an embarrassment of riches, isn't it, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned? And it's just a case of managing it. And as for Lewis Hill now, again, he's got other options. We speak about the likes of Sam Wood or Scott Curry potentially coming back onto bowl to give Liam Travaskis a few overs before the close of play. Could even go with someone like Louis Kimber, given the fact that Keogh was getting his success with that right arm off spin. So this is the life of a cricket captain. It's not as glamorous as it's panned out to be, is it, to be honest, as Tom Scriven finishes out that over. So after 25, Northamptonshire now 112 for 3, Sales on 24 and Rob Keogh on 7.
Yeah, and it is going to be a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Rayan Ahmed, the leggy, will be replaced by Liam Travaskis. So we'll see finger spin the first time for Leicestershire, and for the first time from the David Capel end as well, which whether that's a dimensions pick or not, I don't know. We saw the turn that Keogh managed to extract from the Lynn Wilson centre end, but Leicestershire seeing it slightly differently. There's that short boundary to the leg side for both James Sales and Rob Keogh, but will be playing against the spin if they were to target that area. 8 overs remain in the day. It's 112 for 3. Sales is on 24 and he's on strike. And that's a leading edge that I don't think carried to Travaskis, who was full flight diving forward on his follow through to try and get on the end of that from James Sales. But that is a promising start for Leicestershire and Travaskis. Keogh himself at the non-strikers end. He's on 7. That one played through the offside, but there's what looks like a pretty impenetrable wall through the offside here at Wantage Road. You've got Tom Scrivens at backward point, man at first slip. 2 short covers, a mid-off and a sweeper down on the cover point boundary. 2 men on the leg side, one at mid-on and one at mid-wicket. And then 1 sweeper down at deep backward square if James Sales elected to play the sweep shot. Which he doesn't. He times that nicely down the ground and beats the dive from mid-off. James Sales picks up another boundary, and he's going. He's timing the ball really nicely through the offside. Moves to 28. 116 for 3. Northants trail by 87. 7 first innings wickets in hand. Maybe a change of ends for Rayan, potentially?
Maybe. To bring that point up, because we did see the additional degree of turn, didn't we, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Sales again steps into that one. Is stopped by a tumbling dive that's mid-on. And in terms of Sales' innings as well, he's really beginning to find some fluency, isn't he? There's a real style and elegance to his shot selection so far. This one, he's forced onto the back foot by Liam Travaskis, and that will bring us to end to the 26th over. So Northamptonshire now 116 for 3. James Sales is on 28 and Rob Keogh is on 7. I just wanted to update you on a couple of scores from around the country, if I may, Dan.
Please do.
Because at the Oval, Durham have been dismissed for 262 runs. Dan Worrell was the destroyer-in-chief as far as Surrey were concerned, taking figures of 4 for 39. And then in that crazy game up at Old Trafford, Somerset are 121 for 7. So they still trail by 19. They will not have a big lead. And if we're looking at bonus points at this stage, they probably just need to win the game. Here is Tom Scriven. And an 8th wicket has just fallen at Old Trafford. Goodness me, that is going to be a very, very tense affair, to say the least. Somerset need every single point that they can get. So they've already got three bowling bonus points. Realistically, it looks unlikely that they'll get any batting bonus points. So, yeah, the maximum would be 19 from this round. And if Surrey can win, they could potentially extend that lead at the top. Here is Tom Scriven, attempted crack through the covers. Finds the hands of Rian Ahmed for no run. That makes that game at the Oval now absolutely massive, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility that Somerset go on and win at Old Trafford. We know that those low-scoring games, they keep everybody interested, don't they? Right until the final ball has been bowled. But it does put the ball very much in Surrey's court. And if they're successful down at the Oval, it's pretty much done and dusted, isn't it?
It is. Here is Scriven again. Forces Keogh onto the defensive.
I suppose a capitulation in the last game against Essex.
It's not off the cards, is it?
Does open it up. It's a tough place to go. How interested would Essex be last game of the season? How much have they got to play for? Would they quite like to take the trophy away from Surrey, potentially? Hard to know, isn't it? Scrivens into bowl. And that flicked into the leg side. There's a man down on the boundary to keep it down to just a single. Rob Keogh was looking for a second. Doesn't get it. 117 for 3. 2 balls left in Tom Scriven's 5th over. Figures of 1 for 13 so far.
Has been a good spell though, hasn't it? 2 maidens in that as well. We mustn't forget, of course, that big wickets of Gus Miller to add into the mix as well. It has been a bright start, this, from the Leicestershire all-rounder. Again, forces James Sales onto the defensive. And I think this probably will be the preferred approach for these final 6 overs, won't it? Don't gift your wicket. That would be the cardinal sin at this stage, because let's face it, Northants have eaten quite significantly into that deficit.
Yep.
It now just stands at 86. It's not as though you're 186 behind and you've lost 3 wickets. They are in the driver's seat. So it's just a case of playing the ball on its merits. Here is Scriven again to Sales, resolute and actually rather stylish in his defence there, I must say. A little bit of extras afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, slightly less in terms of numbers-wise, but element of deja vu cricket from this time last week, isn't there, at the end of day 1? Derbyshire were cruising, 2 down, chasing down a low first innings score from Northants. And you get through to the morning of day 2 and everything points towards Derbyshire batting past that score of 219 and then batting some more. There's a chance here that history repeats itself. Northants just on the receiving end of it this time.
There is, and that is why, to say one of the biggest cliches from the commentary box of the past week or so, the first hour tomorrow is absolutely crucial, isn't it? As we saw on day 2 last week. Here is Travaskis then into Rob Keogh. Keogh just pushes that to the bowler for no run. But it was, in the end, that morning session on day 2 completely swung the game. So even though this is a good start, again, you've got to play sensibly. Keogh, again, opts to go for a firm push out towards deep point for 1 run, keeps the scoreboard ticking. The partnership now just moving along to 26 runs. It's been a decent one so far. Scott Curry there did just have a little bit of a warm-up there. Potentially we might see him towards the closing stages here on day 1. And Travaskis now just manoeuvring his field about. What's he got in store here for James Sales?
Yeah, get the ball back in the hand of your strike bowler. Give him, 3 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end before close of play this evening. Just see if you can take another 1 or maybe even 2 Northants batters with you back to the hotel this evening. Will make the day's work for Leicestershire feel that's so much more sweeter. Because at 118 for 3, say you add 15 to that and it's 3 down, I don't think there'll be too many smiling faces on the Leicestershire team bus when they leave the ground this evening. But you add a couple of wickets to that and it's starting to feel like it's a very, very different day.
It does. And those are the fine margins that exist in first-class cricket. It's why it is such a gripping and engrossing format of the game, because you're right, 130 for 3 is a very different prospect to 130 for 5. Here is Travaskis again, spears this one in to Rob Keogh. That will defend it back to the bowler, and that will be a dot ball. So at the end of the 28th over, Northamptonshire now 119 for 3. The deficit just 84 runs. And if they can see out these final 5 overs, 30 deliveries for these two to just survive, as Scott Curry does indeed get ready to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end, I think the home side will be very, very pleased with their efforts here on the opening day. But as we've just touched upon, Scott Curry here probably will finish off the day from this end. So that's going to be at least 3 overs to contend with. 18 deliveries. And these could be 18 pivotal ones in the wider scheme of things. So let's see what Scott Curry can manufacture against James Sales here. Curry it is with the ball in hand to Sales. An attempted punch through the covers is met by a tumbling Liam Travaskis, who stops that for a dot ball. Good hustle in the field, that, from Liam Travaskis. He's done a good job there in that position all game long so far.
I think the standards and the energy for Leicestershire have been very, very good throughout the course of this 28 over innings that we've had so far. The noise has been high. You've heard that through the effects mic. Curry just oversteps there, so we'll have to bowl that one again. But he's going to ask questions here, isn't he, Scott Curry? Whether there's seam movement or swing or not, it seems to have kind of gone out of the day's play as we've got further into the day. But we've seen those aggressive Yorkers that he fired in earlier in that first spell, and I'm sure that he's got another couple of those up his sleeve as well. James Sales and Rob Keogh have to be on their toes to make sure they get through here unscathed. That one defended on the back foot into the middle of James Sales' Gray Nichols cricket bat. 4.4 overs to go.
Just an update from Old Trafford. A 9th wicket has fallen for Somerset, so they still trail by 13 runs. Tom Bailey, 4 for 28 for the Red Rose. What a fantastic bowler he is. And George Balderson as well, chipping in with 4 for 50. The other wicket taken by Will Williams. Here is Scott Curry then to James Sales. Confident in his defence, and that will be worked away for no runs. So that's going to be a very, very tightly fought encounter. 19 wickets on the opening day in Manchester. That is absolutely bonkers. 13 wickets falling in Bristol as well. Sussex do have the lead. Currently stands at 13 runs. Tom Alsop is on 30. James Cole's on 18. And the marklets are 122 for 3. Here is Scott Curry again. Played back to the bowler by James Sales for no run.
Have you looked at the pitch or the live stream at Old Trafford? Does 19 wickets surprise you, or?
I'll have a look now, actually. That's a very good question, because we have just been looking through the scorecard there.
Same as Edgbaston as well, to be fair, with the number of wickets that have fallen there. Not that I want to remind you about that game again, but sometimes you just have to pick that low-hanging fruit, Aaron, you know?
You do. There is quite a bit of grass on that
indeed.
surface at Old Trafford, so that would probably go to explaining that. That one is played beautifully by James Sales. Absolutely textbook from the young all-rounder. Just a delightful push through the covers. And that is warmly received by his batting partner, Rob Keogh. That is a lovely looking shot as we head towards the close of play here on day one. Deficit 78 runs. And James Sales on 33. Really has looked the part as well for every single one of those runs, combining defence and attack very proficiently. How can Scott Curry respond then? Here he is to James Sales. Forces him into a defensive stroke. So that will bring an end to the 29th over. Northamptonshire now 125 for 3. Rob Keogh unbeaten on 9 and James Sales on 33. And he really is saving his best shots until last here. Forcing home the dagger as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Liam Travaskis getting ready to bowl from the David Capel end. I think Curry can tell by the body language, disappointed, wasn't he, with the end to that over. It was a good one up until that point, and yeah, just overpitched and invited the drive. Here is Travaskis then to Rob Keogh. Push back towards mid-off for no run.
Yeah, I'm still fascinated by the decision to bring the finger spinner on from the David Capel end. It may well work. It may well be successful. That one dropped a little bit short from Travaskis. That punched through the offside for just a single. So you do tend to get the seamer, the tallest seamer tends to run in from the Lynn Wilson centre end, because as I said earlier, it is very marginally uphill. So you do tend to get a little bit more bounce out of the surface going towards David Capel end from the end that we're sat now. Rob Keogh traditionally operates here from the Lynn Wilson centre end as the spinner. And I haven't seen a huge amount of turn from Trevaskis yet. It may well be that Rob can impart more revs on the ball than what Liam Trevaskis can. Let's chip back up and just past, just evades a diving Trevaskis. The second time that he's had interest as the ball's departed the bat of James Sales. Sales just takes a wander towards square leg just to gather his thoughts. He will realize, he will know how important these next 20 deliveries will be. That one quicker, fired in, speared in, defended into the offside by Sales. He's on 33, having faced 55 deliveries. Northants trail by 77. 3.1 overs remain in the day. 19 legal deliveries. And it's dug out in the end. I saw the ball come through. I thought it was a bail. Ben Cox can't believe it. James Sales lives to fight another day as he squeezed out a Yorker, really, from Leon Trevaskis there. Really quick, wasn't it? Dug out, and wow, that's really, really close to disturbing the furniture. James Sales kind of looks back in a bit of disbelief there, doesn't he, as to what he's just seen and experienced. End of the over anyway. 30 have been bowled. It's 126 for 3. Partnership is worth 34. And there are 3 overs remaining in the day. 2 of those will be bowled, I would imagine, by Scott Curry, and then 1 of which from Leon Trevaskis from the David Capel end. And Curry starts outside off stump, and you can tell by the reaction there of Ben Cox that has flown off the surface. There have been a couple that have kept a little bit low on Cox, haven't there? So whether he's just taken a step forward to try and compensate for that. That one took him by surprise, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, he's caught that essentially at head height, hasn't he? Just to his left-hand side. Definitely caught him by surprise, but just goes to show the life and carry in this surface. It's been a recurring theme throughout day one. Here is Scott Curry then to Rob Keogh. That was a lovely looking drive, wasn't it? Held the pose for a little bit as well on that one. Finds the hands of Rian Ahmed though in the covers for no run. I think Rob himself appreciated that shot, didn't he? Just left a bit of extras on that one. Fair play to him though. If you can absolutely nail one through the covers, it is one of the nicest feelings in cricket. Let's see what shot he goes for here. Ball in Scott Curry's hand, charging into bowl here to Rob Keogh. Again, formidable in his defence. Just 15 balls of the day remaining. Yet another engrossing day of cricket, though, in the East Midlands sunshine. It's been a wonderful day to play some cricket, to commentate on some county cricket as well. Really can't ask for much more as a spectator in this sport. Here is Scott Curry. This one worked away down the leg side, and that will be a very easy 4 for Rob Keogh. So some useful extra runs here as we head towards the closing stages of play here on day one. And Rob Keogh and Northants will definitely take those ones. That was a very easy boundary for the Northants stalwarts.
I think Scott Curry's just overstepped there as well for the second time of this spell, so we can add another couple of no balls to the tally there as well. So Northants trail now by just 71. Really just chipping away at that first innings score of 203. I think most importantly for Northants, can they get through unscathed? 3 down, and Northants will sleep well this evening, that is for sure. Can Leicestershire, can they prize another one out? Can they take one with them before stumps today? They're not quite as boisterous in the field as what they had been through the course of the 30 overs up to this stage. You can still hear them through the effects mic, but they'll be aware. They can see the scoreboard. They'll see that Northants trail by just 70. 70 is it's a lot to get on this pitch. It's really died in the surface that Rob Keogh had to wait for an age before he could play that into the leg side. That's another 1 to his score. 133 for 3. Sales on 33. Keogh on 15. Last ball of Curry's 7th over. 2 for 26 so far. James Sales on strike for the last ball. And that's a short ball, which is evaded by James Sales. So it's a dot ball to finish. 31 overs have been bowled. As I said, 133 for 3. 2 overs remain. So far, so good for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
It really is. I think it's been a tremendous start. And if they can make it through to the end of this day, 12 deliveries remaining with just 3 wickets actually lost, I think that represents a marvellous day for the home side. And let's face it, they have bowled better. That's what it boils down to. With Leicestershire, there's been moments of brilliance at times. I think of that first wicket from Scott Curry. Also bowled a very nice delivery to George Bartlett. But since then, they haven't quite been able to replicate the magic as this ball is defended on the front foot by Rob Keogh for no run. And you can just see with Northants that there is a pep in the step, isn't there? There's a bit of joie de vivre, as it's known. Here is Liam Travaskis then, in this one in towards the right-handed Rob Keogh, another dot ball. And yeah, it's been a really good couple of performances. But then again, we can't get ahead of ourselves. The fact is they have the foundation, they've got the platform. They have to capitalise on day 2. Travaskis again attempts to get a little bit of drift on that one. Back in towards the middle and leg stump of the right-handed Keogh. That will be another dot ball, because we saw it at Derbyshire. They had that foundation, 65 for 1. At one point, they were 150 for 4 and were ultimately skittled out for 165. Keogh again resolute in his defence. So on this wicket, you're never comfortable.
Well, no, and I mean, without sounding too festive, it feels to be, it is the season, isn't it, for those kind of collapses? We've just spent the day talking about the game up at Old Trafford. We've spoken about your Warwickshire, and we spoke about Derbyshire. It does feel like it's that time of year that if a team gets on a roll, I say it wasn't that funny, Aaron.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting to hear the words "'tis the season" in September.
It's the closest we'll get to a Christmas fixture, isn't it?
True, actually. Of course, yeah. Final home game of the season. Yeah, it is. It's that time of year, isn't it? September. It is quite difficult to really cash in those big scores, as that is yet another defensive shot there from Rob Keogh. I was thinking of making some Christmas jokes then, but I can't think of any to hand. Here is Travaskis then to round out his final over of day 1, and that is just a dot ball. So at the end of the 32nd over, Northamptonshire 133 for 3. Rob Keogh on 15, James Sales on 33, and just 1 over remains here on the first day. I have just taken a look actually at the score at Old Trafford. I think Somerset have achieved parity alongside. They have. So they have a 6-run lead. 20 wickets falling on day 1 in the Northwest. Anderson Phillip getting the final wicket of Jack Leach. What a crazy day of cricket that's been up in Manchester. In terms of some other scores as well, part of me is very happy about this, because I really bigged up George Hill earlier today in the broadcast. He's 90 not out from 114. So thank you to George Hill. It's made my positive words ring true. And he certainly is someone to watch out for heading into the future. So here is Rian Ahmed to kickstart the final over of play here on day 1. Bowls this one slightly shorter, punched out into the covers for 1 run. Nice shot there from Rob Keogh.
This might not work for Leicestershire, but I really like it. It's a really proactive step, isn't it, from Lewis Hill. Scott Curry is the strike bowler, but actually you throw a bit of a spanner in the works. You give Rob Keogh and James Sales something very, very different to think about for the last 6 balls of the of the day? And can you just prize one out by doing something just a little bit funky, something a little bit off-piste? I think a lot of people probably would have expected Scott Curry then to have bowled 3 overs. As it is, it's a 2-over spell, and he's gone back to his box office leg spinner in Rayan Ahmed. And it's the first look at leg spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well. All of Yuzvendra Chahal and Rayan Ahmed up to this point bowled from the David Capel end. But so far, so good for Northants. 3 deliveries, 1 run off the first for James Sales, and then 3 now consecutive dot balls for Rob Keogh. So as it stands, Northants trail Leicestershire by 69 runs. Leicestershire at 10 o'clock this morning won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Big inside edge from Keogh. There's the prize one out, isn't there? Leicestershire eventually bowled out for 203. Sol Budinger top scored before he was LBW to Jack White for 56. And there were contributions from Lewis Hill, the skipper, who made 32. Rayan Ahmed, as he completes the final over of the day with a Rob Keogh dot ball, made 30 himself, an enterprising 30 off 28, 2 4s and 2 6s. Really took a liking to Yuzvendra Chahal. Ben Cox, the wicket keeper, he made 20. Liam Treveskis, he made 25, not out himself. The tail was wrapped up relatively quickly. Some resistance from Tom Scriven, having faced 35 deliveries for 10 runs. And at stumps, following a gritty 37 off 62 for Gus Miller before being adjudged LBW off the bowling of Tom Scriven. Luke Proctor with a free-flowing 38. Bartlett went without scoring, and the 2 Northants not-out batters, James Sales on 34, Rob Keogh on 15, and at the close of play on day 1, Northants trail Leicestershire by 69 runs with 7 first innings wickets remaining. And that'll be the end of it. I think I've summed that up relatively well. Do you want to add anything to the final?
Well, not too much, to be honest, Dan, but I think we're both in agreement. Northamptonshire's day, isn't it, here on day 1? That is a tremendous effort with the bat in hand to be 134 for 3 on a surface which looks very difficult to score runs on. I think the home side will be absolutely elated. So still work to be done, especially in that crucial first hour on day 2. But if they can get themselves through that, lay the foundation, potentially get a decent lead, they will be in an excellent position to go on and secure the victory.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, the stream at Northamptonshire, powered by Dapperbet. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I've been joined by Aaron Viles all day, and we'll be back at about 10:30 tomorrow morning for that crucial first hour on day 2.